Chapter 1. For a few moments, it was the quietest place in London. The area under the footbridge was as hushed as a chapel, while the black mortuary van was pulling away. A little group of us had gathered there to show our respects. Photographs still. Uniformed officers, forensic investigators, a team from the Marine Police Unit in their wetsuits, a pair of detectives, and a small grey-haired woman in waterproofs and rubber boots, standing to one side, her arms folded. Then the van disappeared from view, and the picture dissolved into movement. Back to work. Life goes on. The woman in waterproofs turned to me. "Is that it, then? Can I go?" "Not yet, if you don't mind. I need to hear your account of what happened." Kim Weldon gave a deep, testy sigh. "I've been here for hours. I've told you everything I know already." She hadn't told me, because I'd only been there for a few minutes, but I decided not to point that out. I was used to arriving at a crime scene last of all. The detective sergeant coming in with a notebook and a pen, and an endless list of questions when everyone just wanted to go home. "I know it's frustrating, Mrs. Weldon, but we'll try not to keep you for much longer. Do you need to let someone know you're running late?" She shook her head. "I live alone since my husband died. No one's waiting for me, but I got here at 5 this morning and I'm tired." "Early start." The comment came from over my shoulder, where D.I. Josh Derwent had apparently decided to take an interest in the conversation. "That's keen." "Of course. It's the best time to be here, before all of this." She gestured at the footbridge over our heads, where the tide of commuters heading to work in the city formed a second river, flowing as ceaselessly as the Thames towards the great dome of St. Paul's. "It's so busy now, I can't even think." It seemed quiet enough to me, but Derwent nodded. "Let's find somewhere more peaceful where we can talk. A cafe, or—" "The best place to talk around here is down there." She gestured over the wall to the foreshore, a strip of shingle a few metres wide that extended to the left and right along the riverbank. "I can show you where I was. Easier than having to describe it all." "How do we get down there?" I asked. "There are steps." She set off towards them, moving briskly, and we followed her obediently. "But you'll have to come down one at a time, and mind how you go. It's steep and it gets slippery." The steps were concrete, and more like a ladder than stairs. The treads were so narrow I had to step sideways, juggling my bag and clipboard awkwardly, off balance. My long coat threatened to trip me up at every step. Kim Weldon was short and had a low centre of gravity, unlike me, so that explained why she had found it easy. On the other hand, Derwent was taller than me, and he had rattled down in no time, as light on his feet as a boxer, despite his broad-shouldered build. He stood at the foot of the 30 or so steps and watched my progress, which didn't help. "You could come down backwards." "This is fine." "Do you need a hand?" "I can manage." "Only we all have other places to be." "I know," I said, through gritted teeth, concentrating on placing my feet carefully. The shingle below shimmered in the morning light, out of focus and dizzy-making. "Like a cat coming down a tree. I can call the fire brigade out to rescue you if you like. It's not as if Trumpton have anything better to do." "I'm fine," I snapped, and ignored the hand he reached up to help me down the last few steps. He stuck it back in his coat pocket with a grin that I also ignored as I made it to the shingle at last. Kim Weldon was watching us with interest. Considering I spent so much time assessing witnesses, it shouldn't have surprised me to remember it was a two-way process. I tried to see us as she might. Officialdom, in dark trouser suits and polished shoes. Derwent's hair cropped close to his head, in a way that hinted at a military background. Broodingly handsome. I was younger than him, as well as junior in rank, and aimed to be as neat, though my hair was already beginning to spiral free from the bun I'd trapped it in. We stepped around each other with the practiced ease of long-standing dance partners. As a rule, Derwent was rude enough to me that even people who knew us well suspected we were sleeping together, or hated each other, or both. The truth was that we'd never slept together, and I only hated him from time to time. We were closer than most colleagues, it was fair to say. Friends, after all we'd been through together. There was also the fact that he was my landlord. I currently lived in a one-bedroom flat he owned, though I fully intended to look for somewhere else to live. I just hadn't got around to it yet. We bickered like children and trusted each other's instincts without even thinking about it. No wonder Mrs. Weldon looked puzzled. "Where do we need to go?" I asked her. "Along here." She gestured to the left of the bridge. "That's the way I went this morning. I came down the steps around 5, as I said. Sunrise is about 5:30 at this time of year, but it was starting to get light. I could see well enough without a head torch." "Do you do this often?" Derwent asked. "Most days." She smiled, looking out across the river and breathing deeply. The air was fresh down by the water, and the hum of the city seemed to recede. Seagulls hovered overhead, peevish and mocking, as they floated on the cool spring breeze. "This is my place. I'm a licensed mudlarker. I take what the river chooses to give me, whether it's treasure or trash." "Treasure?" Derwent scuffed the shingle with the toe of his shoe. "What kind of treasure?" "Nothing valuable, exactly, but items of historical interest. And sometimes the trash is interesting, too." She bent and picked up a small white tube. "What do you think this is?" I peered at it. "A bit of china?" "It's the stem of a clay pipe. I can't date this without having the bowl, and the bowls are harder to find, but it could be from the 1600s. The pipes were in common use up to Victorian times. When they broke, they couldn't be repaired, and people would chuck them into the river." "An antique fag end." She looked at Derwent sharply, her eyes bright. "You don't see the appeal, Inspector, but that's a little piece of London's history. The man or woman who smoked it is long gone and forgotten, but we know they were here. I might be the first person to touch it since they flung it in the water." "What sort of things do you find?" I asked. "I've found Roman glass once or twice, and coins, and bits of pottery. Last year I found a medieval die made out of bone. How did it end up here? Maybe someone flicked it into the river because they'd had a run of bad luck. Or maybe they stumbled as they boarded a skiff to cross to the other bank, and it fell out of their pocket. There are 100 possibilities. 100 stories and one small scrap of history. My favourite was a bone hairpin that was 1,000 years old. That's in the Museum of London now, with my name recorded as the person who found it. That pin will still be there long after I'm gone too." "And people will know you were here," I said. The fan of wrinkles around her eyes deepened as she grinned. "Everybody wants to leave a trace of themselves behind, after all. Some evidence they walked the earth. One day, someone might be grateful I was in the right place at the right time to find something special. That keeps me coming back." "So, what was different about this morning?" I asked. "Nothing. Everything was the same as usual. At least, it was until I found it. Then everything went sideways. A low chuckle. Kim Weldon struck me as the kind of person who didn't allow herself to be unsettled by anything. If what she had found upset her, she had got over it by now. But I noticed she said it, rather than what she had found. Where were you when you saw it? She pointed. See that white stripe on the wall? I was halfway between here and there. I always give myself a marker to reach, because it's too easy to get distracted and forget to keep an eye on the tide. You can get caught out. Oh, never happens to me, but I've seen other people get soaked. So I always give myself a limited search area, and then I go once I've covered it. A Thames clipper barrelled past, ferrying commuters up the river, and the wake sent a wave that splashed over one of Derwent's shoes. He stepped back quickly, swearing under his breath, shaking his foot. It's all right. The water's quite clean these days. They've even found seahorses down the river, near Greenwich, so it's fresh. But you really need boots like mine, and you need to be more respectful of the river. She looked wistful. I've seen grown men tipped over by a wave like that. I'll bear it in mind. From his tone of voice, I strongly suspected that he wouldn't be returning to the foreshore any time soon if he could help it, boots or no boots. This way. The slight, upright figure crunched away from us to where a wooden post stuck out of the shingle, frayed with age and the action of the water. They used to tie up barges here. She pointed at the sandy edge of the river. This is where it was. It. And it was just lying there, I checked. She looked baffled. What else would it be doing? No, I meant it wasn't buried or wrapped in anything. No, it was lying there on the shingle. I thought it was a tree root at first. You do get them washed down the river from upstream, where the banks are overgrown. I was going to take a picture of it to put on my Facebook page, because it looked like a hand. But then, when I got a bit closer, I thought it looked a bit too much like a hand. And then, of course, she shrugged, it was a hand. Did you touch it? Derwent asked. Before I knew what it was. I turned it over. It was palm down, with the fingers curled under it, you see. She held up her own hand to demonstrate, a loose fist with knuckles to the sky. Then, when I felt it, I knew it couldn't be a root. Too soft, too much give in it. But it wasn't until I saw the fingernails that I was sure. It was such a strange thing to find that I couldn't quite admit to myself what it was. I took some pictures of it, and where I found it, and then I picked it up. I was afraid it would be washed away before anyone came to recover it. You must have had a shock, I said. Well, you expect to find bones here. This was London's rubbish dump for thousands of years, and this area in particular was full of markets. But the bones tend to belong to sheep, or pigs, or cows. Sometimes you find a bit of a fox. I've never found a hand before. She faced into the breeze and smiled. But then you never do know what the river will give you. At the top of the stairs, the Marine unit were packing up to head back to their base at Wapping. Finished for the day, lads? Derwent demanded as they went past us. The sergeant stopped. He was mid-50s and serious. Tide's coming in. We're not going to find anything else here today. They had found 3 other pieces of tattered bone and flesh that had all been carefully preserved in coolers for transportation to the mortuary, along with the hand. Thinking of what Kim Weldon had said about animal remains, I asked, Are you sure that what you found is human? No idea. He heaved a bag onto his back. "But the pathologist will tell you if it's not." "Where's the rest of the body?" Derwent asked. "In the sea?" "Could be. Could be we'll find some more bits in the next few days. We'll be looking. Where we find things has a lot to do with the tide and the shape of the river. The way the water moves through it depends on whether the banks are concave or convex. You get lots of stuff washing up around Greenwich, for instance, and at Wapping, and at Tower Bridge. You won't find as much on the opposite banks. So, we have a few places to look." "I never really thought about the tide coming up the river," I said. "I thought it flowed out to the sea, and that was it." He shook his head, not even trying to hide his scorn. "Why do you think the flood barrier exists? There's a clue in the name, love." "I'm not saying I couldn't have worked it out," I protested. "I've never thought about it before." He grunted. Clearly, I was worth even less of his time now. Which was a shame, because I needed his expert knowledge. I tucked a stray curl of hair behind my ear, widening my eyes to play up the helpless look. "As you can tell, I don't know much about this. The river flows in both directions, so does that mean we can't tell where the body parts might have gone in? Could they have been moved up here by the action of the tide?" He wrinkled his forehead, considering it. "The tide moves things up, but then it moves them back again on the way out, if you see what I mean. That makes it hard to pinpoint where items enter the water. They sometimes wash around the same area for a while." "Could they have been dumped off a boat?" Derwent asked. "Yeah, but why draw attention to yourself by hopping in a boat to dump body parts, when you could slip them into the river from the shore? No one would have noticed if it was small parts, which is what we found. People don't realise, but the river is a busy place. You wouldn't want to be out there midstream and not know what you're doing." He was right. I'd never realised how busy the Thames was with constant boat traffic. Commuter boats, tours, barges loaded with building materials, small speedboats, and larger vessels crewed by competent-looking people in high-vis overalls. "If the body parts turned up in this area, does this mean they were all thrown in the river here?" "I wouldn't want to try to guess, love, but we only found 4 pieces. Better hope there's more to come." He nodded briskly and strode away. "Thanks for the help," I called after him. "I don't know much about this," Derwent cooed in my ear. "Please explain it to me, Mr. Police Diver." "And did he explain it to me?" "Sort of." "So it worked." I put my notebook away. "But don't get used to it." Chapter 2. "Hello, you two." The pathologist, Dr. Early, barely looked up as we walked in. At the best of times, she was a fast-moving blur in scrubs, humming with nervous energy, and she didn't waste precious seconds on elaborate greetings. "I was wondering who was going to be lucky enough to get this one." "Nothing like a nice, easy case to start the week," I said. "And this is nothing like an easy case." Dr. Early gathered an armful of files and headed for the door. I was going to say that. Derwent was actually sulking as we followed the pathologist through the security doors that led to the morgue. One of her assistants was photographing a collection of objects that lay on a metal table under the glare of a bright light. He was heavily built, but he moved with precision and focus as he skirted the table. "Here we are." Dr. Early slipped a pair of gloves on and pulled her mask up over her mouth and nose. "You need protective kit too? Then it's jigsaw puzzle time." "I'm not a doctor, but it looks as if you're missing a few pieces," Derwent said, before he tied his mask on. "And I'm not a detective, but it looks as if it's your job to find them." Dr. Early raised her eyebrows at him meaningfully, and I smirked to myself under the cover of my own mask. Victory to the pathologist. None of us had forgotten where we were, or what lay on the table beside us. But banter was one of the only ways to feel normal, when your job involved looking closely at fragments of a human being. Not that I would have known what I was looking at if I hadn't been told. No piece was bigger than a shoebox. The skin was yellowed, bleached by the river, and the flesh underneath it was pale and ragged, bloodless. White bone gleamed under the bright lights that shone on the table. So, what we've got are 4 pieces of what seems to be an adult female. She was probably IC1, probably light-haired, and probably younger rather than older. But I'm not putting most of that in my initial report because it's an educated guess at the moment. It's purely for your benefit. Why do you say it was a woman? I asked. I'm going on the size of the hand and the joints that we've recovered. They would be average for an adult female. The muscle development and fat ratio suggests a reasonably fit, relatively young woman. The body hair was removed from the legs at the root, waxed, epilated, something like that. She had very fine light brown body hair on her hand and shoulder, and the fingernails were painted at some stage, because I can see tiny traces of dark polish around the cuticles. It is still possible that it was a man, but I think it more likely we're looking at a woman. No tattoos, no scars, no distinguishing marks so far. Any idea when she died? Derwent asked. I'd guess she's been in the water for a couple of days. Do you want me to talk you through her piece by piece? No, but you probably should. Even with the mask obscuring most of his face, I could tell Derwent wasn't enjoying himself. Dr. Early pointed. This is an easy one. It's a right hand. That's what our mudlarker found. I leaned in to see it, trying to imagine how it might have looked on the shingle. She didn't know what it was at first. It's out of context, isn't it? We don't expect to see something like that without the rest of the body to go with it. What other bits have we got? Derwent was peering at the 3 other pieces of flesh on the table. The way they were laid out reminded me of a butcher's window. We have 1 part of a thigh, 1 part of a lower leg, and a left shoulder joint. We won't get all of her, but it would be very helpful if your lot could track down a few more pieces. Currently, this doesn't tell me very much at all. The rest of the torso would be a great help. And the head would be the best thing of all to find, if we're going to identify her. Unless her DNA is in the database, of course. Then it'll be straightforward. I've submitted a sample already, so cross your fingers. Is there anything to suggest how she died? I asked. Not so far. All I can tell you is that she was already dead when she was cut up. That's something, I said, and the pathologist nodded. They did a very thorough job on her, I have to say. Was she cut up deliberately? Could it have been an accident? A propeller, something like that? Derwent asked. Definitely not a propeller. Dr. Early turned one of the leg pieces so we could see the end of the bone. When you cut into a bone like this, the marks you leave are called kerfs, and they can tell us a huge amount of information about the instrument that made the cut. See this notch here, about 1 centimetre from the end? It's a false start kerf, where whoever dismembered her started cutting into the bone, stopped, and moved down to begin a new kerf. Second time, he managed to cut through the fibula. The first cut is precisely parallel to the second. He didn't move between the 2 attempts, and her body wasn't moving, as it would have been if the cuts had been made in water by something like a boat's propeller. This was deliberate dismemberment, not an accident. Can you tell us anything about what they used to cut her up? Dr. Early frowned, her forehead puckering. I knew you'd ask that. I'm not an expert in this, but I've been reading up on it. I'm going to get one of my colleagues to take a much closer look once we've cleaned the bones up, so again, this is preliminary information. I can't give you a detailed description of a cutting tool that you can use to eliminate suspects, but if you look up close at this cut, you can see lines running horizontally across it. They're called stria, and they're made by the teeth of a saw cutting back and forth. It tells me this wasn't done with a knife or an axe. They use a chopping motion, not a sawing one. Could it have been a handsaw? I asked. That's what I think it was, but that would be a long, slow process, especially given the size of the pieces. She leaned forward again, beckoning us in for an even closer look. Then this part here, the small step at the bottom? That's called a breakaway spur, where the bone finally fractured and gave way. The saw didn't cut cleanly through the entire bone because it didn't need to. The weight of the bone itself snapped it. If you find the other side of the bone, there'll be a matching notch in it where this bone came away. Think of breaking a green stick. You don't get a clean edge. You take a bit of the other side of the break away with you. The size of the spur varies, but in general, the more powerful the saw, the larger the spur. These are small. Messy, I commented. And slow. Cutting someone up isn't the kind of job where you want to take your time. Bodies are cumbersome, and it's a horrible working environment. On the other hand, if you want to avoid attracting attention, a handsaw has the virtue of being quiet. She straightened up. The kerfs will help us narrow down the kind of saw you're looking for. The number of teeth per inch, the direction of cut, the set of the blade, and so forth. We'll be able to find out a lot more once this lot is under a microscope. Looking forward to it. I ran through my notes. You said she'd been in the water for a couple of days. Any idea when she actually died? Dr. Early shook her head. Too many variables. We don't know where the body was kept, before or after it was dismembered. If it was refrigerated, for instance, that would have delayed decomp. I don't have enough of her to tell you anything so useful. And we don't have any trace evidence to speak of because of the water. Derwent's shoulders slumped. It's almost as if they didn't want us to work out who killed her. It's not playing fair, is it? She's going to be a bit of a mystery until we can find some more of her. Or unless you work out who she is, obviously. That would help. Wouldn't it, though? I closed my notebook with a snap that made the pathologist's assistant jump. It shouldn't take us long to look through the missing person reports for a woman. Or a man, Derwent chipped in helpfully. Who disappeared at some time or other that wasn't in the last 2 days, probably, and might be 20-something, and might have light brown hair, but otherwise has no distinguishing marks. On about 10% of his or her body, I finished. At least you were paying attention. It sounds as if you've got quite a lot of work to do. Dr. Early nodded at the door. Better get on with it, hadn't you? We were almost at the car when Derwent's phone rang. Boss? I waited, watching his face, trying to read what he was thinking as the boss, DCI Una Burt, talked on and on and on. Derwent wasn't her biggest fan, and the feeling was entirely mutual. He started out looking irritated, but that faded, replaced with grim resolve. Yeah, okay. I understand. No, it's fine. Silence as she spoke again. He rubbed his face with the hand that wasn't holding the phone and turned in a tight circle. Impatient now. I could practically hear what he was thinking. Get on with it. Yes, as soon as I can. Yes. Yes. Okay. He ended the call and stood for a moment, staring down at the phone absently. His face was bleak. Everything all right? I have to go to Poplar. Why? Another case. He put his phone away and started searching his pockets, distracted. A cot death. Suspicious circumstances. Oh. The boss doesn't want to send Liv. She thought it might hit too close to home. Oh, I said again, this time with more understanding. Liv was 6 months pregnant, at the stage where you couldn't miss it. Sending her to a cot death would be hard on her, and hard on the parents, whether they were guilty or not. So she's sending you? She asked me if I minded. And you said you didn't? I raised an eyebrow at him. Look, it's not my favourite kind of job, but I'll do it. She's getting Liv to help you on this one instead. I didn't know if I was relieved or disappointed. By swapping a detective inspector and a detective constable, Bert was effectively putting me in charge of finding out who murdered the woman in the river. It was a vote of confidence. I could have wished it had come on an easier case, though. And who are you working with? Georgia. Of course. I did my best to look blandly interested. Detective Constable Georgia Shaw was, more or less, the last person I'd want to work with. But Derwent didn't mind her. She was pretty and ambitious and overwhelmingly irritating to me. If Derwent had been describing her, he would have stopped at pretty, and that seemed to be good enough for him. He was still patting his pockets, swearing under his breath. I have the car keys, I said, if that's what you're looking for. Why didn't you say? He held out his hand for them, and I shook my head. I'll drive. I wanted him to have time to prepare himself for what lay ahead, to get his game face ready. He wasn't as tough as he pretended to be, I knew. And when cases involved children, he struggled to maintain his objectivity. Taking on this case would cost him something he'd never admit, even to himself. But I couldn't say any of that out loud. I need to get back to the office, and I don't trust you not to drop me at the nearest tube station so you can get to Poplar sooner. I would never do that, Derwent protested. You've done it before. Only a couple of times. And I should have learned my lesson after the first time. He looked amused. Thanks, Kerrigan. Any time. I unlocked the car. Now get in. We have places to be. Chapter 3. 5 hours after leaving the morgue, I had looked at hundreds of missing persons files on my flickering computer screen. The smudgy images and bland descriptions had all merged into one faceless, anonymous woman. I leaned back in my chair and tipped my chin up, easing the muscles in my neck. I can't bear to look at any more. My eyeballs feel like leather. I can't tell if there's something wrong with my screen or my eyes. No luck. DCI Bert paused by my desk and peered at my notes. You've got a shortlist, I see. Of sorts, Mum. I straightened up, pulling myself together, because she was the boss, after all. The trouble is that there are too many women who fit the description of what we've found. We've limited it to women who've gone missing in the last month. Liv was looking pale, I noticed, with dark shadows under her eyes. She was slight and delicate, and 6 months of pregnancy had left her more exhausted than blooming. It had given her backache, insomnia, heartburn, an insatiable appetite for cake, and an obsession with finding the perfect pram, which involved endless arguments with her girlfriend over email. I had found her relieved beyond words not to be heading to Poplar, but now I wondered if she was regretting it. Ploughing through missing persons reports was unrewarding, to say the least. Dr. Early thought she was IC1, but we've included other races, just in case she's not white. She could be light-skinned. I said. And we're including females aged 13 to 40, Liv added. Wise, Bert said. I've seen the pictures from the morgue. They looked as if she could be anything. We probably shouldn't rule too many people out. But that doesn't really help us to narrow it down in any meaningful way, I explained. The volume of mispairs is too high. There are too many runaways and domestic violence victims and people skipping out on rent or expired visas, let alone women who might have actually come to harm. Especially since we have to look at mispairs from outside the Met too, Liv sighed. There's nothing to say she went missing in London, just because she ended up in that part of the Thames. You're going to have to make some choices about who you include eventually, Bert said. Use your judgment. But remember that you'll make things very hard for yourself if you can't identify her. No shit. On the bright side, she looked as if she'd been taking care of herself. I'd be very surprised if she was someone who would count as a vulnerable adult, I said. I'm leaving out homeless people, known drug users, anyone who's unlikely to have time for a full wax and manicure every couple of weeks, basically. But what we really need is a DNA match, Bert said. It would be a help. We might have her on our list already, but we won't know it until the DNA comes in, Liv said. Assuming someone's reported her missing, and we've taken it seriously enough to put her DNA in the system. Bert smiled at me and carried on to her office as if she'd said something helpful. Yes, we may never identify her. Thanks so much for your input, boss, I muttered. Liv yawned. Do you think it's time to knock it on the head for today? Definitely. I checked the time. Shit, I've got to get changed. Going out? I've got a yoga class. You are going to yoga? Maeve Kerrigan, going to yoga? I stood up and stretched. What's so weird about that? It's good for my posture. Yeah, of course it is, but that's not usually a priority. Liv darted over and yanked open the bottom drawer of my desk before I could stop her. What the hell is this? Snacks? Nope. Don't lie. These are not snacks. You used to have snacks in here. There used to be crisps and multi-packs of Twixes. Don't try to pretend this is the same. She started going through the packets. Puffed peas. I don't even know what they are. Turkey jerky. Oh, gross. Cashew butter protein balls. No thanks. Spicy chickpeas. This is so bleak. Where's the chocolate? There's probably something in there like chocolate. She pulled out a bar and inspected it. This is carob. Carob. I'm going to be sick. I'm being healthy. So what? It's not healthy to eat spiced grit for the sake of feeling virtuous. Baked hemp sticks, for God's sake. She threw them back into the drawer and shook her head. And they say pregnant women are supposed to eat loads of weird stuff. I wouldn't touch any of that. Oh, come on. I towed the drawer shut. Stop giving me a hard time. This is all his idea, isn't it? She meant my boyfriend, Seth Taylor. I felt the colour rise in my cheeks at her tone. Seth did suggest it. And the yoga is his idea too, I bet. I'm meeting him there. Couples yoga? Please tell me you're joking. I grinned at her horror. It helps my stress levels and my flexibility. It's fun too. Don't knock it until you've tried it. You've changed. Liv was looking at me as if she was confused about something. I've never known anyone who needed to do yoga as much as you do. But I can't help noticing that you've avoided doing anything healthy for as long as I've known you. You thrive on shit food and too much caffeine. If you're not stressed out of your mind, Who even are you? A better person. A happier person. I suppose that's a good thing. She didn't sound as if she was convinced about it, though. I grabbed my bag from under the desk. I'm going to get changed. Help yourself to a snack if you're peckish. I can recommend the kale crisps. No, you can't. She was right. I couldn't, but I wanted to get rid of them. Try them. Maybe you'll like them. What do they taste like? Indescribable, I said, truthfully. I'd never actually asked her, but I had a secret suspicion that Liv didn't like Seth much. There was no law that your friends had to like your boyfriend, I reminded myself, as I laced up my trainers in the locker room. And Liv was picky about men. Seth was used to winning women over on sight, but his height and build and wide smile had cut no ice with Liv. It was taking him longer than I'd expected to work out how to deal with a woman who wasn't attracted to him, someone he couldn't charm. Their sense of humour was very different, and Seth could come across as arrogant unless you knew him well. He had a lawyer's need to get the upper hand in arguments, and persevered, even when I was trying to change the subject, a little beyond the limits of polite conversation. But he could have been Prince Charming and it wouldn't have mattered. She was always going to prefer my old boyfriend, Rob, even though he had broken my heart. There was no one else who would be good enough for her. I had needed to move on, I told myself. Rob was old news. Besides, Seth cared about me. He was attentive and kind, and made me feel as if I was the centre of his world, not an afterthought. As if to prove it, my phone pinged with a message. Don't forget we have yoga. I snapped a picture of myself in leggings and sports bra in the mirror and sent it to him. See you there. The phone hummed in my hand. Good girl. I pulled a face and threw my phone into my bag. Good girl sounded patronising, even if he didn't mean it that way. I'd mentioned it before and hurt his feelings. I wouldn't bother raising it with him again. Compared to everything else I got out of our relationship, a throwaway remark was the opposite of important. He was perfect in almost every way, and I was fixating on the tiniest of flaws. He was almost too perfect. I slammed my locker door, irritated with myself. Really, there was something wrong with me if I wanted a boyfriend who was more detached, less keen, harder work. Seth was easy. I was the one who made things difficult. I needed to relax. Hence the yoga. Going out? Georgia Shaw was unlocking her own locker. Exercise class. I shrugged myself into a hoodie. How was Poplar? Grim. Very, very grim. A 6-week-old baby. A little girl. Both the parents are distraught, as you can imagine. We had to take the bedclothes, the toys, search everything, ask them loads of questions. The baby was so tiny, like a doll. She leaned against the lockers. Her makeup had smudged under her eyes, and she'd chewed off her perfect pink lipstick. How were the body parts? Inconclusive. We weren't friends. We might never be friends. But I was trying to make common ground with Georgia where I could. I didn't want her as an enemy. Is Derwent back? He stayed in the house. Huh. I shouldered my bag. Interesting. You're really unfair to him, you know. I stopped on my way to the door. Excuse me? The way you said it was interesting. It wasn't interesting. It was kind. He's got a heart of gold. Her voice sounded strained, as if she was on the edge of tears. What makes you say that? The last thing I would want to do is stay in that house. We've been there all day, getting in the way, making cups of tea and trying to say something comforting. It was stifling, mind-numbing. I couldn't wait to get out of there, so I could breathe again. But Josh stayed. He said he'd be there as long as they needed him to be there. I bet they were delighted. They're grieving. Of course they weren't delighted. But it's got to be a comfort for them. Josh was so kind. He even carried the baby out to the ambulance when they took it away for the post-mortem. I could imagine it quite clearly, I found. The small bundle, held with tenderness, on her last journey out of the only home she had known in her short life. Derwent would do that well. Was she their first child? Yes. What's the age gap between the parents? She's only 17. He's 28. How did you know there was an age gap? I ignored the question. Are they close? Very. They were supporting each other through it. Barely left each other's sides all day. Josh isn't staying because he thinks they need his support. He's staying because one of them killed the baby, and the other one will tell him the truth. Her eyes went wide. No way! You didn't see them. They're devoted to each other. Sometime tonight, or tomorrow, or the day after, maybe when everyone's supposed to be asleep, one of them will come downstairs, because he or she can't stand to share a bed with their child's killer. Guess who will be waiting? He's shown he cares about their child, and about them. He'll have grieved with them. They'll have come to trust him. Even if they don't want to get their partner in trouble, they'll be exhausted by the effort of lying all the time. That'll wear their resistance down until they find themselves telling him the truth. You're so cold. Every tragic death isn't a crime, you know, and everyone doesn't lie. No, but you don't know these people. They're a sweet couple. The nursery was beautiful. And she was a gorgeous little girl. She only started smiling 2 days ago. Georgia's bottom lip trembled before she could stop it, and there were tears standing in her eyes. I know Josh Derwent, and I know he's not spending the night there because he thinks this was a tragic accident. I've seen him do it before. I shrugged. It doesn't mean he's faking it, you know. He'll be just as upset as you are about the baby. That's where he gets his energy from. He won't give up until they give in. You're wrong. He'd have told me. Nope. He wanted them to think they're going to get away with it. That's more likely if you're sincerely sorry for them. You mean he doesn't trust me? I have no idea whether he trusts you or not. But I definitely don't, so... She lifted her chin, hurt. I think you're wrong. You don't know anything about them, or the baby. You're jumping to conclusions. Probably. I zipped up my top. We'll have to wait and see who's right. Enjoy your exercise class. I thanked her as if she'd meant it, and left. 2 years earlier. To his great disappointment, he wasn't dead. He just felt that way. A bird had woken him, singing frantically in the tall trees that screened the house from the road, throwing an alarm call into the still silence. And how did he know about the trees? It had been dark when they got there, piling out of the car onto the gravel drive, and he'd been drunk already. Whose house? Whose idea to go there? Who had been with him in the car, jammed up against his legs, a high-heeled sandal digging into his instep when the girl moved carelessly? Who had stolen the champagne, handing him a bottle that he'd tipped down his front in the dark on the motorway? Waking up properly was slow, a process of adjustments, He had a temperature. But no, he didn't. It was the room that was hot. He felt dreadful. He was ill. No, hungover. The thumping headache, the nausea, the felted surface of his tongue, the burning dryness of his eyeballs. All of that was a hangover. There was someone lying beside him. But no, there wasn't. It was a coverlet, rucked up into a ridge that pressed against his thigh companionably. His watch had been stolen. No, he hadn't worn a watch. He had dreamed such a strange, exciting dream, weird and utterly wrong. Not a dream. He sat up. He remembered. The bird was quiet now, stunned into silence by the heat of the day. The curtains were open, limp in the airless warmth. The sun struck into the room, across the floor, and here came fear, like an unwanted guest swaggering into the room to sit on the edge of the bed and chatter. The small injuries that told him what he remembered was true. Here, a bruise. There, a bite mark. White teeth in the dim light, grinning as he hissed in pain and pleasure and reached out. He couldn't get away from the shards of memory that kept slicing into his brain. Kissing, too aroused to be wary. The taste, wine edged with tobacco and salt from the sweat that glazed them both. Full lips, a probing tongue, a tattoo that covered one beautiful arm from shoulder to wrist, a flat stomach, long legs. He had been clumsy, fumbling with a button. A laugh in his ear that he felt as much as heard, and then a whisper. "Come on, let's go somewhere else." Which meant that part had been in front of everyone. Anyone could have seen. Stumbling into the bedroom, kissing already, his clothes coming off until they were both naked. "We don't have to." "I want to." "Say if you want to stop." "Please." "You're hurting me." "Oh, God." The door had been open. He remembered that. He remembered someone standing, watching them for a while. What had he done? Chapter 4. I couldn't see the river from where I stood, but I knew it was there. The harsh squabbling of seagulls cut through the air, louder than the traffic rumbling past the end of the quiet street. The morning light had a pearly quality, hazy as an impressionist painting, and the breeze carried a faint, dank suggestion of briny water and black mud. I wondered if the woman had been drawn to the river in life as in death, if that was why she had chosen Greenwich as a home, if she had been fascinated by the dark water sliding endlessly towards oblivion in the sea, or if she had had any inkling that one day it would take her too. "Maeve?" I pulled my mask back up to give myself some protection from the smell before I turned away from the window and faced the room. Liv was making her way towards me carefully, picking her way over boxes and the legs of a crime scene officer who was lying on the floor, inspecting the area under the kitchen cupboards. 2 days of file sifting and phone calls and river dredging had ended with a positive DNA match. The miracle of forensic science coming to our aid with an unarguable answer that should have made my life easier. The woman in the river had a name and a face now, as well as an address and a job. Paige Hargreaves, 28, freelance journalist. I could congratulate myself that she had at least featured in one of the piles of possible victims. I might have tracked her down eventually, without the DNA match, but it would have taken weeks, and it would have been a provisional identification. DNA left no room for doubt. Being in her home should have given me a proper insight into the murdered woman. In my experience, there was no quicker way to get to know someone than to see where and how they lived. On this occasion, though, I was finding it hard to concentrate, which explained why I was lurking by the window instead of searching. Partly it was the smell, the unemptied bin, the fridge full of sour milk and greenish meat, a bowl of blackened bananas and soft brown grapes, complete with orbiting fruit flies. Partly it was the forensic investigators who were tripping over one another in their efforts to examine every inch of the small flat's rooms. Mainly, though, it was the mess that was frustrating me. Liv made it to my side, swamped in her paper suit. "This is grim, isn't it? When was she reported missing?" 8 days ago. I flipped through the notes I'd taken when the phone rang that morning. Her best friend made the report. Not the neighbour downstairs? Or an employer? Nope. She was a freelancer. No one knew she was gone. And the break-in? That wasn't reported at all. Liv looked around. I mean, I suppose there was a break-in. This isn't how she lived, is it? No one could live like this. I might have been finding it irritating, but it was causing Liv acute distress to stand in a room where every surface had disappeared under miscellaneous objects. Open letters, piles of books, unframed canvases and stacks of photographs, shoes, clothes, dirty plates and mugs, magazines and newspapers in teetering disorganised columns, a cascade of empty suitcases in the corner. Everywhere there were notebooks and pens and makeup jumbled together, and headphones tangled up with chargers like mating snakes. I think it's possible she was burgled, I said carefully. There are chargers everywhere, but I haven't found a computer or mobile phone. She was a writer, a journalist. There's no way she didn't have her own computer. She might have had them with her, though. If she was out somewhere working, I mean. Her wallet was here. Her passport. No keys. There's a set of keys behind the door in the hall. They could have been her spare set. They were on the floor, as if she dropped them there on her way in or out. There was a key for her bike lock on there. You wouldn't have one of those on a spare set, would you? Liv shrugged. Dunno. Depends on how often you lose your main keys, I imagine. So you think she was taken from here? Maybe. No sign of a struggle. That was true. The flat was heroically untidy, but there were no overturned chairs, no smashed glasses or plates, no damage. No blood, notably. There would have been blood, I thought, unless she hadn't been able to fight back because she was overpowered too quickly, or because she was drugged or drunk. 2 dusty windows looked out over the street. A table stood in front of one, while the other had a small, sagging armchair beside it. There was no television, I noted, thinking of the possible burglary. But then again, there was nowhere obvious where it might have stood. The rear wall of the room housed the kitchen, which had seen better days, even before everything in it had rotted. The laminate was peeling off the cupboard doors, and the cooker was missing 2 burners. I had already noted the sink was piled high with mugs and glasses. Impossible to guess whether Paige had had visitors, or if she'd been the sort of person who washed up once a month. A clothes horse was draped with bed sheets and clothes that had dried as stiff as cardboard. I could picture her flinging the damp laundry over it with careless haste. Did you look at the bathroom? My pet hate is mildew. Liv shuddered delicately. And underwear everywhere. I suppose everything was clean, but... I shrugged at the thought of the straggling tights looped over the shower curtain rail and the squadron of knickers hanging on the rusting radiator. No garden, nowhere else to dry them. Heaven preserve us from being murdered on laundry day. Amen. Liv's eyes were solemn above her mask. What do you think this place cost her? More than it was worth. I was looking at the area of black mould that had gathered in one corner of the ceiling above the fridge. A tongue of it extended down the wall, out of sight, and I didn't like to think what we might uncover when we pulled the fridge out to check behind it. Presumably, the landlord didn't mind the mess if she didn't complain about the condition of the place. I moved across so I could look through the open door into the small bedroom, which had a bed and a bedside table and a clothes rail jammed into the corner. Half of the hangers had shed their dresses and jackets, so they puddled on the floor, and the drawers hung open, spilling a waterfall of clothes in bright colours. She had worried about her image in public, but behind closed doors, she hadn't cared enough to keep her home tidy. Well, everyone had their guilty secrets about which domestic tasks they shirked. Paige had simply chosen to ignore all of them. The crime scene manager, bulky and red-haired and short-tempered, was lifting a champagne bottle off the bedside table with exquisite care. "Found anything, Adrian?" He grunted. "One set of prints. It's half empty. Looks as if she was drinking in bed." "On her own?" "You'll have to wait for DNA and trace on the bedclothes. My crystal ball isn't working." He carried the bottle out of the room, holding it in front of him reverently. So, maybe she was alone, and maybe she wasn't. I rubbed my forehead with the back of my hand, hating the feel of the latex glove against my skin. Too early to say. In fact, it's too early to say much about her. She had expensive taste in clothes and shoes. Liv peered into a knee-high boot. Dior. Very nice. I didn't think journalists got paid that well anymore. Family money? Or she could have been doing something else on the side to make some cash. Like what? Dealing? Prostitution? Stripping? Liv raised her eyebrows. Based on what? Nothing. It's a possibility, that's all. And I don't think we should rule it out straight away. Sex work is something young women get drawn into from time to time, and it's high risk. They encounter the kind of men who are used to chopping people up. I'm not judging her. I just think it's worth finding out if she had some extra income to fund her lifestyle. The photographs I'd seen of her in the missing person file showed a thin woman, tanned and groomed, her eyes heavy-lidded, her nose long, her face narrow. Her hair had been blonde, with the kind of sheen that took regular salon appointments to achieve. She had dropped her chin to her chest in all three pictures, peering up at the camera with insouciant sensuality. It looked like a studied pose. Practiced. No boyfriend to get in the way if she did do sex work, Liv mused. Or girlfriend, as far as we know. Which means no main suspect for us to question. I flipped my notebook shut. I'd guess she'd left here in a hurry, maybe to meet someone. Possibly for work, given that her computer isn't here. And she never came home. I wonder what she was working on. I'll have a look to see if I can find any notes. Liv flexed her small hands in her gloves. I can't wait to get this place straightened out. Chapter 5. This is very inconvenient. Mila Walsh, Paige Hargreaves' downstairs neighbour, was 44, small of stature, and clearly all heart. Her demeanour was as chilly as the decor in her sparsely furnished home. Unlike the flat upstairs, it was neatly decorated and immaculate. When are your people going to be finished upstairs? It'll be some time yet, I'm afraid. This is a murder investigation. I understand that. but I'm not used to having people traipsing up and down the stairs. It's very noisy and disruptive. Not to mention waiting for you to finally get around to talking to me." She checked the gold watch that peeped out from under the cuff of her immaculate white shirt. "I've had to rearrange several meetings this morning already. My clients are important people." "What is it you do?" "I'm an independent financial advisor. I tell rich people how to look after their money." She glowered at me from under a millimetre-perfect black fringe. "You probably think that's not a worthy job." "I can think of worse ones." A thump from upstairs made her look up. Something heavy had fallen, to a chorus of cheers and muffled applause. If it turned out to be a breakage, someone would be buying donuts for the team. "They need to be more careful. They'll crack the plaster if they carry on like that." "I'm sure it sounded worse than it was," I lied. "There isn't a lot of room up there, so they've been tripping over each other. But really, they're very good at what they do. I just wish they weren't doing it in my house." They weren't, technically, in Mila's house, I thought, but in the flat above it. Mila's home was a maisonette that occupied the bottom 2 floors of the house, the one raised slightly above street level and the basement. At some point, a separate door and staircase had been installed, so the occupant of the top floor flat had their own entrance, though the partition was paper-thin, and every footstep on the stairs echoed through Mila's dark rooms. All the surfaces seemed to be hard. Even in the sitting room I could see through an open door. I had not been invited to sit down on the firm-looking sofa, so I couldn't say for sure, but it appeared to have the cuddly consistency of a block of granite. At the end of the hall was the main bedroom. Downstairs, she'd explained, were the kitchen, bathroom, and a tiny second bedroom. "Do you know who owns the flat upstairs? I'd like to speak to the landlord." She snorted. "Good luck with that. I have an email address for him, but he never seems to check it. He lives in Dubai. The flat belonged to his uncle, I think, and he left it to him when he died. It must have been 5 or 6 years ago. He takes absolutely no interest in it. All he does is pocket the rent. We share the freehold, but forget trying to get anything fixed." Did Paige find that frustrating? I don't think she noticed. Mila looked up at the ceiling, her mouth tight as someone walked over our heads with a heavy tread. "She used it as a base, but she really only slept here as far as I can tell. She often came home very late, 2, 3 in the morning. The curtains were never open in the morning, and I never heard her moving around before I left for work. Speaking of which, I only have a few more questions," I said quickly. "Did she have friends over? A boyfriend?" "Not that I heard, but I'm generally not here at weekends. I spend quite a bit of time out of London, and I really didn't keep track of her comings and goings." A sigh of disapproval. If I'd known it would lead to this. "Tell me about Paige," I said, losing the very small amount of patience I'd had for the woman's grievances. "What was she like?" "She seemed completely normal at first. Pleasant, warm. I had occasion to talk to her about the state of the flat upstairs after she moved in, and she seemed quite considerate. But that changed." Mila Walsh gave a tiny shudder. "She settled in, I suppose. She was terribly absent-minded about her keys. I had her spare keys for a while, but I lost count of the number of times I had to let her into her flat in the middle of the night. She had to have the locks changed 4 or 5 times when she claimed to have lost her keys altogether. And then, of course, they would turn up a day or 2 later, and she would laugh. It was exceptionally irritating." "Did you complain about her to the landlord?" She glared at me. "I thought about it, and decided not to." "Why?" "I rarely saw her, and she was fairly quiet most of the time. She didn't keep the same hours as me. She was out in the evenings and slept in the mornings, and I was away most weekends, so it suited me that she lived upstairs. She didn't have many visitors. She didn't even cook much. No loud music." A shrug. "I don't know. I was afraid I'd end up with someone worse, I suppose. When you say she didn't have visitors, you were out a lot of the time. You wouldn't have known if she had people here. No, I suppose not. We were just neighbours, you know. I tried not to bother her much. This is London, after all. We live here, so we don't have to make awkward conversation with strangers, Mila said tightly. Her nails and lipstick matched, I saw. I was willing to bet her underwear matched too. Where do you spend your weekends? She looked surprised, before her whole face softened. With my boyfriend, Harry. Harry Parr? She produced the name with the smug air of a poker player revealing their winning hand. If she was waiting for me to recognise the name, she was going to be waiting a long time. I shook my head. He's an artist. A sculptor. Very successful. He has a place in Kent, in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't a bad life all round, I thought, with her neat little house, in a neat little street, in pretty Greenwich. Her job in the city, that paid for the tailored suit and gold watch, and the expensive furniture in the artfully bare rooms, and access to a bolt hole in Kent. There was quite a contrast between the cluttered upstairs flat and the clean walls and empty space on the floors below. Did you ever go up to Page's part of the house when you had keys? The change of tack made her jump. No. Never. Once or twice, to see if she'd left a tap running. She gave a tight, brittle laugh. I'm a worrier. I found it hard to trust her. I didn't like the idea of her doing something careless and causing me problems. We'll need to take your fingerprints and a DNA sample. What? Why? Because you've been in her flat, I explained patiently. It's routine. We need to be able to rule you out as a suspect. It doesn't hurt. I'm aware of that. She folded her arms defensively. But I regard it as an invasion of my privacy. This is a murder investigation, although you don't seem too worried about that. It's nothing to do with me. She gave a tut of irritation as footsteps thudded on the stairs going up to Page's flat. It sounded as if someone was hitting the wall with a hammer. I'd noticed the lack of carpet on the stairs to Page Hargreaves' flat, but I hadn't anticipated how annoying it would be for anyone who lived in the same building. It could almost justify Mila's lack of sympathy for her murdered neighbour. You didn't report her missing? Someone else did that. It was nothing to do with me. It wasn't until you lot came round the last time that it all felt real. Since then, of course, I've had to try to disguise the stench of rotting food as best I can. She wafted a hand over the 3-wicked candle on the sideboard behind her that was filling the air with the scent of green figs. I suppose everything's going to be left up there once you're finished. It's been horrible, knowing it's empty and full of rubbish. For the first time, she faltered at the look on my face. But I didn't touch anything. I left it as it was, I promise. I haven't gone in since you told me she was missing. I was frowning at her, I realised. It's not that. You said the last time we came round? Are you saying the police were here before? A detective was here about 10 days ago. Of course I spoke to him to find out if he'd heard anything about her. He had a look around to see if she'd left any clues. Mila looked confused. Isn't there a note about this on the file about her disappearance? There should be. There wasn't, I knew very well. No one had been overly concerned about Paige before parts of her started to wash up on the river shore. She was an adult, in full possession of her faculties, without a regular job or dependents, and she was able to do whatever she liked. Cutbacks meant there were too many claims on police time to send a detective around to investigate an unexpected absence without any signs of violence. What can you tell me about this detective? Nothing much. I was home early that day, and I ran into him on the doorstep. He was letting himself into the flat. Did he show you ID? Yes, of course. Do you remember his name? Or what station he was attached to? His name was John Spencer. I've no idea where he came from. What did he look like? Like an estate agent. She smiled, not pleasantly. Or a police detective, I suppose. Cheap suit, ugly shoes, too much aftershave, too much hair gel. I ignored the dig. How old was he? I didn't ask. She relented. Early 30s? How long was he here? Not long. 10, 15 minutes. Did you see him leave? She reddened. I happened to glance out of the window, yes. I was curious. Did he take anything? Her phone and her laptop and a lot of paper. Files, notebooks, that kind of thing. He put it all in a see-through bag and took it out to his car. Did you see his car? No. I thought he was coming back. He'd said he was going to give me his contact details once he'd put everything in the car. But he never came back. She checked the time again and sighed. Look, why are you asking me all these questions about him? Surely you can look him up and ask him yourself. There must be a register of detectives. A phone book at the very least. If he really was a detective, I could. That broke through the carapace of self-absorption at last. She put a hand to her throat. You don't think... He wasn't... Could he have been the killer? I have no idea if he was or not, I said. But look at it this way. You survived. Chapter 6. I was still thinking about what Mila Walsh had told us when I found the address where Paige Hargreaves' friend lived. It was a scruffy, purpose-built block in Whitechapel, close to the huddle of soaring glass office buildings that filled the square mile, but a world away from that money and privilege. I knew that every passer-by who glanced at me as I leaned on the buzzer had identified me on sight as a copper. I'd left Mila with Liv, who was more sympathetic than me, and importantly, prepared to put up with her hysterics. My main concern was to persuade her to create a photo fit of the man who'd been in Paige's flat. But what if he comes back? She had called after me as I left, her voice raw with terror. What if he tries to hurt me? I saw him. And he hadn't minded her seeing his face, I thought, puzzling over it. So, was the man our killer? Was someone else? The intercom crackled, bringing me back to where I was. Hello? Police, I said, as clearly and quietly as I could. Regarding your friend Paige? The door clicked, and I pushed it open, wondering if the waft of stale urine, as I did so, was from the doorstep or inside the building. The flat I wanted was, inevitably, on the top floor, and the lift was, also inevitably, broken. I jogged up, trying to read the missing person report as I went. Someone else had passed on the news that Paige had been found, I knew, and I was glad of it. No one liked delivering death messages, and I was out of practice. It was uniformed officers who got stuck with breaking people's hearts, as a rule, not detectives. Bianca Drummond had already opened the door to her flat when I reached the top of the stairs. She was small, red-eyed, her face bloated and blotchy from tears, and she was wearing a tracksuit and fluffy socks. No absence of grief here. She looked devastated by the loss of her friend. Sorry, it's a long way up. I tried to get my breathing under control. It's good for me. I had this crazy idea. She stopped and rubbed at her eyes with a ratty tissue. I thought you might be coming up to say there'd been a mistake, and it wasn't Paige in the river. There's no chance you're wrong, is there? None at all, I'm afraid. We matched her DNA. I saw the fight and the hope die out of Bianca's eyes at that. I understood why she wanted it to be a mistake, and it made me warm to her. She stood aside mutely and watched me walk past her into a small, very warm living room. A blanket was rumpled on the sofa, as if she had been lying there, sobbing into the crumpled tissues that littered the floor. "Sorry, it's not very tidy in here." She picked up the box of tissues, then put it down again, as if she couldn't think what else to do with it. "Please don't worry, it's fine." "Cup of tea?" No matter how awkward the social occasion, there was always tea. "No, thanks. I won't stay long. I just have a few questions for you about Paige." She sniffed as she drew her hair into a ponytail, visibly pulling herself together at the same time. "I can't believe she's gone." "It must be a shock. I mean, I was worried about her. You know I was. I reported her missing, for God's sake. But I never thought—" She took a deep, quavering breath, trying to hold back her emotion. "They said she was in the river." "That's right." "Was she strangled? Or—" "We're still working out exactly how she died," I said truthfully. If Bianca didn't know the details, I wasn't keen to tell her. "Do you know when it might have been? Was she already dead when I reported her missing? Was she kept somewhere? Or did they kill her straight away?" "They?" I repeated. "Whoever did this." She took refuge in a tissue, but I had noticed the flicker of her eyelids as she registered she'd said more than she intended to. Because she knew something? "We don't know yet. This is a very early stage in the investigation, though. We only identified her this morning." I paused for a beat. "The best way you can help to find the person or people who did this is to tell me everything you can about Paige, and anyone who might have wanted to harm her." "I've been trying to think," she sniffed. "I want to help." "Let's start by talking about Paige. How long have you known her?" "We were at university together. Same course. We met on the first day and just clicked." "Would you say you were one of her closest friends?" Bianca nodded. "She didn't have many friends, you know. She had loads of acquaintances, but it took a long time to get to know her. She was self-contained. She didn't need to be around people all the time. She didn't want to be either." "Did she have a boyfriend or girlfriend?" "She dated men, but she dropped them as soon as they got too serious. She didn't want to let people into her life. I was in her flat twice, I think, and she lived there for 4 years." "Can you tell me about her family?" "She didn't have one. She was an only child, and her parents died when she was 20. They got food poisoning on holiday in Egypt, in some dodgy resort that got closed down over it. You'd never expect that food poisoning would kill you, but they died a day or two after they got sick. Paige was devastated." "I can imagine." "It was really awful, especially when it turned out there wasn't any money. They'd sent her to expensive schools, and they were dead posh, but they were actually living way beyond their means. They'd borrowed money for their business, but the business wasn't going well. When they died, they were months behind with their mortgage. They had loads of credit card debts, and basically everything had to be sold off. Paige was supposed to get compensation from the holiday company, but they went bankrupt. She ended up with very little to live on. As long as I've known her, she's worked. I've never known anyone so driven." "She had a lot of expensive clothes in her flat. Designer stuff." Bianca nodded. "That's a perfect example of what I mean. She started out as a fashion journalist. She was able to put together a really impressive wardrobe because she got invited to sample sales, and she made friends with fashion PRs, so she got huge discounts, or freebies. I don't think she ever paid full price for anything." "You said she started out in fashion. Was that still what interested her?" Bianca laughed. "It never interested her. It was useful because of the lifestyle, and she was good at it, but it bored her. She wanted to be a proper investigative journalist, digging into the dark side of life, uncovering the truth. But no one took her seriously. She couldn't persuade anyone to give her a job in that area. They wanted her to write colour stuff, fashion, celebrity news. It drove her mad. She really knew what she was doing. All she needed was someone to give her a break. But she was determined, and I felt she was going to succeed, one way or another. She went freelance so she could work on the story she wanted to tell. Why were you worried about her when you couldn't get hold of her? She liked her own space, from what you said. She liked to be on her own. She worked alone. Why did you assume something had happened to her? I just had a feeling. Bianca shifted uneasily as she concentrated on fraying the tissue she was holding. A feeling? I leaned back in my chair and waited. When the silence became unbearable, she sighed. Look, she was working on something big. I thought she'd run into trouble. What was the story? I don't know. She flinched at the sceptical look on my face. I don't, okay? She kept it to herself. She was worried someone would scoop her. Even you? Her best friend? Bianca fidgeted. She didn't trust anyone. I didn't take it personally. That was a lie, I thought, but one I could understand. So she didn't talk to you about it. She wouldn't even tell me what it was, or where she was going. But I know she was excited about it. How can we find out what the story was? There must be notes on her computer. I didn't want to tell her the computer was missing. Who else would know about it? She'd pitched it to a few editors. Without success. As far as I know. She read the doubt on my face. That doesn't mean she was barking up the wrong tree. Mostly we don't get commissioned on an idea. You really need to be sure of what you've got before they take an interest. She'd been working on it for a couple of months. But she had no guarantee it would be published. Bianca shrugged. That's how it is. And the worst part is that you're on your own. In the old days, your editor knew where you were and what you were doing. Now we have no protection. No one knows what we do or where we are. It's risky for all of us, but the young female journalists have the hardest time with it. I suppose that was in the back of my mind all the time. That's why I panicked when I couldn't get hold of her. Can you write me a list of editors she might have approached? I slid my notebook and pen across the coffee table to her. Instead of picking them up, she stared at them, wordlessly plucking at the tissue. I wondered if I was unaware of some professional etiquette that might account for her reluctance. I can get the list from someone else if you prefer. No, it's fine. She leaned forward and wrote down 5 names and publications. This is where I'd start if I were you. I don't know for sure that she approached them, but I know she wanted to be published by them. As she slid the notebook across to me, a rattle at the door made me look around. Bianca jumped up. That's my boyfriend. He's not supposed to be home yet. I think I'm finished anyway. I stood up too, gathering my things. I'll get out of your hair now. Bianca rushed into the hall, and I heard her hiss, What are you doing here? I got off early. A rustle. These are for you. Bianca whispered something in return. I checked I hadn't left anything behind before I followed her into the flat's tiny hall. It was mainly filled with flowers at first glance. The boyfriend had arrived with an armful of peachy, close-petalled round blooms. They're beautiful. Ranunculus. Favourites of mine. Thought they might cheer Bianca up. The boyfriend was in green from head to toe, wearing the fleece and utility trousers of a professional gardener. He smiled at me and stuck his hand out. Sam Williams. Maeve Kerrigan. She's a police officer. She's here about Paige. There was a strained quality to Bianca's voice. I'm so sorry, love. He pulled her into his arms for a quick hug. Bianca fought free, grief shading to irritation. It could take people that way, I knew, but Sam looked hurt. I'm just going, I said quickly. Thanks for your help, Bianca. Is that everything? For now. I handed her my card. Call me if you think of anything that might help. And, Bianca, I'd appreciate it if you kept the details of the investigation to yourself. I don't want to open the paper tomorrow and find this is a double-page feature. I wouldn't do that. She sniffed, hurt. It was the second thing she'd said that I knew for sure was a lie. Two years earlier. He ran his hands through his hair so it stood on end. There was nothing in the room apart from the bed and a dusty chandelier that looked too heavy for the cracked, peeling plaster of the ceiling. A champagne bottle lay on its side on the floor, empty. The smell was bad. Someone had been sick, he thought. Or worse. There was a crumpled heap in the corner that looked like a T-shirt. It was smudged with brownish liquid. Red wine vomit. Shit. Blood. He didn't know. But it stank. He stank. He swung his legs off the bed and pressed his feet into the floor, which was veiled in grit. His chest was a dusty birdcage, his heart fluttering weakly like a dying canary. He coughed as he pulled his shirt on, the sound echoing off the bare walls. The house had seemed so grand the previous night, when he had been hopelessly drunk, and it had been dark. White candles wedged in the neck of old bottles, the light wavering. Wine. So much of it. Music. The thump of the bass in the pit of his stomach, teaching his heart how to beat. The tremendous heat, and how it had pressed against every inch of his skin, relentless. The sweat on his back, on his neck. The taste of salt. The unfamiliar roughness. Demanding. Determined. It wasn't him, he told himself. He had only been doing what he was asked to do. The throat offered up to his hand. The head tilted back in supplication and abandon. Eyes closed, mouth slack. He had never felt so much like a man, so in control, so commanding. What a joke. Chapter 7. I was on the 5th fruitless phone call to the editors on Bianca's list before I struck gold, and that was by pure chance. Definitely not someone on my radar. I drew a line through his name and sighed. No one else I've spoken to knows anything either. Who else have you called? I read through my list. Where did you get this list from? I recognized the sharpened professional interest in his voice. Another journalist? A friend of Paige Hargreaves. I can't think why they've left Adelia Monroe out. She's the obvious place to start. I wondered if Bianca had left her off the list in the hope that I wouldn't know enough to ask her. She had seemed helpful, but I didn't altogether trust her to tell me everything she knew. A good journalist would go a long way for a good story, and from what Paige had hinted, this was a good story. I suspected Bianca wouldn't want me blundering into the middle of it if she could help it. An innocent explanation, yet it still bothered me that she might have left a key detail out deliberately. Sometimes the things people didn't tell you were as important as the things they said. I drew a box around Bianca's name in my notebook and shaded in the edges. I'm afraid she wasn't obvious to me. The editor chuckled. No, but you do know who Adelia is, don't you? I did, in fact, because Adelia had edited Insight magazine throughout its 20-year history and was a regular on television and radio. I knew enough about her to be intimidated at the thought of asking her questions. I do. Give her a call. She's not as scary as she seems, he added, and I thanked him. Not scary if you were another editor, maybe, but quite terrifying for me. I tried to sound confident as I called her office, and after a short time I found myself speaking to Adelia herself. Oh, yes. I spoke to Paige Hargreaves about a story. It wasn't for us, unfortunately, but I was intrigued by it. The voice on the other end of the line was cultured and had the measured quality of someone who's used to being listened to. I could imagine her disapproving expression. Her hawk-like features were familiar from frequent appearances on television as a forthright talking head. What was the story? I spoke to her some months ago. Let me try to recall the exact details of what we discussed. She fell silent for a few moments, long enough that I started to fidget at my desk. Yes, that was it. She wanted to investigate the Chiron Club. Chiron. She pronounced it Chiron. What's the Chiron Club? I've never heard of it, I confessed, as I wrote down the name. It was better to admit ignorance than bluff. She chuckled. You wouldn't have. It's not for the likes of us. Strictly boys only, and by invitation. It's a social club, or at least that's what it pretends to be. They have fundraising events for charity. Balls, dinners, boxing matches. That's the only time they look for publicity, and that's all most people know about them. If it's not just a social club, what is it? Well, might you ask? There's a culture of silence about them, and no one has ever succeeded in breaking it. The membership is small and extremely wealthy. These men are politicians, businessmen, bankers, judges, the elite. They are powerful men, and they largely recruit their new members from the children and grandchildren of previous members. It's all deeply secret, and a little bit silly if you ask me. But Paige was convinced there was something sinister going on there. Sinister, I repeated. Such as? She wasn't prepared to say unless I commissioned her. And, as I said, I didn't feel it was for us. There was something grubby about the story. Adelia paused. You know, the members are powerful men. I had to weigh the importance of getting the story against what we might lose in access to these people. I have spent a long time building up the reputation of this magazine. I didn't want to lose that over a story that might be more suitable for a tabloid newspaper's exposé. Ouch. Did you say this to Paige? I was kind to her about it. She had potential as a writer. I wanted her to take her time and develop her work, instead of starting out by bringing down the establishment, or whatever she was planning to do. A pause. Is it possible this story had something to do with her death? I don't know yet, I said, but it's somewhere to start. After I got off the phone, I looked up the Chiron Club on the internet and got a handful of news stories about fundraising events, as Adelia had predicted. They had a website, which surprised me given their apparent obsession with secrecy, but when I clicked through to it, I found it was blandly uninformative. The landing page was a black screen with a login window for members. There was no further information, not even an email address for inquiries. You were in the gang, or you weren't welcome, I gathered. A further dive into Google earned me an address at least. What's that? Liv leaned over my shoulder to look at the street view I'd called up of the ornate, heavily pillared frontage of the club's home. Amazing building. It's the headquarters of a secret club, believe it or not. I rotated the view. It's beside Blackfriars Bridge overlooking the river. I knew I recognised it. I loved that building. I never knew what it was. They keep it quiet. No sign outside. The Chiron Club. Liv read off my notes. Are you planning to join? Not eligible. I explained to her why I was looking at it and saw her interest kick up a gear. Do you want me to have a nose around and see what I can find out? That would be brilliant. I want to try to speak to someone there about Paige. The more I know beforehand, the better. Consider it done, Liv said, and disappeared to her own desk. She had a background in financial investigation, and I knew she had contacts who would speak to her off the record about the Chiron Club and its members. I turned my attention to Paige, double-checking the information I'd got from Bianca about her family and background. It was boring but necessary work. Necessary because, in spite of Bianca's deep and sincere grief for her friend, I didn't trust her fully. I'd learnt that lesson the hard way. I flicked through my notebook to the interview with Mila and read the notes I'd taken again, wondering about the fake police officer. I looked at Mila's website, as crisp and uninformative as she was in person. I even searched for Harry Parr, as if he might be relevant. At the start of any investigation, it was impossible to tell what mattered and what didn't. Hunting down the details was what I did best, I assured myself. And it wasn't just human curiosity about what attracted Harry, a silver fox if ever I'd seen one, as well as being actually famous for his sculptures, to Mila. A colour magazine profile that included a picture of him in his studio, all blue eyes and muscled arms, told me that he'd moved to Kent for the sake of his health, after he suffered a life-threatening autoimmune disease that he linked to the house in London. That explained why they lived apart, although I thought I'd have been more likely to become allergic to Mila herself. The pictures of his low bungalow by the sea in Kent made me want to give up living in London. I was in the middle of a thoroughly enjoyable daydream about it when the door to the office swung open and banged against the wall. Josh Derwent, making an entrance. The top button of his collar was undone, and his tie was askew, as if he'd loosened it in a hurry. He was pale, and his hair was ruffled, but his eyes were bright. "Who's coming for a drink?" He scanned the room, squinting a little. With a sinking feeling, I recognised that look as exhaustion. He was running on adrenaline and not much more. "Come on. George is in. Chris?" Pettifer nodded. "Give me 5 minutes." 5 minutes is all you're getting. Who else? Liv? "I would kill for a glass of wine." She smiled at him. "I'll settle for sparkling water." His eyes tracked around to me. "Kerrigan, drink?" "What's the occasion?" "We made an arrest in the Poplar case." Georgia had come in behind Derwent. She put a file on her desk, moving slowly as if she was completely drained of energy. "The dad's been charged with murder and remanded to prison. His girlfriend's giving evidence against him. Worth celebrating, isn't it?" Derwent had wandered over to my desk so he could pick up and examine everything on it. "Good news all round. Except that the baby's dead and the mum's heartbroken. But still, definitely worth a drink." I took my favourite pen out of his hands gently and put it back in the pot where it lived. Leave my stuff alone? "Come for a drink." He dropped the swagger as he met my eyes, and when he spoke again, his voice was so quiet, only I would have heard him. "Please?" He couldn't go home yet, I recognised. He couldn't take that dark, boiling anger and frustration home to his girlfriend and her son. He couldn't risk letting it spill over, unless he was with the people who understood how he felt without having to ask. "Why not?" I stood up and pulled my jacket on. I wasn't doing anything else. As usual, it took considerably longer than 5 minutes to round up everyone who was going. It was more like half an hour before we were all ready. I found myself standing by the lift with Georgia as we waited for the others to gather their things. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," she shivered. "You were right." I wasn't going to say that. "He handled it really well." The two of us looked back into the office, where Derwent was spinning around on a chair, saying something that made Pete Belcock redden, and the other members of the team laugh. "He was so good with the mum. I didn't know he had it in him." "Now you do," I said simply. "He's better at this than people know. But it takes its toll." She nodded and blinked furiously, clawing for composure. "Make sure you talk to someone about how you're feeling." "That's what Josh said." Josh. I hated that Georgia was working with him, but I was determined not to show it. "That's good. Not that he would ever have counselling himself, of course. But you should." She nodded, taking it on board. "Do you?" "Sometimes." The rest of the party finally tore themselves away from their desks, and we piled into the lift, like a rowdy group of kids let out of school for the day. When we reached the ground floor, Derwent stood inside the lift and counted us out into the lobby. I hung back, so I was the last in the group, and paused before I stepped out of the lift. "Shitty case. You all right?" "I will be." He dropped an arm around my shoulders, and I hugged him, leaning into his warmth for a moment before he steered me out of the lift. "I'm glad you're coming out." "No problem." Even as I said the words, my brain was starting to process the very real problem that was stepping forward, to my total surprise. "Seth?" He was wearing one of his impeccable three-piece suits with a blue silk tie, and looked as if he'd come straight from work. Everyone in the lobby was staring at him, which he was used to, because he was that sort of handsome. This time, though, not everyone was admiring him. "Hey, Maeve, I was about to call you." "Well, this is a nice surprise," Derwent drawled. He took his arm away from me, but slowly. "Are you coming to the pub too?" "I'm taking Maeve out to dinner." "But, Seth, we didn't have plans." Even as I said it, I was wondering if I could have forgotten something. "Did we?" "No, we didn't." He gave me an uncertain smile. I didn't know I needed to make an appointment. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. "I texted you to tell you I was going out. Didn't you get it?" "Yeah, but it only came through a minute ago. I was already on my way here when you sent your message." "No reception on the tube." He waggled his phone at me apologetically. "Oh." I looked at Derwent, and then at Seth. "Well, I said I'd go for a drink with the team." I slightly stressed the last two words as if that would help. The others had moved away, though I knew everyone was watching this little standoff. Seth nodded. "Right." "I didn't know about dinner." "No, of course you didn't." "You could come to the pub with us, Seth," Derwent said. I looked at him, wary, noting the glint in his eye that was pure trouble. He was still on edge, and volatile as a result. What he would like more than anything else was a fight, I thought uneasily. But he sounded pleasant enough. If you wanted to join us, that is. "I don't think so, mate." "Mate?" Derwent laughed. "Okay." I stepped between them and turned to face Derwent, my temper rising. "I know you've had a tough day, but don't take it out on him." "It's okay, Maeve." Seth put his hand on my arm and gave it a quick, reassuring squeeze. "If you want to go out with your team, go. You can call me later to let me know you've got home. There you go. You've got permission now, Derwent said, and I caught my breath. I wasn't waiting for permission, and I'm not going anywhere with you. As if I would after that. His eyes narrowed. After what exactly? If he wanted a row, he could have one with me. After you behaved like a complete twat. Language? He raised his eyebrows. I must say, it's good to know where your loyalties lie. Are you really surprised that I'd rather go out for dinner with my boyfriend and have a nice time than go to the pub and listen to you sneering at me for a few hours? Derwent shook his head. If you want to make bad choices, I'm not going to stop you. As if you could. I was trembling from sheer rage. I'm not sure I like being called a bad choice, Seth said from behind me. I'm not sure there's a word to describe how little I care about what you like, Derwent snapped without breaking my gaze. Thanks for making this easy for me, I thought, and stepped away from him towards Seth. Dinner would be lovely. To Derwent I said, you lot will have to manage without me. He was walking away already, beckoning to the rest of the team as he went, hurt filling the air around him like smoke. Let's go. The lobby seemed very big and very empty after they'd gone. Seth looked at me. I'm sorry. Why should you apologise? It wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have come here. I'm glad you did. I stepped closer to him, and he put his arms around me. Let's just go home. Sure? What about dinner? I don't really feel like it. We can get a takeaway. I was far too upset to eat anything, but I nodded and smiled and kissed him. It was so like him to be kind about it, when my anger was choking me. Not for the first time. I had the feeling that he was far too good for me. Chapter 8. How did you get here? How did I get here? The question floored me because it was so familiar. It was the phrase that had been repeating in my head ever since the previous evening, all the way to Seth's flat on a rattling tube train, and for endless hours, where I tried to put the argument with Derwent out of my head. And then, later, as I waited hopelessly for sleep, while Seth snored beside me. I would have been the subject of conversation in the pub, I knew, and hated it. Speculation about the state of my relationship. Liv delivering her opinion of my boyfriend in short, trenchant sentences. Derwent scathing about how biddable I'd been. Exercising his anger about the poor dead baby by sneering at me. There would have been laughter at how I'd sprung to Seth's defence, at how touchy I was, how easily Derwent had got under my skin. But I should have been happier to be with Seth than with them. And I didn't feel that way at all, as I stared into the darkness of Seth's bedroom. It was ridiculous to be irritated that he was so attentive to me. What sort of girlfriend complained that her boyfriend wanted to spend the evening with her? What sort of person was so ungrateful for love and devotion? I felt overwhelmed, but that was my fault, not his. I was bad at allowing myself to be loved, I remembered. I had messed up one relationship by thinking my independence mattered more than being there for someone who was perfect for me in every way. I'd only realised too late how much I cared. Seth couldn't have been more perfect as a boyfriend. He was clever and handsome, and he told me I was wonderful pretty much every day. He was just keen. It was utterly insane to object to that. I wasn't going to ruin things again. The person who had asked me the question in real life was waiting for an answer, I realised, his eyebrows politely raised. I walked. You walked? Fascinating. Is it? It is to me. He sat in a fat, squat leather armchair. The leather was sandy with wear along the back and arms, in a way that shouted money far louder than if it had been shiny and new. Not that it needed to shout, or that shouting would have been permitted in the elegant surroundings of the Chiron Club. Everything from the dull silk curtains to the gilt-framed mirrors and the heavy marble fireplaces spoke of wealth and culture and privilege. The bronze lamp beside the armchair was shaped like a slave girl holding a torch, her head bent, her best bare, the robe swathed around her hips picked out in gold. I thought it was hideous. It's a nice day for a walk. I was only coming from Westminster. Sir Marcus Gley beamed at me. He was a small, round man with bright eyes and a voice full of good humour. It's a little interest of mine, much more telling than you might imagine. Most people don't walk. If they come by car, it means they have a driver, because there's nowhere to park a car round here. If they come by taxi, it means they don't mind spending money. Or their employer's money, I suppose. We're slap bang beside Blackfriars Station. There is no need to take a taxi here. Then again, if they come on public transport, they are humble, but also mundane and not striving for originality. There is room in life for people who take the obvious route, but one must have originality too. If they cycle, they are independent and bloody-minded, and possibly a little bit stupid. I wouldn't cycle in London for love or money, and I care a lot about both. It was my turn to raise my eyebrows. And if they walk? Then they aren't in a hurry. Their mind may not be entirely on their job. I felt myself blushing and hoped the lighting was dim enough to hide it. Or it's just a nice day for a walk by the river. Indeed it is. I quite envy you. He twinkled at me sweetly. Thank you for agreeing to see me, Sir Marcus. I appreciate it. He waved a hand. I was interested. And aside from the club and a handful of boards, I am retired. I can't pretend to be busy. All the same, I wasn't expecting to be allowed in here so easily. I'd heard it was a secret organisation. He chuckled. Like something from a Bond film. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. We do allow visitors from time to time. Of course, if you wanted to ramble all around the building, I might have to be more stern. This will do for now, I said, holding his gaze. I could cope with being patronised all day and all night by the charming old rogue. I must admit, I'm hazy on what we might be able to do for you here. You mentioned something about an investigation. I'm on good terms with a number of retired police officers, even a couple of the Met's commissioners. They can vouch for me. I had been deliberately vague, and now I smiled. It's not clear yet how the Chiron Club might be of interest, but, as I said, it's a murder investigation. Thrilling, he said, sitting forward as if he was watching a particularly gripping film. Who is dead? A journalist. My goodness, it really is cloak and dagger stuff, this. I assure you, we haven't offed any journalists here. What was his name? I registered the pronoun and wondered if it was deliberate. Her name was Paige Hargreaves. Hargreaves. He thought for a second. No, I don't remember anyone of that name. How did she die? That's an excellent question. She didn't try to contact you? No, I'm sure of it. What made you think she had? She was working on a story that might have been about the club. Might have been, he repeated. Don't you know? We're at an early stage of the investigation. You certainly must be if you don't know something so basic. He shook his head, smiling, baffled. I can't see how we could have been of interest to her, or how we might help the police now. We have nothing to hide. Even though you are so secretive about your membership and what goes on here? Where you see secrecy, we see privacy. What can you tell me about the Chiron Club? I've found it very hard to get much information about the way the club works, or what it does. That's quite deliberate, but not for any sinister reason. The details are only of interest to members, and one cannot apply for membership. Prospective members are selected with great care. They are approached and offered the opportunity to be a part of this organisation. We don't want to attract attention from those who would be, let's say, unsuitable. How many members are there? Hard to say. Some are involved very little. They are members in name only. Others are here every day. He spread his hands helplessly. You make me feel I'm being quite vague. I promise I'm not doing it deliberately. What makes a suitable member? Financial stability. Fees are somewhat steep, but buildings like this don't maintain themselves, unfortunately. He waved a cheery hand at the room, as I wondered what somewhat steep meant in these surroundings. 50,000 a year? 100? Everyone pays the amount they can afford, which is fair. And they have to be the right type of person. Someone with prospects. Brilliant, of course, and successful, with potential. Most of our new members are in their 20s. We don't want to become a collection of OAPs rattling our walking sticks at one another. All male, I gather? He looked mildly disconcerted. Well, yes. Could there ever be a female member of the Chiron Club? Oh, difficult to say. He laced his fingers under his chin and twinkled at me. It's never arisen. One of the issues, you see, is that we're not altogether keen on the feminist movement, which seems designed to reward the less able simply by virtue of their sex. Either women are our equals and don't need special treatment, or they are fragile and require opportunities to be created for them, and quotas and so forth. Feminists seem to be promoting a most confused and illogical ideology that is much more about making trouble than anything else. And of course, they aren't good company, these people. In short, any woman who would wish to be a member of the club would find that they were unsuitable, simply by virtue of expressing that wish. I almost admired the neatness of it. Are women ever allowed in the club as guests? Or to work? I found myself giving it a capital letter in my head, as Sir Marcus so clearly did. I hadn't seen another woman so far. A large, tough-looking man had welcomed me, introducing himself as Carl Hooper, the head of security. He had ushered me through the black-and-white tiled hall to the side room where Sir Marcus had been waiting for me, cheerful in pinstripes. A couple of members had glanced in my direction as I passed through the hall, their expressions studiously neutral, but women were clearly an unusual sight. There are administrative staff on the top floor, and I think we have 2 ladies in the kitchen at present. What about social occasions? It depends on the occasion. Some of them are for members only. For others, our Christmas party and our summer ball, notably, we are very happy to welcome wives, girlfriends, and so forth. We bring in temporary hospitality staff for events, and there can be waitresses. But women aren't allowed in the club dining room or bars as guests. I flipped open my file. Here's a photograph of Paige Hargreaves. Does she look familiar? He took it from me and stared at it earnestly. No. Striking girl. I don't have much of an eye for faces, but I'm sure I would have remembered if I'd met her. Can I have a list of members? Absolutely not. A twinkle that had no warmth in it at all. It's against the club rules to share that kind of information with outsiders. Can I speak to the administrators on the second floor? They're much too busy. I can pass on any questions, if you like. I ask my own questions. Not on this occasion, I think. He was still smiling, but I could see the power of the man for the first time. I could keep pushing, but I would get nowhere. Now, I'm afraid I must bring this fascinating conversation to a close. I have another appointment. May I have the photograph? He tucked it into his inside breast pocket as he stood up. I thought it might be useful if I kept it. I can show it around and so forth. Try to find out if this young lady was here behind my back in some capacity. He looked bewildered for a moment. I do try to stay on top of these things, but I don't always succeed. I did not think it would be useful at all, but there was nothing I could do short of pinning him down and ripping it out of his suit. I shook his hand instead and thanked him for nothing. He had told me very little I hadn't known or suspected already. The sunlight was still glittering invitingly on the waters of the Thames, under a clear blue sky. But I trudged down the steps to the grim underpass that cut under the road and led to the station. I would take a humble, unoriginal underground train to the office, proving once and for all that I knew my place. 2 years earlier. The hallway was empty, doors standing open to offer him a view of deserted rooms. A single shoe lay capsized on the floor. A woman's. Black. Suede. Fragile. No sign of his. He couldn't remember taking them off. Or his socks. Or his phone. That had gone earlier in the evening, he recalled, and cursed himself. His shirt gaped open, half of the buttons gone. The stairs creaked under him, and he caught his breath. Someone would hear. So what? He wasn't doing anything wrong. And if he'd learned anything at all at school, it was that people took their cue from him. If he acted as if he'd done something dreadful, that's what people would think had happened. If he pretended there was nothing to be ashamed of, it would convince 99 out of 100 people. He jogged down the stairs, whistling, making enough noise to raise the dead. No one came, dead or not. They'd gone and left him behind. They'd gone. They'd left him behind. They'd actually gone. The thought kept bouncing off the inside of his aching skull as he trailed through room after room, the slap of his steps echoing on the bare boards. There was hardly any furniture. A stained sofa in a room big enough to be a ballroom. A broken armchair, surrounded by empty shelves in what must have been the library. He stepped through an open French window onto a terrace that was shimmering with heat. It had been grand once upon a time, and last night it had been heaven. Pots stood at regular intervals along it, holding the parched remains of ornamental trees. 2 pouting cherubs held up empty basins on either side of the steps that led to the garden. Cigarette butts and corks littered the flagstones. An army of empty bottles marched along the terrace and down the steps to the bleached, dusty lawn. Someone had spilled red wine. It had run between the stones and stained the ground like blood. A pair of deck chairs stood at careless angles to one another, and prompted him to remember lounging in one, cigarette caught between his fingers, the smoke spiralling up into the starry sky. Crickets rasped in the garden, a dry, sharp sound that scraped his nerves raw. He stumbled down the steps. The brittle lawn was alive with ants, some burdened with huge wings that they dragged after them as they moved through the grass. Why they didn't fly was a mystery, like so much else. But maybe the air was too dense for them, too hot. The sky was cloudless, glaring like white metal. There were the trees he'd remembered. Daylight showed that the summer heat had withered the leaves already. He broke into a shambling run that took him around the corner of the house. There was a tall hedge blocking his path, with a gap about halfway along. He plunged towards it, shooting through the gap, and out into the sunlight on the other side, where he stopped, his toes digging into the ground. His arms windmilled as he teetered on the edge of the swimming pool that he remembered the moment he saw it and not before. The water was dirty. Green algae clung to the sides. Black mould clogged the tiles, and a scurf of drowned insects and dead leaves coated the water. A single wineglass lay at the bottom of the pool, swaying back and forth at the whim of an unseen current. The pool house was a low building styled like a Greek temple, squatting to the left of where he stood. It was empty, like the house, deserted. Nothing human lived here except for him. It was like a curse, or a fable, the last man standing. He became aware that something cold was touching his foot, and he looked down to see a condom draped over the edge of the pool. Fuck! He kicked it away, disgusted, and a cloud of fat, greenish-black flies rose up from the water, peevish at being disturbed. His eyes fell on something he hadn't noticed, right at his feet. It was under the raised lip at the edge of the pool, in the shadows. A shape. A body. He stared at it. The back just breaking the surface of the water, the hair swaying, the hands hanging with loosely curled fingers, the white flash of untanned skin on the buttocks, a graze, bloodless, that ran across the spine, a tattoo that covered one arm from shoulder to wrist, blue clouds blooming over the upper arm, and a dragon that curved around the elbow to blow fire across the soft skin inside the joint. What does it mean? It's a scene from Chinese mythology. Are you into Chinese mythology? Not really. They had laughed. He turned away from the pool to vomit, thin, bitter bile that splattered his trousers and his feet. This couldn't be happening. Chapter 9. It was 7 days since Kim Weldon had found Paige Hargreaves' hand by the Thames, and I was no nearer to finding out who had put it there. The fair wind that had given me one lead after another at the start of the investigation seemed to have dropped, and it had left me marooned. The Thames had given up 2 more pieces of the dead woman, a foot and part of a thigh, but the fragments had told us nothing we didn't know already, and the Marine unit were muttering discouragingly about the likelihood of finding anything else. I had no suspects, no real motives, and no ideas. The Chiron Club had seemed like a promising place to start looking for a killer, but I'd uncovered nothing there. I was beginning to think there was nothing to find, despite Paige's excitement over her story. My interview with Sir Marcus Gley gave me the impression that it was nothing more than a collection of overprivileged men making opportunities for one another, which wasn't exactly a scandal. That was how the world worked, after all. Maybe it had come as a shock to Paige. I was all too used to it. The analysts had pored over Paige's bank statements and phone records, but what they'd given me didn't look suspicious in any way. There were no large payments in or out of her account. She hadn't used cash to hide any purchases that I could see, and her spending had matched what I'd expect from a reasonably frugal, single woman in one of the most expensive cities in the world. I sat at my desk, staring into space, waiting for inspiration to strike. The office was quiet, the early buzz dwindling mid-morning, as detectives went out to crime scenes and interviews and court. I noticed familiar footsteps approaching, without expecting them to stop by my desk, so it wasn't until Derwent cleared his throat that I looked up. "Oh, it's you." "Obviously." He had adopted his usual wide stance, looming over me with his hands in his pockets. But the arrogance was a reflex, I thought. He looked wary, almost apologetic, if he was capable of that. It was the first time we'd spoken since the confrontation with Seth. I'd been avoiding him, and he had been ignoring me because we were both grown-ups. "What can I do for you?" I couldn't quite manage to sound enthusiastic about it, but I was civil. "I was an idiot the other night." Not what I had expected. I blinked. "I'm aware of that." "Yeah, well, it was a bad day." "I'm aware of that too. You shouldn't have taken it out on Seth." Derwent made a sound in the back of his throat that definitely didn't sound as if he was agreeing with me, but he couldn't meet my eyes. "It upset you?" "Yeah, it did." I folded my arms. "Just to be clear, are you actually going to apologise? Or is this your way of making sure your recollection of events matches mine?" He looked at me as if I was insane. "I'm not here to apologise." "Of course not. Why would you?" So far, so normal. "What do you want?" "Do you like him?" The question was abrupt. "Yes, of course I do. He's my boyfriend." "I don't trust him." My face was hot. "I don't remember asking you for your opinion." "You're getting it anyway. I think he's trying too hard." "Trying too hard," I repeated. "You're right. I should dump him." "Dump him or don't. I don't care. But pay attention to what he's doing." "And what's that exactly?" "He's taken over your life. You had decided what you were going to do the other night, but as soon as he turned up, you changed your plans. You left your friends to spend the evening with him. The reason that happened was because your behaviour was inexcusable. It was nothing to do with Seth." "No?" he said, unpleasantly. "That's how you saw it, is it?" "That's how it was." "When was the last time you went out without him? Or with friends?" I opened my mouth to tell him, then shut it again. I couldn't remember offhand. He pressed home his advantage. "You've changed since you've been seeing him. Everyone's noticed it. The way you eat, the things you do in your spare time, the way you are." "You've been talking to Liv," I said accusingly. "So what? We both noticed it." "You're being ridiculous. This is what happens when you're in a relationship. You spend time with your boyfriend and you start doing things differently. You make room for the other person in your life, and your friends and family may have to shuffle over too. I'm sure I have changed, and I'm glad about it. Let's face it, the main difference between how I was before Seth and how I am now is that I'm happy." He dropped the hostility from one second to the next, his eyes softening in that way I found so disarming. If you're happy, that's all that matters. Well, I am, I said, still suspicious because I knew him too well to relax. It's just that he's making you into a different person. So? I liked the old one. He walked off without waiting for me to respond, and I sat at my desk, stewing, thinking of 100 different things I could have replied if I'd been quick enough to keep him from having the last word. It was Liv's turn to stop beside my desk a few minutes later. Are you okay? Absolutely fine, I said, deciding on the spot that I could do without another conversation about my current relationship. I'm trying to work out where I've gone wrong with the Paige Hargreaves case. She borrowed a chair from the next desk and sat down with a wince, leaning back to make space for her bump. What makes you think you've gone wrong? You've been doing a great job. I've done such a great job that I have no leads and no ideas. What about the Chiron Club? I shook my head. Dead end, as far as I can see. Just because she was working on a story about them, that doesn't mean it connects with her murder. And I've no idea what the story is. I still haven't found her phone or her laptop. We haven't identified the fake police officer. We don't even know how she got into the river. The club is right on the riverfront, isn't it? Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? Sort of, but it doesn't help. The Marine unit officers told me there's no way to tell where her body was dumped from where the pieces turned up. And we still don't know when they put her in the river. I need a clue, a witness, something to narrow down the time of her death and the window for her body to be disposed of. Then I can call in CCTV from the right area and the right time. If I guess, we'll find ourselves with hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage to review and no guarantee of spotting anything useful. We could start with the cameras around Blackfriars Bridge, given that we have to start somewhere, Liv said hesitantly. Covering what period of time? Before she was reported missing, up to the day before the mudlarker found her hand. I sighed. Even if we only have a few cameras, that'll be a lot of CCTV to review. Get Colin to do it. He loves a challenge. She was right. Colin Vale lived for the kind of tedious CCTV reviewing that made me want to lie on the floor and howl. What we really need to find out is where her body was cut up. It must have been messy. Think what Kev Cox could do with a scene like that. Kev was my favourite crime scene manager, a gifted and intuitive scientist with a perpetually cheerful approach to life, despite spending most days up to his elbows in death. If we find something on CCTV that suggests suspicious activity near Blackfriars Bridge, we might be able to turn that into a search warrant for the club. Sir Marcus Glay promised me they weren't hiding anything, but he wouldn't let me get beyond the hall, I said thoughtfully. In an ideal world, I'd search that place from the attic to the cellars. All I need is a reason. It would really help if we knew what Paige's story was about, wouldn't it? I didn't find anything useful in her flat. I hesitated, wary of offending her. I thought I might take another look, in case we missed something. In case I missed something, you mean? She was grinning, though. I knew you couldn't stand to leave it up to me. There's nothing there, I promise. But be my guest. Chapter 10. I slit the police tape that was strung across Paige Hargreaves' front door and let myself in. As the door closed behind me with a click and a thud, I shivered. The last time I'd been there, the flat had been humming with activity. I had been focused on finding evidence. More than that, I had thought of Paige as a conundrum to be solved, rather than a real person. But standing in the small white-painted hallway, with the bare wooden stairs stretching ahead of me, the distinctive sound of the door closing still echoing in my head, I thought of her for what felt like the first time. She had drawn the door closed behind her countless times. She had hung her coat on the wall hooks beside me. She had leafed through her post where I stood, hoping for good news rather than bills. She had kept her home to herself, so maybe it had been her retreat from the world, her safe place. She had trudged up the steps the same way as me, her hand on the wooden rail that ran up one side of the narrow space. One day she had gone up the stairs for the last time, without knowing it. She had lived in this space, and now I was walking in her footsteps to find out how she had died. When I stepped into the kitchen at the top of the stairs, the first thing I noticed was that someone had dealt with the smell. The fridge stood open, switched off but thoroughly cleaned. It would take more than a little bleach to get rid of the mould on the wall, though. One of the sash windows had been lowered a couple of inches, enough to take the edge off the stale atmosphere. The rooms were tidier too. The same items I'd noticed before, but arranged in a logical way. That would be Liv's work. I felt more optimistic about my chances of coming across something useful as I lugged a stack of newspapers and magazines over to the armchair by the window. There would be something here, caught between the pages or scribbled in a margin. There had to be. All I had to do was find it. 3 hours later, I was not feeling so positive. I stretched my neck with a wince, easing tight, tired muscles. A half-moon area around my chair was completely covered in stacks of paper, organised by type and date. It was looking more and more like busy work, rather than useful research. I had found nothing that related to any current work that Paige had been doing. No notes, no printouts, no folders of research. I had found Paige's personal archive of published stories, though, and read through it, noting that she had a wry turn of phrase. The earlier pieces were showy, heavy on the adjectives and self-consciously clever. As she got more experience, she settled into a style that was all her own. Caustic humour, a questioning eye, intriguing opening paragraphs, and a neat way with endings. A fearless ability to puncture overblown privilege. In among the fashion and the lifestyle pieces, there were some articles on homelessness and drug abuse that stood out. She had cared about these pieces, I thought, and it showed. On the whole, I felt, slightly to my surprise, that I would have liked Paige if I'd known her. I stood up and stretched. The chair had never been particularly supportive, but over the hours I'd been sitting there, it had turned into a proper instrument of torture. The springs were poking up through the seat, and the wooden frame had won the battle with the stuffing that was supposed to pad it. I couldn't imagine Paige sitting in it while she worked. The table had been so thoroughly covered in the debris of her life that I doubted she could have found a space to write there either. The 2 upright chairs that stood at the table had been tucked in between the table and the window, out of the way unless they were needed. The attic flat was a small space. Choices had to be made about what furniture you kept and how you used it, and I couldn't see anywhere that Paige could have made into a working area. I stepped through the stacks of paper on the floor to get to the bedroom. It wasn't a particularly pleasant room, relying on a narrow skylight for natural light. We had imagined her lying in bed, drinking champagne from the bottle, alone or with a friend, because of what we'd found on the bedside table, but I doubted she could have worked in bed. The mattress and bedding were gone now, taken away by the forensic scientists for analysis, but I could recall the scene as it had been. 2 limp pillows that offered no support, and a low wooden bed head. It would have been uncomfortable to try to work there. I turned in a circle, scanning the small flat, reading the black and white poster on the wall at the end. Be your own hero. There was nowhere else to work, unless she'd put her laptop on the kitchen counter and stood up to write. That seemed unlikely to me, especially given how untidy the kitchen had been when we looked at it before. So, if she hadn't worked at home, she had to have gone somewhere. I frowned, trying to remember. I'd read something she'd written, hadn't I, about the neighbourhood? I crouched beside the stacked pages, searching for the right article. It had been a stray reference among a few others, and I had skimmed over it without thinking. Something about places to eat in Greenwich. I almost missed the article as I flicked, recognising the photograph by chance when it flashed past. With an exclamation, I pulled it out and scanned it. But it's all too cute and self-conscious for me. Give me proper plates, not fish and chips served with a pretentious bucket and spade. If your hipster allergies are playing up too, and you want a more authentic experience, a few doors down you'll find Carlo's, a friendly family-run cafe that hasn't changed since the 1960s. The current owner, Carlo Jr., doesn't mind you sitting for hours over a cup of tea and a fried egg sandwich while you race to meet a deadline. At least, he doesn't if you're me. But then, I am in there practically every day. I checked the address. It was 2 minutes from the flat. I would pop in, I decided. And not just because I was drooling at the thought of a proper fried egg sandwich. From the outside, Carlo's looked like a typical London greasy spoon. The lower third of the wall outside was tiled with pink and white tiles, some cracked or broken. The window was fogged with dirt. I peered through the glass and saw a handful of booths, all occupied. It was a good sign if it was popular with the locals. When I pushed open the door, I encountered a gust of warm air that was scented with a heady mix of coffee, frying bacon, and toast. At the counter, there was no sign of Carlo. A small woman with dyed black hair and darting nervous eyes took my order and told me that Carlo was out for half an hour. You speak to him when he comes? Or I could call him? She trailed off, uncertain. There's no hurry. She nodded at me, looking relieved. The police often made people nervous, but I felt her edginess was habitual, that she was always operating at the limits of her capacity. I went and found a seat in the window, and the food arrived almost before I'd finished taking off my coat. The egg sandwich oozed golden yolk all over the plate, and was as good as Paige had promised. I wondered if she had sat where I was sitting, watching the people hurry past, heads down against the spring breeze. The tea was strong enough to satisfy even me. I gave myself permission to enjoy it, and the unaccustomed break from dashing around. I was almost disappointed when a stocky, dark-haired man swung into the cafe and ducked behind the counter with a nod to the regulars. I gathered my things slowly, giving the woman time to tell him who I was, in a low voice that I couldn't hear over the hum of conversation in the cafe. He was waiting for me when I arrived at the counter, his face open and friendly, with an undertone of concern. You hear about Paige? Is she okay? She hasn't been in for a while. I'm so sorry, I said, and told him the bare outlines of what he needed to know. That she was dead, and we were treating it as murder. My God! He fell back against the counter behind him, one hand to his head. I had no idea. I thought, God, do you know who did it? Not yet. We're pursuing a few different lines of inquiry. There were times I loved police jargon, which allowed you to say everything and nothing at the same time. You said she hadn't been here for a while. Not for a few weeks. She was reported missing a month ago. That would fit. Marta, Paige hasn't been here for a month, has she? The woman gave a complicated, wordless nod and shrug, which managed to convey it was possible, but she couldn't say for sure. Did you know her well? Sort of. We get to know our regulars. If I saw her in the street, I'd stop and chat, you know what I mean? She liked a bit of banter when she was in, but I don't know if you could say I knew her well. Did she come in here with anyone? He shook his head. Always alone. She loved working in here because we don't have the internet, so there were no distractions. She'd sit there tapping away, headphones on. Mind you, she knew what was going on all the time. She never missed anything. And she was kind. When she had a bit of extra cash, she'd pay for some of the older customers, the ones who come in here for a chat and to get warm. Never told them she'd done it, and wouldn't let me tell them either. Before she disappeared, how did she seem to you? Same as usual, or was she worried about anything? He blew out a lungful of air, considering it. I don't know, darling. Now that you're asking me, I'm thinking maybe she was a bit low, but not so much I'd ask her about it. She was quiet the last few times she came in. There were days when she was up for a chat and days when she wanted to work. Do you know what she was working on? Well, she never talked to me about it. We used to talk about food. She gave me a cookbook once because I'd mentioned it. He ran a hand over his head, embarrassed. This is my dad's place. I always wanted to be a proper chef, but I ended up here. Don't get me wrong, I'm proud of it, but I know there's more I could be doing. Paige encouraged me. I let him talk for a little longer, appreciating the insight I was getting into her. It was comforting to know that Paige would be genuinely mourned and missed. She had probably had no idea how much she had meant to the friends and acquaintances she kept at arm's length. At first glance, she was an airhead, a fashion-conscious glamour girl who liked the idea of being an investigative journalist, who lived in semi-squalor that she hid. But there was more to her than that, and I was glad of it. We're still looking for Paige's laptop and phone, and we still don't know exactly what she was working on. I don't suppose she left anything here. Notes, or her computer? It was a vain hope, I knew, but I thought I might as well ask. No, nothing like that. Marta nudged Carlo and muttered something. He smacked his head and twisted to look behind him. Wait! There is this. There was a book on the shelf below the cash register. A thin book, navy blue, with the title picked out in gold foil. Carlo handed it to me. That was Paige's. She left it in here the last time she was in. I turned it so I could see the spine, where a single word jumped out at me. Gley. The book was a short biography of Marcus Gley, I saw, turning it over. Privately printed, in a limited edition, in honour of his 20th year as president of the Chiron Club. Can I take this? Be my guest. I was halfway out of the cafe when another thought occurred to me. Carlo, when you say she left it here, was it an accident? Did she leave it behind by mistake? No. She asked me to keep it for her. Keep it safe. He looked worried. Does that mean it's important? I hope so. I headed out with a new spring in my step. If Paige had wanted to keep it safe, maybe she'd known she was in danger. And maybe I'd find the reason she died between the navy blue covers of the book in my hand. 2 years earlier. He was inside the pool house, he came to realise, standing in the bathroom. He was shivering, unwell. Thank God there was a toilet and a tap that worked. He used the toilet, his guts liquid. Then he ran water into his cupped palms and splashed his face, drinking a few mouthfuls before he straightened up. His stomach lurched. a warning to move carefully, slowly. Outside, the pool was still. The water was grey, the air oddly dim, so he had to strain his eyes to see what he knew was there. Abandoned wine glasses, the dress hanging limp on the lounger, the body. He glanced up and understood why the light had changed. Heavy blue-black clouds boiled overhead now, swollen with rain. How could he hide this? The body was in water, which would wash away any traces of his sweat and his saliva. But if his... He stopped, balked, remade the thought so it was bearable. If his DNA was inside it... You don't need a condom. I promise it's fine. Do it now. His DNA was inside the body. That was a fact. They would find it when they did a post-mortem. He wasn't the sort to get arrested. His DNA wouldn't be on file. But if the police traced him somehow and tested him, they would match it. Then he wouldn't be able to deny that they'd had sex, which was a problem on so many levels he couldn't even form the words to list them. He couldn't hide the body. He couldn't bury it. There was no way he could lift it out of the water on his own, even if he was prepared to touch it, which he wasn't. He couldn't burn it, the thing was waterlogged. Even in this heat it would barely smoulder. He couldn't do anything but hope no one found the body for a while, long enough for it to decompose. The flies were already at work. A few days should be enough. A week would be better. He had no idea if he had minutes or months before someone came looking. He cleaned up the pool house, wiping down everything he might have touched. When he walked outside, the air felt even hotter, charged with electricity. A low growl of thunder echoed on the right. Rain would come, sooner or later. Rain that would wash away his vomit, that would disperse all the traces of him from the poolside. The body was a shadow in the water, still and horrible. He went through the gap in the hedge and trudged around the side of the house again. Something moved on the terrace as he came level with it, and he flinched before he realized what it was. A magpie, strutting along the balustrade, watching him. The house's blank windows stared at him too, as he stumbled across the wide expanse of straw-like lawn. His only thought, to get away. Chapter 11. My feeling that I'd found something important faded as soon as I started actually trying to read the biography of Sir Marcus Gley. It was set in tiny print with very narrow margins, and it was indescribably tedious. The biography started off with Sir Marcus's early years, a predictable history of prizes and accomplishments at one exclusive school after another. I skipped forward, past his academic and sporting triumphs at Cambridge, and his glittering career in the legal profession, before taking up a new role in the city. One company name followed another. Successes, record profits, blah, blah, blah. The words danced before my eyes, and I found myself stifling a yawn. If I wasn't very careful, I would wind up sleeping at my desk. I gave up on reading for the time being, and flicked through the pages, scanning the close-set type for any underlining or marginal comments that Page might have left. I needed something, anything, to confirm that this book was important to her. A little voice in my head whispered that maybe it wasn't. Maybe she had been going out and hadn't wanted to take a hardback book with her. Maybe Carlo had completely misunderstood her when she told him to look after it. I'd expected to find a chapter at the very least on the Chiron Club, given that it was published in celebration of his presidency. The club, though, was only mentioned in passing in a few places, almost as if nothing needed to be said. The book was for Chiron Club members, I reminded myself. They already knew it all. I sighed and turned to the end of the book, looking for an index that I could skim through for familiar names, or anything that could be of interest. I'd have to read the whole bloody thing anyway, I knew, because I couldn't bear to think I'd miss something. Keep it safe, she had said, and left it with someone she trusted, and there wasn't so much as a sheet of paper elsewhere to tell us what she'd been writing, or why. So this was my only lead currently. That in itself suggested that I was on the right track to pursue the Chiron Club angle. Someone had cleaned up. Someone had erased every trace of her research. That couldn't have been by chance. They must have had a good reason. They must... I stopped. There was no index, but written in faint pencil on the inside of the back cover was a name. Beneath it, there was a telephone number, and they were both in Page's handwriting. Roderick Asquith. Liv grinned at me. He doesn't sound posh at all. I bet you a fiver he calls himself Roddy, I whispered, and rapped the knocker on the peeling blue door. The house was in Fulham, a part of London that was generally well-heeled and mainly residential, a warren of Victorian terraced streets. Roderick Asquith's home was halfway along a street of similar houses, but it was not the best kept by any means. In contrast with the neighbours' gardens that flanked it, the front featured a large bike shed, beside some overflowing bins, and a spindly unkempt hedge. At a glance, the recycling was largely composed of beer cans and wine bottles. Big drinker. Liv was eyeing it too. Does he live here on his own? He's got 2 flatmates. Even so, if that's a week's worth of booze, I'm worried for their livers. I was peering in through the shutters. From what I could see, the sitting room was dominated by a giant TV and every variety of games console imaginable. Typical boys' house. I'd done my research, as far as that was practical. I had an aversion to turning up on someone's doorstep without knowing what to expect. If there was someone there who had a habit of being violent with the police, or who had arrests for carrying concealed weapons, I wanted to know about it before I knocked on the door. There weren't any red flags for this address. He does know we're coming. It wasn't a question. I called him. He said he'd be here at 5, and it's 10 past. I sighed. Maybe he's not home from work yet. Where does he work? Holborn. We could have met him at his office. It would have been more convenient for us too. He didn't want to meet me in his office, or anywhere near work. He said his 2 housemates wouldn't be home if we met at 5. Even as I said it, the door opened. Roderick Asquith? Roddy, he said automatically, and I felt Liv quiver with amusement beside me. Maeve Kerrigan. We spoke on the phone? I held up my warrant card, aware that Liv was doing the same. Can we come in? Roddy Asquith looked about 25, but his fair hair was already thinning noticeably. He had a pink and white complexion that gave away his every emotion. At the moment, he was flushed and definitely unhappy. His face was rounded, as if he had puppy fat left to lose. His shirt had pulled out from one side of his suit trousers, and his tie was crooked. Hi. Yes. The thing is, I don't actually want to talk to you, so I'm going to have to say no. Sorry. He started to close the door, and I put out my hand to hold it open, using enough force to stop him. Mr. Asquith, as I explained to you on the phone, this is a murder investigation. I know. I should have said no when you called me, but I was at work, and I wanted to get off the phone. He swallowed, embarrassed. I'd like to help. Really, I would. But I think it's best if I don't say anything. "I'd rather talk to you here than at the local police station," I said. "But if you prefer to accompany us there, Oh, God. Oh, no." He ran a hand over his head, panicking. This wasn't playing out the way he'd imagined it. "I don't know what to say. I don't know why you won't take no for an answer." "Because I'm trying to find the person who killed Paige Hargreaves and disposed of her body in a particularly grotesque way. Do you know anything about that?" "About Paige? No, of course not. I heard she was dead." He was sweating now, his upper lip shining. He dabbed at it with the back of his hand. "I saw it in the paper." "How did you know her?" I didn't." I tilted my head to one side. "That's not true, is it?" "What makes you say that?" The way he was behaving. The fact that he had used her first name when he talked about her, unthinkingly. The fact that he had noticed the newspaper reports about her death, which had been light on detail because we wanted to keep some of it to ourselves. I knew he was lying to me, and fortunately I could prove it. "We found your name and telephone number among Paige's possessions, handwritten by Paige herself. If we check your phone records, we'll know the truth." "You can't take my phone without a warrant." "I don't need to. I can get a court order to check the records through your service provider. To be honest, I'll do that anyway. It's useful for us because you won't be able to delete any calls or messages by clearing your phone." I wouldn't do that." I raised an eyebrow, and he blushed more deeply. "Look, I just want you to leave me alone." "That's not an option, I'm afraid." "Can we come in?" Liv pushed her coat back and patted her bump, shamelessly playing the pregnancy card. "I'd really love to sit down for a bit. You know how it is." He took a deep breath, bracing himself. No, I'm afraid you can't. I don't want you in here. If you want to talk to me, you'll have to arrest me." "I can't arrest you if you haven't done anything wrong," I said. "And I don't want to. I want to know why you were in contact with Paige, and if it has anything to do with her investigation into the Chiron Club." I thought he was going to be sick then and there. The colour drained out of his face. "You can't ask me about that." "Are you a member?" Liv asked. "I'm not supposed to talk about it." "But you did talk about it, didn't you?" I said gently. "You talked to Paige." "I didn't think it mattered. But I shouldn't have. I wasn't supposed to—" The words burst out of him before he considered the implications of saying them. "Oh, God." "Mr. Asquith." "No." He shoved the door hard, and I couldn't hold it open. The door slammed home, and I took a step away, wincing. The movement had jarred my shoulder painfully. More than that, though, I was upset with myself for assuming he wouldn't force the door closed, but panic had overcome his social conditioning. Panic caused by my mentioning the Chiron Club, I thought. Liv bent and pushed open the letterbox. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Asquith. We'll come back for a chat soon. You have a think about what you know in the meantime, and maybe you can be more helpful to us than you have been up to now." We headed to the car in silence. It wasn't until the doors were closed, and I was sure we couldn't be overheard, that I turned to Liv. "Search warrant?" She gave me a small, wicked smile. "Search warrant." Chapter 12. Getting a search warrant was routine. A matter of finding a magistrate who was at home and prepared to sign the papers, since it was outside court hours. "Do we suspect there's evidence of an offence in there?" Liv asked me as she filled in the form. "From the way Roddy wouldn't let us into the house? Definitely." I sounded sure. In truth, though, my main reason for wanting to get into his house wasn't so much recovering evidence as it was a way of reminding him that we were waiting for him to talk to us, and we weren't going to give up until he told us everything he knew. If his housemates were inconvenienced in the process, that was a bit of extra pressure to pile on him. You can't do this," Roddy said helplessly, as the search team marched into the hallway of his house, carrying an array of containers for any evidence we might find. There was a theatrical element to it, and I hid a smile. I'd told them to make a big entrance, and they'd done me proud. "You can't just come in here," he blustered. "This piece of paper says we can." Liv handed it to him. "Now, I might have that sit down, since I've got in here at last. I'm sorry about leaving you on the doorstep. I'm sorry about all of this." He looked as if he was on the verge of tears. "Do you have to do this? Really?" "We wouldn't be here otherwise," I said briskly. "You only wanted to talk before. You didn't say anything about searching the house." "That's right, but the circumstances have changed." "What do you mean? I don't know what happened to Paige. I don't know anything about how she died or who killed her. You have to believe me." "Mate." A figure appeared in the doorway behind him. A dark-haired man about the same age as Roddy, but otherwise as different as it was possible to be. He was thin, with the leanness of a keen runner, and close-cropped hair. His suit was impeccably tailored, unlike his housemates. His skin was sallow, and his light brown eyes were shrewd under straight black brows. "You don't have to say anything, Roddy." "Not a thing." "I don't think we've been introduced," I said. "Detective Sergeant Maeve Kerrigan." "Orlando Hawkes." He held out a slim hand, and gave me a handshake that was so firm it very nearly qualified as assault on a police officer. "Do you live here, Mr. Hawkes? Which is your room?" "The big bedroom at the front." As he said it, footsteps overhead told me that the search team had entered his room. He grimaced. "Do you have to search it?" "I'm afraid so." "Lando, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Roddy was babbling now, distressed. His friend stopped glowering at me for a moment. "It's okay. It'll be fine. Sit tight. This is all a game." "It's very much not a game," I said tightly. "A woman died." "Nothing to do with us." Orlando leaned against the doorway and folded his arms, trying to look as if he was unconcerned, though I felt his attention was on the movements we could hear from above us. "You're wasting your time." "Are you a member of the Chiron Club too?" His eyelids flickered, a reaction he wasn't quite quick enough to conceal. "I don't need to answer your questions either." "I think you just did." I smiled at him. "And where's the third musketeer?" "Luke's away." Roddy looked at Orlando. "It's okay to tell her that, isn't it?" His housemate shrugged. "I wouldn't say another word, mate. Let her figure it out for herself." "Fortunately, I'm good at that." I pulled my search gloves out of my pocket and started to draw them on. "Thank you for your help, gentlemen." I'd expected the house to be both untidy and in need of a good clean, given that 3 men in their 20s lived there. But the living room was immaculate, and so was the kitchen. "We have a cleaner," Orlando drawled when I commented on it. He was sitting at the kitchen table, watching me search, tilting his chair at a dangerous angle. "She pops in twice a week." "She does our ironing, too." Roddy now blushed every time I looked at him, something that I was starting to find irritating. "Well, mine and Lando's. She doesn't do Luke's." "Why not?" "Luke does his own cleaning and ironing." Orlando rolled his eyes, as if the very idea was bizarre. "He didn't see the point in spending money on a cleaner. But, you know, Maggie's got to have some dosh to send home to Poland, and I don't want to spend the weekend pushing the vacuum cleaner around, so it all works out. Roddy made a swift movement to quell his friend, obviously uneasy about how he was speaking to me. It didn't bother me, though. If anything, Orlando was overdoing the drawling privilege, which meant he was trying to distract me, which meant there was something in the house for me to find. I smiled at both of them sunnily and headed up the stairs to find out how the search was progressing up there. Liv emerged on the landing from the bedroom at the back that I knew belonged to Roddy. I glanced through the door. A signed England rugby shirt was framed on one wall, and the bedclothes were Union Jack themed. "Nothing in bedroom 1, she announced. Nothing you wouldn't expect to find, anyway. "He's not exactly challenging the stereotypes," she whispered with a grin. "Anyway, they're still working through bedroom 2. We haven't started on bedroom 3, the one belonging to the missing housemate." Bedroom 3 was the smallest, more of a box room than a bedroom. "I'll take a look," I said. "It looks like a one-person space." Liv considered it. "You might just fit 2 people in there, but you'd have to be really good friends. And there definitely isn't room for me in my current condition." I edged in, pushing the door open as far as it would go to make the most of the space. In fairness to self-sufficient Luke, he kept his part of the house neat and tidy, though the room was so small that even one thing out of place would have made it feel messy. There was nothing in it but a narrow wardrobe, a small chest of drawers, and a single bed made up with plain white cotton bed linen. A square mirror hung over the chest of drawers. It was the only thing that you could describe as remotely decorative. There were no pictures or posters on the walls. The only colour came from a tier of wall-mounted shelves at the foot of the bed, which were loaded with books arranged by subject, and, I looked closer, further categorised in alphabetical order. So, Luke was orderly in his habits, and tidy, as well as frugal and absent, and favoured non-fiction over fiction. I started with the drawers, working through them methodically, and finding nothing too remarkable. Considering the single bed, he was well supplied with condoms, I thought, moving a second box of 12 aside to get at the passport underneath it. I flicked to the picture page and raised my eyebrows. Floppy brown hair, blue eyes, cheekbones that could cut glass, and a mouth made for trouble. He was 25, and not even the rigorous requirements of the passport office could hide the fact that he was outrageously handsome. "Too young," I murmured, taking one last look. "What did you say?" Liv poked her head into the room. "Nothing." I waved the passport at her, taking a look at Luke. She twisted the passport out of my hand and frowned at it. "Pretty boy, Luke Gibson. You know, something about him is really familiar." "Do you think so?" But even as I said it, I was wondering if I'd seen him somewhere before. I should remember him if I'd met him, I thought. He had the sort of face that was hard to forget. I slid the passport back into its place and carried on, checking the pockets of the 3 suits hanging in the tiny wardrobe. He didn't have much in the way of casual clothes, and I guessed he'd packed most of them for his break. Orlando had yawned his way through telling me that Luke had had a few days off work and was visiting a sort of girlfriend in Edinburgh, though he was due home the next day. "She's rich as sin, gorgeous, absolutely filthy, and thinks he can do no wrong." "She sounds lovely," I said sincerely. "So why is she only a sort of girlfriend?" "Luke likes to keep his options open." Roddy, wide-eyed and pink as ever. He sounded reverent when he talked about Luke. Poor Roddy. Plain, and rich, and shy, saddled with 2 housemates who were far more attractive and confident than him. Maybe he had wanted to impress Paige, I thought, rolling a couple of dumbbells out from under the bed with some difficulty so I could check there was nothing hiding behind them. Maybe she had coaxed him into talking out of turn, and he'd regretted it as soon as he opened his mouth. Maybe I could charm him into telling me what he'd told her, though I didn't want to play that kind of game with him. It felt manipulative. I was about to announce that Luke's room was clear when it occurred to me to check behind the door. A plain backpack was squashed against the wall. Black nylon, unmarked, unremarkable in every way. It was well used, though, the material shiny in places from wear and tear. I picked it up to make sure it was empty, more out of habit than anything else. Nothing inside the main compartment. Nothing in the big pocket on the front. I unzipped the smaller pocket above it, noticing a sweet smell as I did so. Perfume, heavy on the roses. Could the bag belong to the Edinburgh girlfriend? Or someone else who didn't mind the single bed if she was sharing it with Luke? There was nothing in the small pocket but a few coins and a white card the size and shape of a business card. I pulled it out and glanced at it casually, then looked again, with my full attention this time. Not a business card. A loyalty card that was almost complete. 9 stamps were filled in. The 10th would secure a free coffee from Carlo's. Royal Hill, Greenwich. A long way from where I was standing in Fulham. I spread out an evidence bag and turned the whole backpack inside out. "What have you got?" Liv peered over my shoulder. I unzipped the small secret pocket right down at the bottom of the backpack and pulled out a credit card, wrapped in paper, secured with a rubber band. Scrawled across it in pen, in straggling capitals, were the words, "Emergency use only." "Whose is that?" I snapped the rubber band off and slid the card out of its paper covering. She read the name on the front of it. Paige Hargreaves. That's her card. And her bag. I folded it into a second evidence bag, careful to include the one I'd flattened out, in case I'd shed any trace evidence. I think Mr. Gibson has some explaining to do. 2 years earlier. Humans are good at being scared, but not for long. He had been sick with fear, sobbing, a gibbering wreck when the car pulled up beside him, after endless wandering through horrible fields and withered woodland. The rain had come at last and soaked through his clothes, slicking his unruly hair down, making him look eccentric rather than desperate despite his bare feet. And then he had arrived in the most perfect English village, complete with a Norman church and an immaculate green, surrounded by cottages with roses tumbling around the doors. The sort of place to have a proper phone box still, unvandalised. The sort of place where the police station had fallen victim to budget cuts, so the curtain-twitching inhabitants couldn't summon up the cops to question the dishevelled stranger in their midst. He had called for help, and help had come. He had got into the car and burst into tears, which he wasn't proud of. He had sobbed on and off all the way to London, and on and off for the next week. Pieces of the night came to him unexpectedly, when he wasn't even thinking about it. Snatches of conversation, images, faces in the dark. A woman dancing, her dress askew. He threw away his shirt and the trousers, stuffing them into a public bin miles from his house, after he'd washed them on the hottest setting his washing machine could manage. He shaved off his beard and got a haircut. He went to a library and stood by the Ordnance Survey maps trying to puzzle out where he had been. The village was easy enough to find. The house wasn't. He had wandered half delirious, and what he remembered of the topography didn't match the maps. A mystery, he decided, and wadded the last map back onto the shelf. He steeled himself and rang a friend who had been with them when they arrived at the house. "Mate, where did you go? We were looking for you everywhere. That was a weird party." "How long were we there?" he made himself ask. "We left after an hour, something like that. Zibby told us his folks live nearby, so we piled into the car, and let me tell you, it was not nearby. Plus, we got lost. Zibby is an arsehole." "I don't know him." "Oh, yeah, don't bother is my advice. He's a twat." There was a pause. "Sorry for leaving you behind, mate. If I'd seen you—" No, don't worry." He was weak with relief. They had left before any of it had happened. No one had seen him. The police didn't knock on his door. The news didn't mention the discovery of a dead body at a country mansion. The heatwave didn't break either. Every day seemed hotter than the last. Every thunderstorm a false promise of cooler weather. He gave up drinking for a while. He gave up doing coke for good. He cut down on cigarettes, red meat, caffeine, sugar and wheat, until he was too bored to persevere with it. He went to a handful of interviews for real jobs, the sort that would set him on a career path, something which had never seemed very important before. He woke up in a panic at least once a night, until he didn't anymore. The world hadn't ended after all. Everything was going to be all right. Chapter 13. The next day, I stood on the concourse at King's Cross, watching the arrivals board for the Edinburgh train that was due at midday. Somewhere on it was Luke Gibson, returning to London, hopefully oblivious to the fact that I was waiting to talk to him. I'd taken care to give his housemates the impression that we hadn't found anything of interest, and had other lines of inquiry that were more promising. There was a record of the items I'd removed from their house that I was supposed to leave with them, but I'd elected to post it to them, rather than filling it out before I left. Somehow, I hadn't got around to posting it yet. By the time it arrived, they would know all about the bag and its contents. More to the point, so would I. There were too many people on the concourse, and too many exits for my liking, even though I'd called in British Transport Police support to make sure I didn't miss Luke. They had confirmed with the guard that someone who matched Luke's description was sitting in the seat he'd reserved on the Edinburgh train. A vast group of Spanish students swarmed past me, chattering and laughing, and I scowled at the noise. I moved a few paces to my right so I could keep platform 4 in my line of sight as they passed. The platform was currently deserted, apart from the officers strung along it, waiting. "Don't worry, we won't miss him." I smiled at the big BTP sergeant who was standing beside me. "I have faith in you. We know which train he's coming in on, and we've got a good recent description of him. We'll pick him up." He listened to his earpiece. "The Edinburgh train has left Stevenage. It should be here in 22 minutes. Give or take 30 seconds. It's usually on time." He was an older officer, and serious to his very bones. He nodded up at the clock above us. "It'll be bang on. You wait and see." I'll have to, I thought. I had nothing better to do. The sergeant yawned widely and excused himself. "I was on earlies today. Up at 4:30. It catches up with you." "I can imagine." "I need a coffee. Can I get you one? You've still got time before the train gets in." "White, please. No sugar." He headed off to get it from one of the cafes on the concourse. Seth would have scolded me for drinking it, when I'd already had coffee that morning. He would have insisted on herbal tea, or decaf. What was the point in decaf if you didn't have to drink it? Derwent's voice sneered in my head. On the other hand, I wasn't sure more caffeine was such a good idea. I found myself flinching as a pigeon swept low over my head to investigate a crumb on the floor. It wasn't as if I needed to be any more jittery. I'd have felt calmer if Derwent was with me. Oddly, I trusted him to get his man. But he was all the way down in suburban Sutton with his girlfriend Melissa and her little boy Thomas, taking a day off after his efforts in the Poplar case. There was a time he'd have turned down extra time off, but he had more reasons to stay away from work these days. Nothing had changed him like getting together with Melissa and taking on responsibility for Thomas. He had become a father to the boy, and that had mellowed him, which should have made him easier to deal with. It made him more vulnerable, though, and miserably aware of it. These days, the tough cases were more likely to get under his skin. I thought of him carrying the tiny body of the baby out of the house where she had lived her brief life, and how he must have felt about it. That was the sort of job that left a mark on your soul, even if you managed to make an arrest. I should call him to see if he was all right, and I would have if we hadn't been bickering about Seth. And Seth was irrelevant when it came down to it, because this was about work and being there for your colleague. Be the better person, Maeve. The BTP officer returned with something that at least looked like coffee. It was hot and strong enough to make me stand up a little straighter, and entirely welcome. I drank it fast, feeling the caffeine hit my bloodstream. Decaf, indeed. The sergeant nudged me sooner than I had expected. 2 minutes. The clock said 11:58. I alternated between staring at it and looking down the tracks, trying to pick out the approaching train's headlight. There, he pointed at a glimmer in the distance. See it? Another 60 seconds and the passengers will be disembarking. The train slid into the station and came to a stop. All down the empty platform, the officers had taken up their positions, arms folded. They were big, solid men, so if Luke Gibson tried to cause me any problems, I had plenty of muscle to call on. According to his reservation, he's in Coach G. The officer guided me to a different position, to one side of the platform, so I could see the length of the train. Here they come. The passengers spilled out when the doors finally slid open, a surge of humanity, in all shapes and sizes, ages and classes. They hurried towards the taxi ranks and the entrance to the underground, rushing, because life was a competition, especially in London. The platform went from deserted to Oxford Street on Christmas Eve crowded in the time it took to take a breath. I scanned the faces, hunting my target, afraid to blink in case I missed him. Is that him? I see one male, blue hoodie, bag on left shoulder, beard. No. I had seen him at last, and already started to move, sure of myself now that I'd found him. Navy polo shirt, carrying a brown leather hold-all in his right hand. His hair shorter and lighter than in the passport picture. Got him. My BTP sergeant muttered something into his radio. The officers began to converge on Luke Gibson as he walked up the platform, still unaware that anyone was watching him. He looked tired, his eyes shadowed in the harsh station lights. He was taller than I'd expected, and broader. He'd put on muscle since the passport photograph was taken. The boyish good looks had settled, becoming more interesting. He swung his bag up to his shoulder as I watched, and something about the movement looked familiar to me, an echo that I couldn't quite trace to its source. There was something about him. I shook off the feeling as my path converged with his. Concentrate. He hadn't noticed me approaching. I waited to speak until he was close enough to touch, in case he ran. "Luke Gibson." He frowned at me, confused. "Sorry? Are you Luke Gibson?" "Yeah." He looked down at the ID in my hand, and back up at me, and then at the little ring of uniformed officers that had gathered around him. "What's going on?" Then, with sudden, tearing anxiety, "It's not Mum, is it?" Nothing like that. I couldn't quite manage to smile at him, though, as I usually would, to reassure him. Everyone feared the police for the bad news they might bring, if nothing else. But I was there because of a murdered woman, and at the thought of her, I found I was all out of smiles. "We need to speak to you regarding the death of Paige Hargreaves." "Who?" His expression was absolutely blank. Too blank? "Paige Hargreaves," I repeated clearly. "She was a journalist?" "Oh." He blinked. "Yeah, I remember her. Did you say she's dead?" "You didn't know?" I'd allowed an edge of sarcasm into my voice, but he answered as if I'd been straight with him. "No, I didn't. I had no idea. When did this happen?" "We're still trying to establish the facts of the case." Police speak at its best, telling him absolutely nothing. "Right. Sorry, why do you need to speak to me?" He was looking baffled. "I barely knew her. I think I met her twice." "We found some personal items of hers in your house." "Personal items?" He frowned. "What do you mean by that? What sort of thing? And what does that have to do with me?" "We'll discuss it in interview." I nodded to the officers on either side of him. "We need to search you." That got through to him. "Search me? Like hell. I haven't done anything wrong." His voice had risen, but he caught hold of his temper before I had the chance to tell him to calm down. He took a moment to collect himself, then said more quietly, "You have no reason to search me." "We can't transport you to my office without searching you. It's for your own safety and for the safety of the officers who are taking you there. It's routine," I added, which was true. "This is crazy." He looked past me and flushed, aware for the first time that everyone who passed us was staring, and undoubtedly speculating on why he was being stopped. "I've no idea what's going on." "I'll explain everything when we're at the office, okay?" I touched his arm to get his attention back on me. "Let's get this done quickly. I don't want to keep you standing here for any longer than you have to be." I could see him thinking through what I'd said to him so far, considering his options, puzzling through the situation he'd found himself in. Anyone would have been rattled to be stopped like that in public, but he was more self-possessed than most, I thought. After a beat, he nodded and bent to put his bag down. "Fine. Arms out," a BTP officer behind him said briskly. "Are you carrying anything you shouldn't have on you? Anything sharp in your pockets? Anything that could hurt me when I'm searching you?" "Nothing." He looked up and kept his eyes fixed on mine as the officer patted him down, assessing me in the same way I was contemplating him. I couldn't guess what conclusions he was coming to, but I had the impression of a sharp intelligence at work, not just a pretty face. And he had the sense to go quiet, which 9 out of 10 people wouldn't have managed. He didn't speak again until we started to move towards the exit, where the transport van I'd requested was waiting on double yellow lines with its hazard lights flashing. "Are you arresting me?" "This is only a conversation," I said smoothly, sidestepping the question of whether arrest was a possibility. "Do I need a lawyer?" "You know that better than I do." "I don't know anything at all." I shrugged. "It's up to you, then." He didn't say anything else. Not then, nor in the van, nor when we arrived at the office, which made me wary. If he was quiet, he was thinking. I would have given a lot to know what was on his mind. Chapter 14. I was in no hurry to interview Luke Gibson. Instead, I went to find Liv. I needed to find out what I'd missed. Absolutely nothing. She was dunking a herbal tea bag in hot water unenthusiastically. I didn't blame her. The smell that rose up from it was the opposite of appetizing. After you let us know you got Luke, we picked up Orlando Hawkes and Roddy Asquith at their offices. Did they argue with you? No, I don't think they were expecting it, but they came quietly. Maybe they didn't want to draw attention to what was happening. Sensible, I commented. That's unusual. It was a bit like they'd been advised on what to do if the police came calling. Liv raised her eyebrows at me meaningfully. They both asked for their lawyers. We can't interview them until the lawyers are ready. And are the lawyers here? Orlando Hawkes is with his brief as we speak. He's preparing a statement. Pete Belcott gave a bubbling sniff that made me wince. He was pale and sweaty. Jesus, you look awful. It's only a cold, he croaked, but it's kicking my arse. I keep telling him he should be at home. Liv was as far away from him as it was possible for her to be. You're going to give it to the rest of us. He looked at me, his eyes threaded with red veins and watery. Is that okay? Please, go. I always forgot I was senior to Belcott now. He never forgot it, which said everything about how he felt about it. I knew he had told everyone that I'd only been promoted because I was a woman, as a box-ticking exercise. The trouble was, as he and I both knew, I'd earned my promotion, and he'd failed his sergeant's exams. That should have been the end of that, but Belcott had never met a grudge he didn't want to cherish. If you're sure you don't need me, I'll head off. He dragged himself out of the kitchen, and I heard him coughing his way down the hallway. Liv shuddered delicately. Health hazard. At the best of times, I murmured, but I do feel sorry for him. He lives on his own, doesn't he? It's miserable being sick when you're alone. Liv had Joanne to make her lemon and honey drinks, and tuck her into bed with a hot water bottle. And I had Seth to do the same. Even though it would come with a lecture about improving my immune system, and herbal tinctures that I was guiltily aware I deserved. I gave a tiny sigh. It was amazing I'd managed to survive for so long. And you picked up Gibson without too much trouble? He's in room 3, I said. Asquith is in 2, Hawkes is in 1. Liv sipped her drink and pulled a face. Oh, disgusting. I'm hoping it kills off the cold germs before it kills me. Who else is here? The office was quiet for once. Georgia? Great. Liv snorted. I can see you're delighted. Oh, she's fine. Look, you don't need to stay. Even Georgia can't make a mess of babysitting a couple of interviews. She shook her head. I want to hear what Hawkes has to say. Then you're in luck. Georgia appeared in the open doorway, and I tried to remember what I'd been saying about her, wondering how offensive it might have sounded, and deciding the answer was very. Mr. Hawkes is ready to share his statement with us. Technically, it wasn't Mr. Hawkes who shared his statement with me and Liv and the tape machine, but his lawyer. Jeremy Fallon. He held out his hand to shake mine, and I felt the heavy signet ring on his little finger press into my skin. He was a large man, wearing a very expensive suit that had been tailored to give him wide shoulders and a waist he might otherwise have lacked. An orange and blue tie lurked under his chins. It had the soft sheen of silk and was covered in interlocking H's. The sort of tie that didn't come cheap, for the sort of lawyer whose hourly rate would pay for a handful of them. Fallon had a jolly smile and eyes that were colder than the rings of satin. "I'm here at Mr. Hawke's request to read you a statement that he's prepared about his involvement with Miss Paige Hargreaves, or rather, his lack of involvement with her." I looked at Orlando Hawkes. "Are you prepared to answer some questions after we've heard your statement?" "Mr. Hawkes is not," Fallon said smoothly, before Orlando could even react. "Although he wishes, of course, to be helpful, he can't add anything to what I'm about to read." "Can't or won't?" Fallon reared back, hurt. My client would be perfectly within his rights to refuse to say anything at all. I put my pen down on my notebook and folded my arms. "Please, go ahead." Orlando Hawke's face was completely impassive as his lawyer held up the single sheet of paper that had taken them 2 hours to write. "This statement has been prepared on behalf of Orlando Edgar Hawkes, currently resident of 23 Garsington Road, Fulham." He cleared his throat. "I am aware of the very sad death of Paige Hargreaves and wish to assist the police in their inquiries to the best of my abilities. I knew her socially because we moved in the same circles and had friends in common, but I did not have a close friendship with her. I met her a number of times at bars and informal gatherings, and on one occasion she visited my home in the company of other friends. It was a casual visit following a night out at a bar. At no time was I alone with her, and I did not have any meaningful conversation with her then or at any other time. I was not aware that she'd left any personal items in my home. I do not know when she might have left her possessions in my home, but I suggest it might have been on that occasion. It is the sole occasion that I can remember Miss Hargreaves being in my home. I do not know which rooms she visited on that occasion. She would not have been restricted to rooms on the ground floor, and may have been in the bathroom and bedrooms. I am aware that Miss Hargreaves was an investigative journalist. I did not speak to her regarding her work, nor did she ever interview me, formally or informally, regarding her work. This statement is my full and complete account of my interactions with Paige Hargreaves. I am not aware of any other information which may be of use to the police in their investigation." The lawyer laid it on the table delicately and slid it across to me. It's signed, as you can see, by Mr. Hawkes and dated with today's date. It was a clever enough statement, I thought. Hawkes had been told that we'd found some of Paige's belongings in the house, but not what we'd found, nor what that might imply, nor how we had identified anything that had belonged to her. He hadn't made the mistake of knowing too much. The very vagueness of what he said made it hard to question him. What he was really saying was that there was no significance to anything we had found. Moreover, if we found Paige's DNA in the house, just about anywhere, he had established that there was an innocent reason for it to be there, so it had no evidential value for us. He had admitted to knowing Paige, so if we encountered some of their mutual friends, there was nothing they could say that would contradict him. However, he was the only one who knew how close his relationship with Paige had been, or if he had talked to her about the club. If he said they were vague acquaintances, who could say that was wrong? "Is that it?" I asked. "That's all we have to say. Now, I think my client would like to go." Fallon looked to Orlando, who nodded somberly. Before you do, can I ask you what job you do, Mr. Hawkes? Fallon's eyes narrowed, but his client didn't see a trap in the question. I'm a trainee at the London branch of a US management consultancy firm. Does that pay well? He shrugged. I don't know. I don't know what you'd consider a decent salary. It probably pays a bit more than you get. Fallon cleared his throat, and Orlando slumped in his chair, obviously irritated at being told off. Irritated was useful for my purposes. What I'm wondering, I said slowly, is how you can afford to have Mr. Fallon here represent you. You don't need to say anything about that. Fallon pushed his chair back. This interview is over. Were you retained by the Chiron Club, Mr. Fallon, on Mr. Hawke's behalf? The question was for the lawyer, but I was watching Orlando Hawkes. He had a long way to go before he could risk playing poker. That I'd hit the mark was written all over his face. I don't need to explain how I'm being paid. Fallon nudged his client. Come on, we're finished. Turn off the recorder. Interview concluded at 1:28 p.m, Liv said into the machine and switched it off. There really are advantages to being a member of the Chiron Club. I wonder what the disadvantages are. I'd said it idly, unthinkingly. Hawkes looked hollow with terror. He had been pushing his chair into place at the table, but he faltered, suddenly clumsy. When he took his hands away, his fingers left sweaty marks on the chair. It's been a pleasure, Sergeant Kerrigan. Fallon nodded at me, his eyes like chips of ice, and I thought he would know me again if our paths ever crossed. He ushered Hawkes out of the room, one plump hand on his shoulder, steering him away from me, so there couldn't be any more casual chit-chat. Liv followed to escort them out, and I sat for a few minutes longer, considering what Hawkes had told me deliberately and without intending to. The caffeine had worn off and I was tired. I wanted a break, but I had to deal with Roddy Asquith before I could start to work on Luke Gibson. As it turned out, I needn't have worried. On the advice of his lawyer, a well-spoken woman with naturally grey hair and a steely, unsmiling manner, Roddy gave a no-comment interview. From start to finish, he didn't answer a single question, and at the end of it I was truly fed up. This means we're going to have to ask you the same questions another time. Wouldn't you rather deal with it now? Somewhere around the third question, he had settled on staring over my right shoulder. I wasn't even sure he was listening to me. He barely blinked as he replied, No comment. She was your friend. You knew her. She was in your house. Don't you want to help us find the person or people who killed her? No comment. Don't you care? No comment. He said it with all the feeling of a robot. I couldn't even get him to blush. With disgust, I gave up on him altogether and ended the interview. Frustrating, Georgia said happily, swinging into the room after he had departed. I meant what I said. I'll be speaking to him again. This is not over. Well, it's over for now. And you didn't get anywhere. She wasn't quite gloating, but she wasn't far off it. I've still got Luke Gibson to go. Can I sit in on that one too? If you want. I yawned so widely my jaw creaked in protest. It'll probably be just as interesting as the last one. I saw Gibson when you brought him in. She grinned. I don't think I'm going to be bored. Chapter 15. Luke Gibson wasn't behaving as if he had a guilty conscience. When I opened the door to his interview room, he was fast asleep, his head pillowed on his arms, the picture of innocence. "Ah," Georgia whispered from behind me as I drew the door shut quietly. "He's out for the count?" "He's probably knackered after his week away. From what his housemate said, he wasn't planning on doing much sleeping." "Are you waiting for his lawyer?" "He hasn't asked for one." "That's stupid of him. But useful. You could make him a cup of tea," I suggested. "That might help to wake him up." "Do you want some tea?" "I'm all right, actually, but thanks," I said, surprised that she'd offered. "You'd better put 2 sugars in Mr. Gibson's. He'll need the energy." Her eyes danced. "Why? What are you going to do to him?" I grinned. "Only ask a few questions. Nothing too strenuous." "Shame." She bounced off towards the kitchen. There were brief moments where I thought we might actually end up getting on quite well. Then I would put my foot in it, or she would say something horrible, and we would end up where we'd started. She had probably been planning to spit in my tea, I thought, and part of me felt that was fair enough. I should apologise for what I'd said to Liv about her. I should apologise, but I knew I wouldn't. The second time I went into the interview room, I let the door thud home behind me. Luke raised his head with a start. "Christ." He blinked and rubbed his eyes. "Sorry, I was just sleeping." Most people probably wouldn't be able to sleep in these circumstances. "I can drop off anywhere, even if I probably shouldn't. There isn't much else to do in here. Anyway, someone's sorting you out a cup of tea." "Thanks. That'll help." He shook himself and sat up straight. "I'm awake now. We'll get started with your interview when my colleague comes back." He checked his watch. What was the hold-up? There were a couple of other people I needed to speak to. "Roddy and Orlando?" I'd already reached the conclusion that he was clever, but the question still surprised me. "Now, why would you ask me that?" "Because you said you'd found personal items belonging to Paige in our house. I can't think why you'd have singled me out to interview, since I barely knew her. I assumed you'd want to talk to all 3 of us." He raised his eyebrows. "Am I right?" I started to fiddle with the tape machine instead of answering, knowing that I might as well have told him he was on the money. He was managing not to look smug when I glanced at him, but only just. "Well, you can have that one. If you think you're cleverer than me, you'll relax, and then maybe you'll make a mistake." When Georgia came in with his tea, he beamed at her. "Thanks. That's really kind." "Not a problem." She was blushing, I was amused to see. His eyes followed her as she walked all the way around the table to her seat. And again, I had the jarring feeling I'd seen him somewhere before. Or someone very like him. "Shall we get started?" Georgia had her hand on the recorder, ready to go. I nodded, and during the preamble and opening questions establishing who he was, I did my best to pull myself together and concentrate. "He worked in a bank," he said, "in the city." "Is that where you met your housemates?" "I was at university with Orlando." "Which university?" "Cambridge," he said shortly, looking down at his tea instead of at me, as if he knew it would colour my opinion of him. It was one word, but it invited me to make a whole host of assumptions about privilege and intellectual arrogance, and that obviously bothered him. Or he knew I was making assumptions about his privilege and intellectual arrogance, and he wanted to persuade me it was unjustified. "Was Roddy at Cambridge too?" I asked, offering him safer ground. "No, he went to Leeds. Orlando and Roddy were in school together. We were all looking for somewhere to live in London at the same time, and Orlando suggested sharing a house." "Have you lived with them for long?" 3 years, something like that." "Any arguments?" "We get on fine." "Even though you have the smallest room?" He grinned. "I'm used to it. And I pay less rent than the other 2. "And you do your own cleaning and ironing? I'd have thought you didn't need to watch the pennies, given your job." "I don't have the same background as the other 2. My mum brought me up on her own, and there wasn't a lot of money for extras. I don't have anyone to dig me out if I run out of cash, so I make sure I don't run out. The way he said it was matter of fact. He wasn't ashamed of his past, I thought, and liked him for it. Are you a member of the Chiron Club? Me? No, they wouldn't want someone like me. What do you mean, someone like you? I'm not connected. I don't have rich parents. They like people who are like them. Like your housemates? He shrugged. I suppose so. What else do you know about it? Nothing, really. As far as I can see, membership mainly involves going to parties. And getting decent legal representation if there was the faintest whiff of trouble in the air, I thought. And something that had made Orlando Hawkes go pale when I hinted at it. Something that had made Roddy Asquith too scared to speak to us at his home or in interview. Tell me about Paige Hargreaves. How did you know her? I didn't. He saw my frown. She was a friend of a friend of a friend. I ran across her a couple of times when we were out. I knew her well enough to say hello, not enough to have a conversation. Was she ever in your house? Not that I recall. He thought about it. Maybe when I wasn't there. Sometimes I sleep elsewhere. Elsewhere? You've seen my bedroom. It's on the small side. I usually persuade girls to invite me to their place because it's more comfortable. Does that happen often? The eyebrows went up again. That's a very personal question. I laughed in spite of myself. It's not meant to be. I'd still like you to answer it. He drank some of his tea before he answered, taking his time while he thought through why I might be asking. Often enough. Are you hoping I can narrow it down to a specific date because you don't know when Paige was in the house? Basically, yes. We're still at the start of our inquiries, I said. We're trying to put together what happened and when. Any details help. I can't tell you anything more than I've said already, I'm afraid. I never saw her in the house. No one ever mentioned she'd been there. And no one ever told me she was dead. He frowned. That's something I've been thinking about. How did she die? We don't know yet. You haven't done a post-mortem? It was inconclusive. So it could have been natural causes. I shook my head. Not from the way her body was treated after she died. What does that mean? She was dismembered, I said coolly. Jesus. He looked genuinely shocked, the colour leaching from his skin. It took him a moment to recover his composure. I'm sorry to hear it, obviously. But I barely knew her. I didn't even recognise her name when you asked me about her at King's Cross. I opened my folder and took out a picture of the bag. Do you recognise this? No. He sounded definite. It was in your bedroom. Where? Behind the door. He shook his head. There was nothing behind the door. This bag was there when I searched your room. I tapped the picture with the end of my pen. Look at it again. Are you sure you don't recognise it? I've never seen it before. He looked at me. I'm telling you the truth. Someone must have put it in my room, and recently. It wasn't there when I was packing for Scotland. Who would put something in your room? I don't know. One of my housemates? One of their mates? Maggie, the cleaner, if she thought it was mine? He shrugged. I don't know who did it, I'm afraid. When you say Paige was a friend of a friend of a friend, who's your friend in that list? Roddy, I suppose, he said reluctantly. He had a pal at university who ended up working for a production company that made documentaries. He knew Paige through his mate. And did they socialise much? You'll have to ask Roddy. I had, and hadn't got anywhere. Do you remember Roddy's friend's name? George asked. Johnny Goff. He spelt it for her. She's a girl. No idea what it's short for. Jonquil, probably. Do you know the name of the company she works for? No, but I do have her number in my phone. I thought she was Roddy's friend, I said, amused. Johnny and I were not exactly friends. We had a bit of a thing for a while. The corners of his mouth curved up irresistibly, and I stared at him, mesmerized. It was too familiar. Where had I seen that smirk before? Georgia shifted in her chair and knocked against the table leg, which jarred the table and made tea slop over the side of Luke's mug. He lifted it with a sharp, "Careful." "Sorry, I'll clean it up." She jumped up and hurried out of the room. I leaned across and suspended the interview. It was going to look really good on the transcript. I hoped I didn't have to read it out in court. More than that, I hoped I wasn't going to need to read it out. I'd been prepared to treat Luke as a suspect, and he wasn't out of the woods yet, but I'd be sorry to arrest him. I was as sure as I could be that he had been honest with us so far. Luke had lifted my notebook out of the danger zone while I was dealing with the tape machine. He handed it to me. "You don't want to get it on your notes?" "We might as well take a break since we've had to stop." His eyes darkened with disappointment. "I was hoping I could leave. I'm sorry if I haven't been helpful, but it's not deliberate. I've told you everything I know." I thought he probably had, but I wanted to ask him what else he knew about the Chiron Club before I let him go. "I'll try to wrap this up as quickly as I can." "Okay." He hesitated. "It's just there's someone waiting for me." Of course there was. "Waiting here? In the office?" "I was supposed to see her when I got back from Edinburgh. I had to call her to let her know where I was." He certainly didn't waste any time in moving on from the Edinburgh girl, I thought, but I kept that to myself. "I'll see what I can do." "Thank you. I appreciate it." Georgia returned with handfuls of paper towels and started mopping the table. As I headed for the door, he said something to her in an undertone. It made her laugh out loud. I glanced over my shoulder to see him looking up at her, his face full of mischief. I had seen that look before. I knew it. I still couldn't place him, and it was driving me mad. Chapter 16. I'd planned to spend a few minutes going through my notes before returning to the interview room, but Liv was waiting for me outside. "All done?" "No, having a break because Georgia spilled tea all over the table." Liv grinned. "And you thought she couldn't mess up an interview." "What's up?" "I didn't want to interrupt you while you were interviewing him, but there's a lady in reception waiting for Luke Gibson. Any idea what time you might be finished?" "Soon, I think. He did tell me someone was waiting for him. I'm wrapping things up." "Oh, good. I'll tell her." Poor thing, she looks absolutely terrified." "Terrified? Why?" "It's natural, isn't it? It must be awful to know your son is being questioned in a murder investigation." Understanding dawned on me. His mother is waiting for him. I assumed it was yet another girlfriend. Nope, his poor devoted mum. Liv stretched her back and winced. "I'll go and tell her he'll be a while longer." "I can go. You look shattered. Go and put your feet up." "You sure?" "It'll take me 5 minutes. Honestly, go." I headed off down the corridor, reflecting that I'd misjudged Luke Gibson. Then again, given the way he'd been flirting with Georgia, maybe I hadn't. But it wasn't a crime to have a gaggle of girlfriends at the same time, and Georgia could presumably look after herself. The only person in reception was a small, slim woman with black hair who was facing away from me. She rocked back and forth as she sat there. The tension that gripped her was obvious a mile away. "Mrs. Gibson?" She looked around at the sound of my voice. "Oh, no, I'm not. I mean, I am Luke's mother, if that's who you're looking for, but we don't have the same surname. My name is Claire Naylor." I recognised her straight away. If I sounded calm, it was because I was experiencing the numbness of pure shock. We've met before. Years ago. It had been so long ago that I'd forgotten all about her, and now I was wondering how I'd managed that. She frowned. You do look familiar. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Maeve Kerrigan. She got to her feet and turned to face me properly. She looked surprised, as well she might, I thought. Pretty features, a pale complexion, dyed hair that was a couple of shades too harsh for her skin, bags under her eyes. The overall impression was of an attractive woman who probably lived on her nerves too much. That's right. Maeve. It was on the tip of my tongue. You came to my house to interview me about my friend being killed when she was a teenager. You worked with Josh Derwent. Josh Derwent, who had been the boyfriend of the murdered girl and the prime suspect in the case, until an unbreakable alibi cleared his name. Josh Derwent, who had left home because of the scandal and cut himself off from friends and family. Josh Derwent, who had never really recovered. I still work with him. The smile died on her face, replaced by absolute horror. He's not here, is he? He's off today, and he's not working on this case, I added quickly. So he hasn't met Luke. I shook my head. He doesn't know anything about him. And you haven't said anything about what you found out? About the fact that Derwent had unwittingly fathered a child during a one-off fling with Claire, his childhood friend, when they were both 16. That he had a grown-up son he didn't even know about, who, I'd just realised, was currently sitting in our interview room. No, I hadn't found myself launching into that particular conversation. I wouldn't know how to start. Besides, it's none of my business. Relief made her pretty for a moment, the colour sweeping into her face and her eyes bright. Thank God. It's complicated. Very. The word came out with a lot more emphasis than I'd intended. I moved to sit in a chair, feeling distinctly shaken. I thought Luke reminded me of someone. I didn't realise... He's very like Josh, isn't he? Is he? I don't really remember. She sat down opposite me. It was a long time ago. They're so alike. The way they carry themselves. I trailed off. The way they look at women. But I couldn't say that to his mother. He's just Luke to me. All that is him. No one else. It was as if she was challenging me to say Derwent had given him any of his looks, or his charm, or his brains. Maybe he hadn't, but he had given him something. Even if it was only a glint in his eye, and the way he moved, that wholly masculine kind of grace, that was all controlled power and economy of effort. Why don't you have the same surname as your son? That would have given me a fighting chance of realising who he was, I felt. Someone wasn't playing fair here. Luke had a falling out with my dad. He decided to take my mother's maiden name instead. She pulled her face. My dad isn't the easiest to get along with at the best of times. When Luke got into Cambridge, he should have been proud. But he came down on him like a ton of bricks. Said he was getting above himself, and he'd never be happy. Said his new friends wouldn't want to know him when they knew where he came from. Luke put up with it for as long as he could. But when my dad was rude to a girl Luke brought home, that was it. They had a big row, and now they don't speak. Luke decided he'd rather be a Gibson than a Naylor. Tough on you. She laughed. My dad deserved it. He needs someone to stand up to him. Luke doesn't take shit from anyone. I knew someone else like that, I thought, and sat on the comment. Because if Claire Naylor wanted to pretend her son was the product of the second attempt at the virgin birth, who was I to disagree? Except that I didn't think it was fair to Derwent. I couldn't live with myself if I passed up the opportunity to convince Claire she needed to give him a chance. Does Luke know who his dad is? No, absolutely not. Her hand shot out to grab my knee, gripping me hard enough to leave a mark. "You can't tell him." "I wouldn't do that." She let go of me, satisfied, but I was puzzled. "Isn't he curious? Doesn't he ask you about his father?" "He used to, from time to time. Not so much anymore. He doesn't need a dad, though. He has me." She was sitting very straight now, daring me to argue with her. "Josh has changed a lot since I met you before," I said, tentatively. "He's different. I think if he knew about Luke..." "He's never going to know. You can't tell Josh anything about Luke either. Not even a hint. Promise me." Her eyes were fixed on my face. "You haven't said anything to him up to now. Why don't you keep saying nothing? Forget you even met Luke." Because I had met him now, I thought unhappily. It was one thing for him to be a theoretical child, a stranger I could assume had nothing in common with his accidental sperm donor. I had managed to forget about the Luke I'd imagined quite easily, the academic son of a single mother who had nothing in common with his father. The Luke I'd talked to, laughed with, liked, was a different proposition. "But he'd be so proud of him," I said lamely. "No." She shook her head. "He doesn't get to be proud of him. He had nothing to do with what Luke has become. He didn't have a chance to be there for him. You don't know what kind of dad he might have been if you told him about Luke." "Trust me, I do know." She gave me a bitter little half smile. "I was his friend, remember? You didn't know him then. He would have been head over heels in love with Luke, and then bored, and then he'd have fucked off to do whatever he wanted to do with his life, as indeed he did. We wouldn't have seen him for dust once the novelty had worn off." I winced, recognising the Derwent I'd met when we started working together. Arrogant, unprincipled, self-indulgent, and irresponsible. He was still arrogant, if it came to that, but otherwise I thought he was much improved. Most of the time. "Luke and I would have been on our own anyway," Claire went on. "We didn't need someone coming and going whenever they felt like it. Luke was better off without him when he was a kid, and he definitely doesn't need him now that he's an adult." "I understand what you're saying. Believe me, I do. But please think about telling him. Tell them both. You said it yourself. Luke's an adult. He has a right to make up his own mind about Josh." If anything, she looked more determined not to give in. So much for my persuasive arguments. "When are you going to tell Luke he can leave?" she asked. "Soon. We're almost finished for today." "I don't understand why you wanted to talk to him. He said it was about this woman he didn't even know. He's not a suspect, is he?" Which was a question I didn't want to answer. "It's hard to explain. I can't really tell you any details about the case at the moment, but Luke has been very helpful." "You need to let him go." She pulled her sleeves down over her hands nervously. "What if Josh comes in and finds him here?" "No chance. He has a day off. He never comes in on his day off anymore." "Anymore?" She tilted her head, interested, and I found myself wondering if Luke had got his brains from his mother. Like him, she missed nothing. "What's changed?" "He's settled down a lot in the last year." "Family?" "Sort of. His girlfriend has a son. They live with him now. And he's a great father figure, even if he doesn't have a huge amount of competition in that particular boy's life." "How old?" "Thomas is 6. Claire hugged herself, considering it. "That's a nice age. Josh would do anything for him." She understood what I was hinting at immediately and was having none of it. "You're not going to convince me he's changed by telling me about him playing happy families with someone else's child. Why doesn't he have kids of his own if he's such a great father? Because he doesn't want the responsibility, that's why." "I'm not sure if that's it," I said carefully. "I mean, we haven't discussed it. but I think he's waiting for the right time. I don't know if he and Melissa are trying or... Melissa? Is she pretty? Claire laughed. I don't even know why I'm asking. Of course she is. And of course it doesn't matter. Josh and I were never... Not properly, I mean. It was only once. I get the impression he'd like to have children, for what it's worth. It's worth nothing. He must never know. Never. She leaned forward. Can't you let Luke go, now that you know who he is? It doesn't work like that. I have to finish interviewing him. But I promise I'll make it as quick as I can. And then you can forget all about Luke. There was absolutely no chance of that, but I smiled and said goodbye to her, and hoped like hell I wouldn't need to arrest him somewhere down the line. 2 years earlier. The envelope was lying on the mat when he got home from the gym. No stamp, hand-delivered. His name in neat letters, the kind of handwriting that's unsettlingly regular and characterless. And, in capitals across the top, private. He should have been wary. His heart should have jumped in his chest. But it had been months. He had honestly forgotten about the house, the party, the body. He ripped open the envelope and shook the contents into his hand. Photographs, 8 by 10, big enough that you could see the detail in them. Professionally taken, he thought. Pin sharp. Each one worse than the last. His drunken, idiot face, his eyelids drooping, a bow tie undone and hanging around his neck. Barefoot and bony-ankled, balancing on the balustrade, one elbow on the cherub's bowl, his eyes narrowed against the smoke from the cigarette that dangled from his mouth. A dark corner of the terrace, sitting on the balustrade now, with his legs apart, kissing. His hands tracing patterns on skin. Leaning in, eyes closed, lost in desire. Lost in desire for the stranger who stood between his knees, whose tattoo showed so clearly in the picture he could make out the dragon's tail looping around one narrow elbow. The next picture was worse. And the next. He dropped them on the kitchen counter and walked away, clutching his head. What the fuck? Who could have done this? He wouldn't look at any more. He had to look at them. Quickly, he cycled through them. Up against a wall. On a bed. Both of them naked. No question what he was doing, or that he was in charge. That was the pool house. That was the pool. Christ! They had been in the pool. He had no memory of it. But there he was, swimming naked in the filthy water. And there was the stranger he'd screwed blind, fit and alive, tattooed and pretty, eyelashes starry from the water, eyes like jewels. Unharmed, he pointed out to an imaginary police officer tapping the glossy surface of the print. You were in the swimming pool together, and the body was found in the swimming pool, floating face down. I can't explain it. I can't explain any of it. My drink was spiked, I think. Then, pleading with his family, it wasn't me. I'd never. I'm not. I didn't. I know it looks... Please, you have to believe me. They might believe him, though they would take a while to get over it. He was an only child, adored, indulged. Sex was no big deal. He would be forgiven for that, especially if they didn't actually see the pictures. But the police didn't have to believe him, and a jury wouldn't. They could look at the photographs and follow the story of what had happened. One of them had lived and one of them had died, and he couldn't remember how it had happened, or what he had done. He would be the chief and only suspect, and he couldn't begin to defend himself. All he knew was that he would do just about anything to keep what had happened a secret. Chapter 17. I was waiting for Una Burt when she got into work the following morning, watching the door. As soon as she arrived, I shot out of my seat. "Ma'am?" "What's up?" She didn't break her stride on her way to her office. In fairness, she was weighed down with a thermos of coffee, made at home because she didn't believe in spending money on takeaway coffee, her breakfast in a Tupperware container, her sensible raincoat, and a bag for life full of paperwork. Contrary to its promises, the bag was threatening to split. "It's just could I have a word?" "If you're quick about it, I have a meeting in 5 minutes." She dumped everything on her desk and started to fuss with the thermos. "Come on, come in. Sit down." I shut the door, even though there was no one else at work yet, and perched on the edge of the chair opposite her desk. "Let me guess. You're leaving." "No." I felt a wave of irritation sweep over me. "Why would you say that?" "The Met is a big organisation. You have other options than this team. You'd be very silly not to consider them." She sat down and folded her hands, adopting what I thought of as her listening pose. "But of course I'm glad if that's not it." "Of course." It's a little bit awkward," I began, and stopped. I'd spent all night worrying about whether I should say anything at all, to her or anyone else. It would be easy enough to tell Derwent and let him decide what to do about it, if anything, but there were complications to that approach, not least the timing. And if Bert asked him to work on the case, I'd have to tell her anyway, and she'd have to tell Derwent there was a conflict of interest, and then I'd have to say why. It was better to tell Bert, not least because she was in a position to give me proper advice. She would be able to look at the situation objectively, without her feelings for Derwent affecting her thinking. Not that I had feelings for Derwent. Una Burt was starting to fidget. "You're having a baby as well?" Honestly, there are times I think it must be contagious. One member of a team gets pregnant, and suddenly all the women go on maternity leave. "No, absolutely not. But it is sort of about a baby. Only he's not a baby anymore, and definitely not mine." Her eyebrows were hovering around her hairline. She poured coffee into the lid of her thermos and blew on it. "I don't mean to hurry you, but I do have that meeting." "Right." I took a deep breath. "Well, you might remember a few years ago there was a case where Josh Derwent was a suspect. His girlfriend was murdered when he was a teenager, and her death had elements in common with the series we were investigating." "I remember. He was in a lot of trouble for a while." "You got him out of it, as I recall." Her voice was entirely colourless, but I knew she was far from Derwent's biggest fan. She'd been almost disappointed to find out that he wasn't a killer. From that point on, she had taken the view that I was on his side rather than hers, and held me responsible for his worst behaviour, whether that was fair or not. "Well, during that case, I interviewed a woman called Claire Naylor. She was an old friend of the victim, and of Josh. She's a single mother. From what she told me then, and from pictures I saw in her house, I worked out that Josh was the father of her son." "Right," she said slowly. "And he didn't know about it?" "Right," she said again, but this time with more understanding. She placed her cup on a coaster and cleared her throat. "And you didn't tell him?" "I tried to convince Claire Naylor to tell him herself." I fidgeted. Maybe I should have tried harder to persuade her, or taken matters into my own hands and blurted it out. It seemed easier to put it to the back of my mind. I thought if he didn't know, it didn't matter. But since he found Thomas, he's changed. I nodded miserably. Now I think he would have wanted to know, and I should have told him straight away. Tricky situation. She turned the cup through 90 degrees, considering it. But I think your instincts were correct. Presumably this Naylor woman had her reasons for not telling him he'd fathered a child. She felt he might be an unreliable parent and they were better off without him. Sensible woman. She looked up at me. Why is this upsetting you now? I brought the son in for questioning yesterday in the Paige Hargreaves case. Oh, shit, she muttered. And it wasn't like her to swear. On this occasion, I felt it was more than justified. Yeah, that's what I feel about it. Is he a suspect? I was up all night wondering about that. I don't think so, but maybe I don't want him to be. I liked him even before I knew who he was, and I thought he was honest with us. Why was he brought in? I explained about the bag, and she listened, frowning. Well, at least one of the three of them is lying to you. Or maybe all three of them are. The prepared statement we got from Orlando Hawks is basically arse-covering, in case we find anything in the house that ties in with Paige Hargreaves. I don't know if it's a prudent way of getting his excuses in first, or if he genuinely has something to hide. Roddy Asquith refused to say anything at all. I don't think he's the sharpest tool in the shed, and he seemed to be afraid he'd say the wrong thing, even in a prepared statement. But the only link I can make between Paige and Luke is the bag, and that was shoved into his room behind the door, more or less in plain sight once you looked. If he'd wanted to hide it, he'd have done a better job, I think. It could have been one of the other two who left it there. That's what I thought. The one thing we do know is that there's a definite connection between Paige and Roddy Asquith, because Paige herself wrote his name and phone number in the book I found. I think he was helping her with her Chiron Club story, and now he's terrified he'll be kicked out of the club at the very least. Before he went no comment on me, he more or less admitted he'd been talking to Paige about her story. And now he's clammed up. Bert seemed to have forgotten all about her important meeting. Or she decided this was more urgent after all. She leaned on the desk and ran her hands through her hair. What a mess. Josh wasn't in yesterday. He had a day off. If I have to bring Luke in again, and he sees him, it could be awkward. He probably wouldn't recognize him. He's never seen him before. She pressed her fingertips against her forehead for a few moments, then dropped them to the desk. I think you should tell him, though. Not what I wanted to hear. But I promised Claire I wouldn't. Ordinarily, I would say you should respect her confidence. But did she tell you about Luke, or did you find out for yourself? She tried to hide it. I worked it out. Luke looked very like Josh when he was little, and Claire took his pictures down so I wouldn't see them. The corners of my mouth turned up at the thought of him. He still looks quite like Josh, if it comes to that, but I might not have made the connection now that he's an adult. She didn't trust you with any information. You worked it out. What you do with what you learned is up to you. But she begged me not to tell him or Luke. Claire knew Josh when he was 16. You know him now. What do you think you should do? Tell him? You'd want to know, if it was possible for you to be in his shoes. But then I have to think of a way to explain why I've known about Luke for so long and haven't said a word about it. You won't be pleased. I can't help you with that, but I feel sure you'll be able to work out how to break the news diplomatically. She actually looked sympathetic for once. It might take him a while to get over it. Oh, he'll blame me. That's one reason why I was hoping you'd say I should keep quiet. She shook her head slowly. Sorry. I know it's the right thing to do, but I don't think I should tell him now. I want to be sure that Luke's in the clear first. Agreed. Bert glanced at her watch. Crikey, I need to go. They'll have started without me. I stood up and held the door open for her as she gathered her files for the meeting. The desks in the main office were still empty, I was glad to see. As she passed me, she said, I'll try to find something for Josh to do that will keep him out of your way. There'll be a case somewhere that needs his attention, urgently. Thanks. I appreciate it. She stopped. You know, he's lucky to have you. It's not every colleague who would be so sensitive about telling a man he had a secret love child. A secret love child who's all of 25 and about 6'2", I said dryly. And looks like Josh. She whistled. I bet this Luke is trouble. He was on his best behaviour yesterday, but I'd say so. He has a definite glint in his eye. Una Burt chuckled. If you do have to bring him in again, let me know. I'd like to have a look at him. I returned to my desk, feeling marginally better about the situation. Obviously, telling Derwent would give rise to a whole new set of problems, but it was honest. He prized honesty above all other things, even if he was capable of lying on a spectacular scale when he thought it was justified. And because I'd been hiding Luke, I hadn't been honest with him for years. He'd forgive me, though, eventually. At least, I hoped he would. The door banged closed behind Una Burt, and I smiled to myself. Who would have thought she would be so human about it? But she had been kind, almost as if she really cared. My train of thought sputtered into silence as Georgia straightened up from behind her desk and stared at me, her eyes wide. I didn't know you were here, I said. Then, with growing anger, were you hiding? I was changing my shoes. I cycled to work this morning, so I was wearing my trainers. She held them up for me to see, as if I cared. I can't cycle in heels. What did you hear? Only what the boss said to you as you were leaving her office? It came out as a question. If I was horrified, Georgia was too. Which was? Luke Gibson is Josh Derwent's son, and he doesn't know it. And you want to keep him from finding out. So, everything. Fuck. I covered my face with my hands. I couldn't even look at her. I'm sorry. I really wasn't trying to listen. She sounded as if she was about to cry. I won't say anything. You'd better not. Not to anyone. No one knows apart from you, me, and Bert. I promise. I put my hands flat on the desk and glowered at her. I'm going to tell him. Of course. I just need to wait for the right moment. I understand. She was blushing. I can't believe Luke's actually Josh Derwent's son. I had no idea. None. I mean, I was flirting with him. It was on the tip of my tongue to point out that it was hardly unusual for Georgia to flirt, but I stopped myself. If I was ever going to be nice to her, now was the ideal time. Look, the main thing is to rule Luke out as a suspect. Then I'll talk to Josh about him. In the meantime, do your best to forget you heard anything. I will. I swear it. You can trust me. The door banged, and two of the other detectives came in, talking about football. Georgia blinked at me meaningfully and got up. Tea? Coffee? Neither, thanks. She teetered away to the kitchen, and I tried not to dwell on the thought that it was really only the least reliable people who felt they needed to tell you that you could trust them. 2 years earlier. The 5th or possibly the 6th time he looked through the photographs, he thought to turn them over and look at the other side. Unbranded paper. No photographer's stamp. No clues there. But on the last picture, tangle of limbs, his face twisted with effort. One of the worst, actually, if you were ranking them. In faintest pencil, there was something. A telephone number, in the same writing that had been on the envelope. He didn't call it straight away. He wasn't stupid. He went across London, to a busy and impoverished area where he found a cramped internet cafe full of Chinese students playing games, headsets on. He chose a seat where no one would be able to see a screen. First, he looked up the number and found nothing. It was a mobile, but not connected to any business or named individual. Then he tried searching every variant on body in swimming pool he could think of. There were high-profile cases, celebrities, rumours. Nothing that matched what had happened to him. No mystery 20-something with blue eyes, fair hair, and a tattoo that covered one arm. No missing person appeal. It would have helped if he'd had a name to search for, but they hadn't swapped names, had they? They hadn't said much. We don't have to. I want to. Say if you want to stop. He leaned back in his chair and pressed his hands against his face. I want to stop. Make it stop. The voice at the other end of the phone was cool, female and neutral. I am pleased to inform you that situation has been resolved. What do you want from me? Is this blackmail? Because I don't have money. The cheap pay-as-you-go phone slipped in his hand. He was sweating as if he was in a sauna. He turned in a circle, checking that no one was within a few hundred yards of the spot he'd chosen on Hampstead Heath, with all of London spread out in the distance, and the illusion of privacy. At the other end of the line, the woman laughed, and told him who she worked for, and everything made a horrible kind of sense. So what do you want? Think of this as a mutually beneficial arrangement. What does that mean? There might have been a hint of pity in her voice, or condescension. When we need your assistance, we'll let you know. Chapter 18. I was braced for impending doom, but when my phone rang at 11:10, I didn't realise the moment had arrived. Is that DS Maeve Kerrigan? Speaking. My name is Paul Varley. I'm a police constable in Swindon. I believe you're investigating the murder of Paige Hargreaves. I sat bolt upright. I am. What can I do for you? Well, I hope it's what I can do for you. He had a mellow, measured voice with a pleasant country burr, and sounded as if retirement couldn't be too far off. I don't know if it's any use to you, but I thought I should get in touch regarding a conversation I had with this Miss Hargreaves about 2 weeks before her body was found, regarding an investigation she was doing into some private club in London. I pulled my notebook towards me, hope tingling down my spine. That could be very useful. What did she want to know? Well, it was a backwards kind of conversation. Miss Hargreaves was convinced that there'd been a murder near a village called Standon-Fitzalan, coming up on 2 years ago. She wasn't sure of the address where this crime had taken place, or who had been killed, but she knew the date, the night of the 22nd of July. She didn't know much, did she? Very little. She said someone had told her they'd picked up a friend from the middle of Standon-Fitzalan on the 23rd of July, about 4 p.m, and he'd been hysterical. He said something about a dead body in a big old country house in the swimming pool. He'd walked to the village from the house. Miss Hargreaves was wondering if she could match it up with a murder investigation in that general area around that time. Could you? Absolutely not. I heard the smile in his voice. You probably deal with murders all the time, but it's not the kind of thing we'd forget. There was nothing of that sort within 30 miles of Standon-Fitzalan in July or August that year, and nothing since either. But she was sure about the location where the car picked up this person who claimed there'd been a murder. She was. And I did recall one thing. On that Saturday, we had a few phone calls from concerned residents about a young man who was behaving strangely in the village. It's the sort of place where you can't cough without someone noticing. Quiet little spot. What sort of strange behaviour did they notice? He was barefoot and dishevelled. 1 or 2 people tried to talk to him, but got no sense out of him. They were concerned he'd escaped from some institution or other. I wasn't too busy, so I went over to the village to check it out, but by the time I got there, he'd been picked up. And no one got the car's number plate. Oh no, they did. He was smiling again, I could tell. Told you, they miss nothing round here. I didn't take it any further because the young man had gone, so as far as I was concerned, the situation was resolved. I didn't know anything about a connection with a murder at the time. Not that I know any more about it now than I did 2 years ago, but regardless, I might have followed it up if I'd had a reason to. You don't have the number to hand now, do you? Right here. He dictated it to me. A 2009 plate, blue VW Polo. Amazing. I'll follow it up. I hesitated. I suppose she didn't happen to mention how this tied in with her investigation into the Chiron Club? The what? Oh, this private club. No, all she said was that some of the people involved were members, and she believed the murder was an initiation thing. But there was no murder. No reports of missing people. What sort of area is it? Small villages? Well spread out? Heart of the horse racing industry? The Downs? Farmland, managed woods, that kind of thing. Lots of big old country houses? Tons of them, he said cheerfully. Many with swimming pools. I did try to work it out, but without more information I'm stuck, I'm afraid. If I find out anything at my end, I'll let you know, I promise. Mind if I say I hope you don't? Nothing personal, but I prefer a quiet life. Don't we all? I said, with feeling. Calling the DVLA was my next step, and they were as efficient as ever in matching up the registration of the car with its registered keeper. It was a matter of minutes before I had a name and an address. I made sure I ended the call before I gave vent to my feelings. Fuck, everything's sideways. The second time Luke Gibson came in for interview, late that afternoon, he walked in by himself. This time, his mood was distinctly cooler. I don't know why you had to call me in again. I thought we'd covered everything yesterday. So did I. Some new information has come to light, and I wanted to ask you about it. What sort of information? About Paige? He was frowning at me, and now that I knew who he was, it might as well have been Derwent sitting on the other side of the table. The hostility was identical. Do you have a car, Mr. Gibson? Yeah. The frown deepened. So? Is it a VW Polo? Yes. It's parked outside the house. I hardly ever use it these days. Weekends, sometimes. The supermarket. IKEA trips, that's about it. How long have you owned it? Since university. Does anyone else drive it? No. Where do you keep the keys? In my room, in a drawer. He looked mystified. What's this about? Have you ever been to Standon Fitzallen? Where? It's near Swindon. Not as far as I remember. What about the 23rd of July, the year before last? He laughed. You're joking, aren't you? How do you expect me to remember that? A car matching your car's make and model, with licence plates that matched your vehicle, was seen in Standon Fitzallen on that day. Seen? By whom? Why does that matter? He shook his head. Look, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me or why. Someone driving that car picked up a man who was behaving in an unusual way in the village. Paige Hargreaves contacted the local police there shortly before she died to find out more about that incident. She claimed it was connected with a murder at a country house near Standon Fitzallen. A murder? Who died? That's something we still need to clarify. 2 years ago. He looked thoughtful all of a sudden. Can I check something on my phone? Be my guest. He took it out and checked the calendar, thumbing through the months. What date did you say? The 23rd of July, mid-afternoon. Maybe my car was there, but I wasn't. I couldn't have been the one who was driving. I was hiking the route to Machu Picchu that day. Relief made me sag in my chair for an instant. If he wasn't involved, my life was about to get much simpler. Can you prove it? Probably. I was with a girlfriend. We hiked in and out. Took us a couple of weeks. I think she put the whole trip on Facebook. He paused for a second as his phone loaded, then started scrolling through images. Yeah, there you go. They're all dated. She put them up when we came home. I took the phone from him and skimmed through pictures of Luke grinning as rain dripped off his hat, squinting up at the camera as he held it so the ruins were visible in the background, a pretty girl draped around him. The dates tallied with what he'd told me. I gave him the phone. That's really helpful. You're not kidding. The tension had ebbed away from him, taking the scowl along with it. I must give Lily a call and thank her for getting me off the hook. I can't honestly remember why we broke up. You're not completely in the clear yet. If you weren't driving your car, someone else had to be. He froze in the act of putting his phone away. Ah. Any idea who that might have been? No. What about Roddy? Roddy can't drive. He has epilepsy. He's never learned. He said it as if his mind was somewhere else. I watched him think and saw the exact moment something clicked. His eyes widened for an instant before he looked up at me and shook his head. I'd like to help. Then tell me who was driving. I don't know. But you have some idea. He groaned. Do I have to say? No, I suppose you don't. I can't compel you to. I folded my arms. I don't know how Paige Hargreaves died, but from the manner of disposal of her body, I would guess it wasn't pleasant. I currently have no suspects and no motive for her death. If I'm going to work out what happened to her, and why, and who did it, I need as much help as I can get. I know it might put you in a difficult position if you want to be loyal to your friends, but Paige deserves some loyalty too. Someone ended her life, quite brutally, and I want to bring them to justice. His mouth thinned to a grim line. Yeah, I get it. Paige seems to have believed that someone was murdered near to Stand Fitzallen, and it had something to do with the Chiron Club. Your housemates are members of the club. As far as I can tell, Roddy was helping her with this story she was working on, but he's not being very helpful to me at the moment. Now, from what you're saying, it couldn't have been him who was driving because of his epilepsy, but he could have been the man in the village. Roddy wouldn't have hurt anyone. He's not that sort of person. I don't think I've ever even seen him lose his temper. Luke's forehead was creased with worry. Can't you ask him? I can, and I will. But the more I know in advance, the better chance I have of getting the proper answer out of him. There's a guy who's a friend of Roddy's, Luke said slowly. Ash. He borrowed the car a couple of times when Roddy needed driving somewhere. I'd completely forgotten, but he was insured on the car for a few months. Roddy paid for it. Both of them knew where the keys were. If Roddy needed picking up, or if someone else did, he might have asked Ash to do it. I haven't seen him for ages. He frowned. Thinking about it, I don't think I've seen him since that trip to Peru. Roddy never mentioned him to me. Where does Ash live? I don't know. What's his surname? I don't know that either. Do you have a number for him? No, sorry. He was never a friend of mine. I just let Roddy sort out the car when he needed it, and Ash did the driving. How do they know each other? Luke shrugged. School? University? I do know Ash is a member of the Chiron Club too. They went to events there together. I started at the beginning again, asking the same questions in a different way. The best method to identify the places where he might be lying. As before, he answered carefully and precisely, and I believed him. Once I was satisfied he'd told me all he knew, I ended the interview. Right. That's it. You're done. He rubbed his face. I feel like shit for dropping Roddy in it. And Ash. I don't even know if they did anything wrong. That's for me to find out. But if they were involved in something illegal, they used your car to do it, without your knowledge. If you hadn't been able to prove you were out of the country, I could have arrested you by now. He ran his thumb over his knuckles edgily, not looking at me. They probably didn't realise I could be implicated. Or they were prepared to take the risk. Roddy wouldn't have wanted to get me in trouble. He sounded certain, but his eyes were shadowy with hurt. He knew as well as I did that someone had decided it didn't matter either way. As far as they were concerned, he was dispensable. If I'd been Luke, I'd have been thinking about acquiring some better friends. Chapter 19. It was well after 7 by the time I was finished with Luke Gibson and prepared to let him go. Before you leave, can I remind you not to say anything to Roddy Asquith about what we've been discussing? He sighed. I'd rather be straight with him. Roddy came here yesterday and gave me a no-comment interview, which means that he said nothing. I know you think he couldn't have done anything wrong, and I'd like to believe that too, but it's my job to persuade him to tell me what he knows. Anything that gives me an advantage is important, and at the moment, all I have is that I know a tiny bit more than he thinks I do. Luke's mouth curved. I'm sure you'll persuade him to talk. You're good at this. I should be. I do it for a living, I said crisply. Look, I specifically don't want you to mention Ash to Roddy, or anything else that we've discussed about the car. But if you happen to remember anything about Ash, his surname, ideally, but anything at all that comes back to you, can you let me have it? You've got my card. Drop me an email, or call me. Sure. He got up and stretched, filling the room, and I hid a smile. He had inherited his father's trick of physically dominating any space he was in, but unlike Derwent, he didn't use it as a weapon. So that's it? We're really done? We're done. Thanks for coming in to talk to me. I want to help. He looked down at me, serious now. I don't like to think of Paige suffering. My mum said I shouldn't come in for an interview again, but it never occurred to me to say no. She told me I should get a solicitor to come with me. It can be a good idea. I held the door open for him. Waste of money, though. I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. I started to walk towards reception with him. Yeah, it should work that way. It doesn't? Put it this way. I've never locked up anyone who didn't deserve to be behind bars. He considered it. That's sort of reassuring, and sort of not. I laughed. I'm doing my best. There's a reason solicitors exist, I suppose. And we don't assume that if you come in with one, you're hiding something. Not necessarily, anyway. We turned the corner to reception, and Luke looked surprised. Mum, what are you doing here? I was worried about you. She stood up, a slight figure in a raincoat, her eyes worried. She turned to me. Is everything okay? Absolutely fine, I said, firmly, trying to convey I haven't said anything from my expression alone. You'd swear I was 15 or mentally challenged. Luke glowered at his mother, his jaw tight with anger. I can look after myself. I don't know why you do this. You're so overprotective. You don't listen, that's why. I told you to get a solicitor. I didn't need one. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, his tone was soothing instead of angry. Everything's sorted. Really. Sergeant Kerrigan needed to check a few things with me, and I was able to answer her questions. She's happy, I'm happy. Okay? Claire Naylor nodded, on the verge of tears. It's just... I don't like this. Course you don't. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her, tucking his face into her neck. But I'm not a kid. I can handle this. Sorry. Let's go and get something to eat. Luke turned to me. Thanks again. I promise I won't say anything I shouldn't. I appreciate it, I said, and started to steer them towards the door. It was raining, and I was about to make some remark about it, when Derwent pushed through the revolving door and stopped to brush the water from his hair. It's brutal out there. A frown for me, along with a quick up and down that took in my thin silk shirt and total lack of a jacket, or coat, or umbrella. You're not going out like that, are you? No. I managed not to look around at Claire or Luke, seeing some people out. He looked past me to see who I meant, because his curiosity was constant and insatiable. Neither of them held his attention for long. Right. Coming up to the office. In a bit. Don't wait for me. Who said I was going to? He grinned, though, to take the sting out of his words, and sauntered over to the stairs, shaking the raindrops from his jacket as he went. I held my breath as he ran up the steps 2 at a time, disappearing from view. When I was sure he was gone, I turned to the pair behind me. Claire was white and trembling. Luke, oblivious, peered out at the rain. I think we should wait a few minutes. I bet it's only a shower. Ordinarily, I would have agreed with him, but I wanted them gone. It looks to me as if it's set in for the night. I'd go before it gets any worse if I were you. Really? Do you think so? The lift pinged behind him, and the doors opened, and Derwent stepped out into the lobby with a frown on his face. He walked across to us, and there was something tentative in how he moved. Sorry, I just thought... Claire? Josh. She tried to smile, her mouth quivering. I thought that was you. Claire Naylor. My God. He gave her a quick hug, then held her at arm's length to look at her. It's been years. Decades. I'm surprised you recognised me. He smiled down at her. How could I forget you? Anyway, you haven't changed. Her hand went to her hair, but her smile this time was genuine. You were always good at saying the right thing, even if it wasn't true. I risked a glance at Luke, who was looking bemused. He put his hand out. Luke Gibson. I'm Claire's son. Josh Derwent. He gave Luke an assessing look as he shook hands, but there was no recognition in it, no hint of suspicion, and I let myself start to breathe again. OK, yes, this was bad, and had the potential to be very bad, but there was also a good chance we would all be going our separate ways after a brief session of Do You Remembers, and then there would be no harm done. I'm guessing you two used to know each other, Luke said. We were best mates when we were kids, Derwent explained. There was a gang of us who hung around together all the time. Your mum and your Uncle Vinny were part of it, and a couple of other people. We did everything together. Shame you lost touch, Luke said lightly. Yes, it was. A shadow passed over Derwent's face before he turned back to Claire. I missed you, you know. Of course. We missed you too. It came out as a whisper. All of a sudden she couldn't look him in the eye. I resisted the urge to kick her in the ankle. Stop acting as if you feel guilty about something, or he'll guess you have something to feel guilty about. But what are you doing here? Derwent asked her. Is anything wrong? I had to interview Luke, I said briskly. We're finished. In fact, Luke and his mother were just leaving. Lucky I caught you. He was staring at Claire again, mesmerised. I knew I recognised you. I was trying to work it out the whole way up the stairs. You never forget a face, do you? I took a step away from them towards the door. Thanks again for coming in, Luke. Yeah, we should go. He nudged Claire. Come on, Mum. Swap numbers or whatever, and then we'll get going. Claire came to life. Oh, I don't think there's any need for that. Derwent had had his phone in his hand. He slid it into his pocket as his expression went from surprised to wounded before he gained control of himself. A bored, distant look came over his face like a mask. No point in pretending it's worth trying to go back, is there? It was a long time ago. Claire stared down at the floor. Yeah. Derwent cleared his throat, the tenderness breaking through despite himself. It was good to see you again, though. She nodded, her face flaming. He stepped forward and dropped a kiss onto her cheek. I heard him murmur, "If you ever want to catch up, you know where to find me." The revolving door hissed, and a little group hurried in, talking and laughing and shaking out umbrellas. Last of all was Georgia. She looked from Luke to Derwent and beamed. Wow! A family reunion. When the two of you are side by side, you can really see the similarities. Georgia! I didn't recognise my own voice as I moved towards her. Can I have a word? She sidestepped me, all her attention on Luke and Derwent. I could smell alcohol on her breath, and guessed she'd been to the pub for a few post-work drinks before she came back to get changed so she could cycle home. No wonder she was failing to read the situation. This must be so weird for all of you, especially you, Gov. Maeve has been stressing about when she should tell you. Tell me. Derwent looked wary and flicked a glance at me. What did she have to tell me? Congratulations, Daddy. Georgia lunged forward to pat his arm. You should be really proud of him. And Luke, you can be proud of having a dad like Josh. He's lovely. Luke was standing completely still, as if he'd been turned to stone. Claire pulled at him, desperate. Come on, let's go. Luke, come on. Wait. Derwent put out a hand. Hold it, Claire, for a second. Georgia, what are you saying? You're Luke's dad. She looked at him and blinked, swaying where she stood. Didn't you know? I thought Maeve would have told you by now. She hadn't mentioned it. Georgia smiled at him fuzzily, and I could already have cheerfully shoved her under a bus, even before she added the unforgivable part. That's so strange. Maeve has known you were Luke's dad for years, since she met his mother the first time. You promised me. Claire's voice was ragged with anger and fear. She pointed a shaking finger at me. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone. I should have known I couldn't trust you. Derwent turned slowly to face me, and I felt some part of myself die of shame at the look of betrayal in his eyes. Now, he couldn't truthfully say he'd forgotten all about it, but these days he never thought about the incident, as he'd come to name it. He accepted that it had happened. He had moved on. The repercussions had been manageable. Useful, even, at times. It had proved to be a turning point of sorts. He was a better person than the boy who had run away crying from the corpse in the swimming pool. If it wasn't tasteless to say this about murder, it had been the making of him. Now he had the uneasy feeling it might be the unmaking of him. It had seeped out of his past like some horrific virus released from the melting Arctic permafrost to taint his future with long-forgotten malignancy. That was unacceptable. He had been promised there would be no trouble. Promised. But when it came down to it, you couldn't trust anyone to look out for your interests, no matter how they swore they would, no matter how often they promised to say nothing at all. Well, if it was to be every man for himself, he'd have to take matters into his own hands, because he couldn't be absolutely sure that people had listened to him and heeded his warnings. They'd have to understand there were consequences to insisting on knowing the truth. It was human nature to put yourself first. He knew it, and they knew it. And it was only a question of which of them decided to do that first. He would take the guesswork out of it and take control. That was what he was good at, after all. Every question the police asked told him they were closing in on the truth, even if they didn't know it yet. Sooner or later they would find out enough to terrify people into speaking up, to defend themselves. And what they knew was enough to get him locked up for a very long time. He stared at himself in the mirror, his jaw tight, his face drained of colour. Maybe he didn't remember exactly what had happened the first time, but he had done this before. He could do it again. He had to. It was the only way he could be sure he was safe. Chapter 20. Are you going to be like this all night? Like what? Seth raised his eyebrows. I was going to say miserable, but let's go for snappy and miserable. I'm not being snappy. Then how would you describe your tone? It sounds distinctly snappy to me. Sorry. I picked up my food unenthusiastically. I had a bad day. I know. And yesterday was a bad day too. You mentioned that. Sorry, I said again, and leaned my head in my hand. I can't seem to stop thinking about it. Or talking about it. I tried to look more cheerful. Seth had had a long day in court after all. He'd decided we should try out the new Chinese restaurant that had opened near his flat. It was kind of him to take me out for dinner, when I would otherwise have been too tired to cook. The least I could do was be pleasant. What would you like to talk about? I don't know. The news? Politics. Something light-hearted. This restaurant. Do you like it? Yeah, it's nice. I looked around, trying to think of something to say about it. The restaurant was painted red with black accents, and every table had a tiny spotlight directed at it instead of proper lighting. The effect was like dining inside a poorly lit stomach. It's very intimate. What do you think of the food? It's nice too. Nice? Is that the only adjective you know? I felt a wave of absolute exhaustion sweep over me. I really didn't want to fight. No, the restaurant is really atmospheric, and the food is delicious. I'm surprised to hear that. You haven't eaten much of it. I stared at the glutinous Szechuan chicken I'd ordered because I couldn't be bothered to read through the whole menu. It was looking less and less appetizing as it cooled on my plate. Look, Seth, leave it. I'm not in the mood. Because your dickhead colleague isn't talking to you. It's upsetting. A tear slid down the side of my nose, and Seth threw down his chopsticks. This is ridiculous. I'm getting the bill. I sat back in my chair, glad of the Stygian gloom, since it meant none of the other diners could see me crying. I needed to pull myself together, or Seth would be completely justified in dumping me. Besides, I couldn't spend another sleepless night, worrying about whether Derwent would ever forgive me. After Georgia dropped her bombshell, she had staggered off to the lift, oblivious to the strained silence she'd left behind her. Claire bundled Luke out through the revolving door, showing considerably more physical strength than I would have anticipated, and the two of them disappeared into the night. That left me and Derwent. Do you want to talk about it? I faltered. I think we should. The lobby suddenly felt like a very public space. Interview room? He nodded and gestured that I should go first. I listened to the sound of his footsteps following me and tried to work out how he was feeling. Shocked? Probably. Hurt? More than likely. Murderously angry? That was a distinct possibility. I led the way into the interview room I'd just left and stood by the table. He closed the door gently, as if to emphasize how reasonable he was being. It struck me that he wasn't using any of the usual tricks that indicated he was angry with me. He was almost being too courteous. Instead of crowding me, he stayed on the other side of the room. When exactly did you find out? When I interviewed her about Angela Poole. His eyes narrowed for a moment at the mention of his dead ex-girlfriend, but he continued in the same level tone of voice. And she told you? She didn't Tell me. I worked it out. How? She hid his pictures the first time I went to see her. She was obviously proud of him. I was trembling. That was pure shock, making itself felt. She told me all about him, but there weren't any pictures in her living room. She'd taken them down and shoved them in a drawer before she let me in. Then I started wondering why she'd be happy for me to know he existed, but worried about letting me see him. She knew I worked with you. She asked me quite a lot about you, but she wouldn't hear of getting in touch with you herself. When the case was over, I went round again without warning her, so she didn't have time to hide anything, and there were photographs of him everywhere. And? He looked exactly like you when he was little. I could see it straight away. Derwent's eyes were inky black, like an animal in pain. That proves nothing. When I asked her directly, she admitted it. She said, the two of you, she said it was a one-off. It was. He was looking at me, but I had the impression he didn't see me at all. I'd forgotten. Not that it didn't mean anything at the time. I suppose I'd put it out of my mind. Well, you didn't realise it was significant. Why didn't she tell me she was pregnant? I mean, I think you should talk to her about all of this, and leave me out of it. Maybe I should, but I'm talking to you. Right. Well, I think she wanted to handle it on her own. It was complicated. Remember? Everyone else thought you were a murderer at the time. I cleared my throat. You know, I think you'd already left town when she found out she was pregnant. She was able to pretend she'd slept with someone else. A stranger. It was easier that way, from what she said. Easier? His face was bleak. Was she that ashamed of me? I don't think that was a factor, I said feebly. I really think you need to talk to her, though. I can't tell you exactly what she was feeling or thinking. She was very young, after all. You both were. Why didn't she want me to know about him later? He must have been an adult by the time you found out about him. He was at Cambridge. She didn't want to upset him, I think. She didn't say he'd been asking about his dad, but I assumed... I broke off, because at the words, his dad, Derwent had pulled a chair towards him and sat down abruptly. Are you okay? Not exactly. He leaned forward and dropped his head into his hands so he didn't have to look at me. Go on. I assumed the question had come up from time to time. I mean, Luke is bright. He would have wondered where he came from and what she knew about his father. I held myself very still because I really wanted to go over and put my arms around him, but I didn't think it would be welcome. I tried to persuade her to talk to you. I left her my card. She never called me. You left her your card, he repeated. Great. What else could I do? It was a stupid question to ask, I realised as soon as I said it. A lot of things. He looked up at me then. You could have told me, for one thing. I promised her. Someone you didn't know at all. Someone you'd met twice, was it? I nodded. I would have thought, Derwent said evenly, that you might have thought it was more important to tell me what you'd found out, since you know me quite well. I knew my face was flaming. At the time, what? You didn't think I deserved to know? I didn't think you'd care. The silence that fell was as dense as a wall. He got to his feet and walked from one side of the room to the other, as if he couldn't bear to stay still, but had nowhere to go. I'm sorry. I didn't think... He seemed completely unreachable, as if nothing I could do or say would draw him back. At the time, you didn't seem to be interested in being a dad. It was a couple of years ago, remember? You were different then. Once you became involved with Melissa and started to spend time with Thomas, I could see things had changed. You changed. But you still didn't say anything. His calmness was worse than anger. Colder. I didn't think I should. It wasn't my secret to share with you. It was between you and Claire. I might never have known about him. I might never... He stopped, facing away from me. What was he doing here today? I asked him to come in to explain why his car was seen at a particular place 2 years ago. He was abroad at the time. Nothing to do with him. He's not in trouble. I added quickly, You don't need to worry. Was that the first time you'd met him? The second. He was in yesterday. That's when I realised who he was. But you didn't think of telling me, even though you knew he was going to be in the office this afternoon. His voice had a note in it that I'd never heard before. I was waiting, I said lamely. I wanted to make sure he wasn't involved in my murder. Then I was going to tell you, I swear. Una Burt told me I should. He swung around, his face white, his eyes glittering with pure rage. Who else did you tell? For someone who's so devoted to keeping secrets, you seem to have spread this one far and wide. I told Bert because I was worried about this exact thing happening. I didn't want you to find out this way. I needed her help to keep you away from the case altogether. I had to tell her, and she told me to tell you, for what it's worth. She thought you should know. Kind of her. And Georgia? Georgia overheard us talking. No one else knows, I swear. Not Liv, not anyone. He turned away again, as if he couldn't bear to look at me. I'm sorry, Josh. I didn't mean to hurt you. If I could turn the clock back, I would. You should never have found out that way. I know you would have been a brilliant dad to Luke. I tried to convince Claire of that. I wasn't going to leave it this time. If she hadn't told you, I really would have told you myself. I fell silent again, waiting for him to answer. But when he spoke again, it was with a question that he ground out as if he couldn't bear not to ask it. What's he like? He's brilliant. I cleared my throat, fighting to keep my composure. He's clever and funny and kind. He's exactly what you'd want him to be. He shook his head, still facing away from me. You should have told me. Look, He held up a hand. There's nothing you can say to make what you did all right. Just go, before I tell you what I think of you. Josh, I said, appalled. Go. And I had gone. I'd left him shut in the little airless interview room with his regrets and his unbearable sorrow. I had let him focus his anger on me because, after all, why shouldn't he? And I had hoped he would calm down if I left him for long enough. I hoped he might understand that I'd been in an impossible position. Based on the day I had endured, that wasn't going to happen any time soon. He had rebuffed any attempt I'd made to talk to him. He had got up and left the kitchen as soon as I walked in. I had seen him pacing in Una Burt's office with the door closed, as she sat at her desk with a remote expression on her face, and could only guess at their conversation. I had endured meetings, trying not to stare at the back of his head. I had pretended to concentrate on my work, when all of my attention had been on him, and whether he was coming over to talk to me, or stalking past. Claire hadn't called me, and neither had Luke. Whatever I was going through, I reminded myself, it was nothing compared to the principal actors in this sorry little soap opera. I was collateral damage at best. But it hurt. I came back to myself when Seth tossed his card on the table as the waiter hovered with the machine. I scrambled for my bag. Let me go halves. If you want. The manager appeared as I got up after paying. Was everything all right with your meal? It was fine, except for the company. Seth turned on his heel and walked out, leaving me to stammer my thanks and congratulations on the new restaurant, and to promise that yes, we would return very soon, Lovely place, lovely food, thank you so much. I found him outside, looking at his phone. Thanks for that. You ruined my evening. He started to walk away, and I hurried after him, cursing the shoes I was wearing, shoes that I'd only put on because he liked me in heels. I'm sorry, I wasn't in good form. You spent enough time with him at work, he said, enunciating clearly. You even live in his flat, for God's sake. When you spend an evening with me, I don't expect you to talk about him. I don't want to hear what he said or didn't say, or how that made you feel. I want you to leave work behind when we're together. I expect you to be interested in me, and interesting, and for the time we have together to mean something. Is that too much to ask? No, of course not. Look, it's been a bad week. I had left my jacket in Seth's flat because the evening had seemed warm, but there was a definite chill in the air now, and not only because of his manner. I rubbed my arms, shivering. I can't help being upset. I know you don't like him, but I've worked with him for a long time. We work well together, and I'm worried this horrible situation will damage our professional relationship. And can you slow down a bit, please? Sorry. He didn't sound it. He turned the next corner abruptly, and I trotted after him, cursing my shoes and my luck with equal fluency. Seth, wait! I really hadn't expected that he would, but I ran straight into him. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pushed me up against the wall, so hard that my head hit the bricks and I saw stars. I can't do this. I can't even look at you. His anger was burning hot, and I recalled with some alarm that he had a serious temper, even if he rarely gave in to it. Take the hint, love. If you don't leave me alone, I'm going to say or do something I regret. Seth, leave me alone. He turned and strode away, not looking back as I lost my balance and fell, the pavement rushing towards me. Pain blossomed in my knee, my hands and my right elbow as I clattered to the ground. It took me a second to realise that Seth was really gone. It took me a minute to get to my feet and assess the damage I'd sustained. Grazes from the wall and the pavement. Bruises. Nothing broken. Dignity in tatters. It took a half an hour of shivering outside a minicab office, my feet aching from my shoes, to get a taxi to take me to London Fields, in all my mascara-streaked misery. It took forever to drive there, while the Italian driver talked to me incessantly about his crazy girlfriend. I say to her, you look like an angel, and you talk like a woman from a fish market in a town that God forgot. And she scream at me. But what can I do? I love her. I need to be with her. It took me 4 attempts to get my key in the door when I finally got home, the silence humming against my ears once I was alone. It took me 2.5 hours to stop crying, for long enough that I could finally go to sleep. I had done it again, I thought dismally. I had taken a good man and turned him into my worst enemy because I was too consumed with work to make him feel as if he was important to me. I was alone, and I deserved to be. If Seth ever spoke to me again, I'd have to try to find the words to apologise. Or I'd lose him the same way I'd lost everyone else who tried to care for me. Chapter 21. The day began, as it so often did, with a phone call. I fumbled for the phone, squinting against the morning sun that had found a gap in the curtains. The light speared through my head, pinning me to the pillow. Maeve, you busy? Chris Pettifer was 2 shades too loud for me at the best of times, and this was certainly not the best of times. Not as such. What time's it? Coming up on 6. I didn't want to work out how much sleep I'd had. Not much, anyway. My eyes felt gritty, the skin around them puffy and tender, and all I wanted to do was phone in sick and go back to sleep. That had been my plan, but Chris had got in first. He was on call, I remembered, so if he was on the phone, it was because he needed to be. What's up? I had enough practice at waking up instantly to sound as if I was alert, even if that was far from the case. Hampshire police have been on. They've got a body they wanted you to know about. That's kind of them, but I've got plenty of my own to worry about. This is one of yours. Chris really needed to tone down the heartiness, I thought. He sounded altogether too cheerful for that time of day. What do you mean, mine? He's got your card in his wallet. Shit. I sat up properly. Do we have an ID? Not officially. 20-something, IC1 male, brown hair, cause of death suicide. That's all I know. Brown hair? Did you say 20-something male? Fear slammed into me with physical force. Not Luke. Please, not Luke. Not when he's only just found him. I managed a grotesque impression of a casual inquiry. Anything in the wallet to give us a name? Cards in the name of Roderick Asquith. Mean anything to you? It meant the world. I didn't say it. I interviewed him a couple of days ago in the Paige Hargreaves case. There you are. That's how he had your card. Pettifer sounded pleased. Mystery solved. Poor, sweet Roddy. In the absence of any concrete details, I imagined him lying on a hillside or hanging from a tree, his worries at an end. Was it something I said? What happened? Suicide is all I've got. They wanted to let you know in case it was relevant that your card was in his wallet. I frowned. Have they moved the body? Not yet. Tell them not to. I want to take a look. They won't be pleased. They want to get the scene cleared up. I'll get there as soon as I can. I threw back the duvet and started to get out of bed, slowing down as stiffness and bruising and raw grazes set up a morning chorus of complaint. Actually, where is there? Middle of nowhere. I'll let them know you're on your way and send you the postcode. I rubbed my face, trying to think of something useful to ask. When did it happen? No idea. The local CID called me a couple of minutes ago. I bet they'll be thrilled if you're getting involved. The county forces were overstretched, bogged down with targets and time limits. It was getting harder to find resources to allocate to major crimes. Much better to get the Met's deep pockets and infinite manpower involved, which was fine, except that I was the infinite manpower in question, and I'd almost reached my limit. I yawned. Right, I'm on my way. Want to come? Nah, I've got a stabbing. You're on your own. On my own. I was glad of it as I drove down the A3, and very glad that no one had been in the flat to see me wince and hobble through an abbreviated version of my morning routine. I'd taken a handful of painkillers to deal with the physical aftermath of my fall, and they'd kicked in at last, but the emotional side was going to take longer to stop hurting. I thought about Roddy instead, and why he might have taken his own life, and if I'd done the right thing by him. The sat-nav knew where she was going, even if I didn't, and I turned the green fields into a blur as I sped away from the congestion of London. The address Pettifer had sent me truly was in the middle of nowhere, through a tiny village I'd never heard of. The sat-nav directed me confidently down a lane as narrow as a footpath, and I swore, hoping I wouldn't meet anyone coming the other way. The trees met overhead, and branches swept the sides of the car. Your destination is on your left, the sat-nav purred. I slowed down, watching for the entrance. I almost missed the faded board with the hand-painted letters, Bladewell Brickworks. A police car was parked near the entrance, almost blocking access. It was a good way of discouraging any curious passers-by from investigating what was going on there if you didn't have enough people to leave someone at the gate. I nosed past it and parked beside two unmarked cars. No one came to greet me, which was fine by me. I got out of the car and walked slowly towards the huge shed that took up most of the site, trying to get my bearings. The roof was pitted with holes, and big double doors sagged open, revealing rusting machinery. Behind the shed, a square-shaped chimney stretched 50 metres into the sky. I looked in through the open doors, but nothing moved inside the enormous shed, except for a couple of birds that shot up towards the rafters, panicked. A narrow roadway skirted the outside of the building, the tarmac fractured and peeling. Weeds had seized control, spiralling up through it wherever they could find a fissure to exploit. The abandoned brickworks was giving me the creeps. It felt completely isolated, with no other properties in view, and trees crowding close around the site. I heard voices in the distance and headed in that direction, following the road. As I came around the side of the building, I saw a small knot of men standing together in what must have been a loading yard at one time. It was big and bare, and the only thing that was out of place was a twin streak of tyre marks across the cracked concrete that led to a vehicle smashed against the base of the chimney. I stopped dead, staring at it. The front of it had folded as if it was tinfoil. All the glass had shattered and lay around the car like snow. The vehicle was half the length it should have been, and barely recognisable. A slick of dark liquid pooled on the concrete beneath it. "Can I help you?" A grim-looking man in a suit detached himself from the group and came to intercept me. I introduced myself and explained why I was there, and he looked relieved. "I'm DC Frank Steele. We've been waiting for you to turn up. Once you're finished here, we'll get a crew of firefighters to extract the body, get the vehicle recovered, and have this place cleared up." Not so fast, I thought. But I smiled as he introduced me to the other detective, the response officers, and the pathologist, a Dr. Sunbury. "What happened?" I asked. Steele answered me, taking the lead as before. "The deceased drove in here sometime before 4 this morning. There's no working CCTV, no guard on site, so we're a bit stuck on the exact timings. He came around the side of the building and stopped on the other side of this yard. Then he floored it. There's a farmhouse a bit further down the road. They heard the impact and called it in." "We got here about 5:10, one of the response officers chipped in. "No one was here, no sign of any other cars. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt and there was an empty bottle of whiskey in the car. Looked like a suicide to us." "And me." The pathologist was short and round. "I've taken blood samples, but there's a strong smell of alcohol in the car. He would have been killed instantly. Massive head injuries." "Are you sure of the ID?" "He took most of the impact on his forehead and the top of his head. The lower part of his face is fairly intact, and it matches his work ID, which was in his wallet. We'll double-check, of course." The relatively undamaged rear end of the car had a round blue and white badge that I could see from where I stood. "It's a BMW. The airbag didn't deploy." "On the passenger side only." I thought you couldn't switch off the driver's one." "You can take the fuse out," the second response officer volunteered. "If you're fixing something on the dashboard of the car, you can set them off by accident, so it's safer to disable it. Dead easy. You wouldn't need to be a car mechanic to do it." "Who's the registered keeper of the vehicle?" "It's a hire car." I considered that briefly. "Any note?" "No, and his phone was smashed." The other CID officer held up a bag with the remains of the phone in it. "I'd better have a look at the body." "It's messy." That was Steele. "I'm used to it." "Yeah, of course. I didn't mean to suggest you weren't." I smiled. "I should be okay, but that doesn't mean I'm looking forward to it." He looked relieved that I wasn't taking offence, and I walked away, knowing that they were all watching me. If only Steele knew that I was essentially immune to sexist remarks after working with Derwent for so long. Derwent. I sighed and put him out of my mind so I could concentrate on what I was doing, stopping a few feet from the car so I could walk around it and take in the damage. The metalwork gleamed where it wasn't damaged. A new car, hired for the occasion, cleaned between uses. I came round to the driver's side and looked in, deliberately separating the body in the car from my memory of Roddy as he'd been, except to confirm that this was the man I had met and interviewed. The force of the impact had pushed the engine block back into the vehicle, wrapping the car around his body like a fist. Impossible to guess at what damage he might have sustained to his lower half. It would take the firefighters a while to disentangle him from the wreckage, I anticipated. The door was buckled so badly it couldn't be opened. I did as everyone else had done, and leaned through the window to get a close look at him. As Sudbury had said, the smell of alcohol was overpowering, and stronger as I got closer to him. Blood and brain tissue had cascaded down from a massive wound on the top of his head, streaking his face and soaking into his clothes. The front of his shirt was saturated. His hands were still on the steering wheel, the signet ring shining. I took out my torch and took a closer look at his mouth and jaw. Problem? Sudbury was right behind me, with Steele behind him. I'd say so. I straightened up. Not suicide. What makes you say that? Roddy was epileptic. He wasn't allowed to drive, and he'd never learned. He didn't have a licence, and he wouldn't have been able to hire the car on his own. Even if he got someone else to hire it, he'd never have been able to drive down the A3 without attracting attention from a traffic unit. That's a fast road, and someone inexperienced would stand out a mile. And even if he managed that, he'd never have been able to cope with the narrow lane that leads here in the middle of the night. It would have been dark. Desperate men can do extraordinary things, the pathologist said. I looked up this place before I got here. I'd done my homework, and I didn't mind them knowing it. It's on a handful of urban exploring forums, precisely because there's no security, and no CCTV, and no close neighbours, and the gate isn't working anymore. The only people who come here since it closed down are kids who get a kick out of abandoned buildings, and criminals looking for somewhere quiet to go about their business. Steele nodded. It's fairly well known locally. And further afield. I tried searching for abandoned factory rural location near London, and it came up on the first page of results. Even so, Steele began, and I held up a hand. I met Roddy recently, and his teeth were perfect. Look at them now. I stood aside to let them see. The 2 front teeth were chipped, a neat half-moon taken out of them. That could have happened in the crash, Steele objected. Sudbury was shaking his head. No, there was no impact on the lower half of the face, and there's no bruising on his mouth. This mark, what does it look like to you? I shone my torch on Roddy's jaw. A bruise. A finger mark, maybe? Sudbury bristled. I'd have seen it at the PM. I was looking for it, I said, which was generous of me, because he should have thought of doing the same. I think someone held his face and made him drink. Look at the amount that must have spilled down his shirt. When he was injured, the blood spread, as if the material was wet already. No droplets, just saturation. He was set up. This was staged. People aren't in their right minds when they kill themselves, as a rule. You might spill your drink, mightn't you? Steele said. And he could have got that bruise somewhere else. He could have been in a fight before he came down here. None of this is making me think murder. OK, well, look at the car. This window broke inside the driver's door when it buckled. The window was open before the crash. Someone had to take the handbrake off, which isn't a job I'd have liked myself, because the accelerator was already pushed down as far as it would go. When they recover the car, they'll need to look for something in the driver's footwell. A block, something heavy like that. The way the car was damaged, whoever arranged this accident wouldn't have been able to retrieve it, assuming that was their plan. If you check, you'll find it. Who would do that? Steele asked. I don't know yet. Someone connected with the murder I'm investigating, I presume. I looked down at Roddy soberly. He knew something about it, I could tell. But he wouldn't talk. He looked appalled. And someone killed him anyway, even though he didn't cooperate. They're absolutely ruthless. They must have a lot to lose, Steele said, and I shivered in spite of myself. Chapter 22. The only thing worse than being ignored by Derwent was being the focus of his attention. I was reminded of this as I stepped out of the office lift at the end of a long day. For the second time in 24 hours, I found myself stumbling off balance. But this time, it was because Derwent had grabbed hold of my arm to haul me into an empty meeting room. "What are you doing?" I shook myself free, rattled. "Don't do that." "It wasn't him." Derwent's face was taut with tension. No need to ask who he meant. "No." I brushed myself down, tucking my shirt back into place. "How did you hear about it?" He took a moment before he answered, and when he did, his voice was shaky with relief. "I asked where you were. Belcott said he'd heard from Pettifer that you were down in Hampshire since early this morning, because a young man from one of your cases had killed himself. He didn't know the name, obviously, and I couldn't get hold of Pettifer to ask him about it because he was tied up with some stabbing." "Why didn't you call me?" "I wasn't sure you'd pick up." "I would have," I said, stung. "It's not me who's gone off in a huff, mate." "I thought, if it was him, you wouldn't want to tell me over the phone." He swallowed, the agony of the preceding few hours carving shadows in his face. "So I didn't want to call you." "If it had been him, I'd have told you myself. It would have been the first thing I did." He looked as if he wanted to argue the point, but he settled for asking, "Who was it?" "One of Luke's housemates, a guy called Roddy Asquith." "And he killed himself?" "No, set up to look like suicide." I filled in the details for Derwent as he leaned against the wall and listened, his arms folded, his expression stern. "So no one else picked up on it being murder?" "No one else was thinking it might be murder, but then they had no reason to suspect it. They were delighted when I turned up and told them they got it wrong, and there'd have to be a proper murder inquiry." "I'm sure you were charming about it." "I was nice," I protested, "but it was so slow. They'd wasted a lot of time before I got there. It took a couple of hours to summon up the soccos and start processing the scene, and then a fire crew had to cut the car open to get the body out. The pathologist is going to do the post-mortem tomorrow morning, but really only because I nagged him about it." "No better woman." "Thanks," I snapped. "Calm down." Derwent had to be feeling more like himself if he was being so infuriating. "Tell me about the crash. How did they set it up?" "A weight on the accelerator, they think. But it will be a while before they can retrieve it from the rest of the car. There was something rigged up so the parking brake could be released from outside the car. The soccos found a sticky residue on it, like tape. It was a BMW 3 Series with a switch rather than lever for the handbrake. Easier to take it off." "Presumably that explains why they picked that model of hire car." "That, and the fact that it was heavy for a relatively compact car. The run-up from one side of the yard to the other was short, but the impact was massive." "And he didn't manage to turn the wheel to avoid it?" "I think Roddy was comatose, or close to it when the car crashed. He reeked of alcohol. He probably didn't even know what was happening. All the damage was on the top of his head. I think he'd slumped forward in the driver's seat, so he headbutted the steering wheel when the car hit the wall. The airbag was switched off. Fatal, instantly." "Not a one-person murder." "What makes you say that?" "The location was remote. They'd have needed a second car to get away after they fucked the first one against a wall. 2 drivers, if your victim didn't drive there himself." He was right. "I'll tell them to look for tire marks." "Probably too late if you and 100 other people have been driving onto the site. You'd park a fair way from the scene anyway, wouldn't you? Near the gate, out of sight of the road. No harm in telling them to look there. None at all. So why would someone want to kill him?" "To stop him from talking, I presume." I sighed. He'd given me a no-comment interview, but he was a nice kid. I was planning to pay him another visit and ask him some more questions about the incident Paige was investigating. I think I'd have got somewhere if I'd had the chance to persuade him to talk. "Who else knew you were going to question him again?" I bit my lip. I'd been hoping he wouldn't ask me, because I could only think of one person. When I didn't answer straight away, Derwent frowned. "Oh, I see. Luke." Yeah. I'd worked out in the car on the way back that Luke was the only person who had known what I intended to do next, and what questions I might be asking, and to what end. But that might be a coincidence, or he might have said something to the wrong person by accident, and tipped them off without realising it. Or not, Derwent said grimly. He might be in it up to his neck. I really wanted to say something reassuring, but I couldn't. And anyway, Derwent wouldn't have fallen for it. He looked at me warily. Don't say anything to Bert about that yet. Why not? I've managed to persuade her to let me work on this case, as long as Luke's not involved. At the moment, he's not on her radar. You were happy with the answers he gave you in interview, and he's not a suspect. Not officially, I said, troubled. But I'm not sure this is the ideal way to get to know him, if that's what you want. Derwent made a dismissive gesture, as if that hadn't even occurred to him. I don't want to be stuck on the outside of this one. It's a big case. Bert wanted an inspector involved, and I persuaded her it should be me. So don't give her any ideas about changing her mind. He straightened up and checked the time. I'd best head off. Melissa will be sending out search parties. Sorry for being so late. He nodded. Keep me in the loop, though. I need to know what's going on. I will. Another question popped into my mind. Hey, how did you know I hadn't been in the office today? You'll see. He hesitated, already halfway out the door. Is everything okay? Everything's fine, I lied. He nodded. That's what I thought. What does that mean? I was too late. He was gone. I went thoughtfully through to the main office and stopped at the sight of my desk. Happy birthday! One of the support staff smiled at me. We've been admiring them all day. And the scent. Amazing roses. They are. I tried to smile. Not my birthday, though. Must be a very special occasion, then. I didn't answer, and she looked disappointed. Well, good night. She took herself and her curiosity out to the lifts, and I walked down to my desk, where half the contents of a rose garden had been crammed into billowing cellophane. The smell of the flowers hung on the air, a distinct improvement over the printer ink and failing deodorant ambience the office usually enjoyed. I looked for the card, ripping it out of the still-sealed envelope with shaking hands. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you? I picked the bouquet up with some effort and carried it into the kitchen, where I rammed it into the bin. I tore up the card and shoved it down the side of the bin, my face hot with embarrassment and anger. It wasn't the apology I minded, particularly. It was nice of him to take the blame for a row that had been at least 50% my fault. All that he had to apologise for was losing his temper when I had goaded him into it, and for leaving me on the street on my own. I'd fallen over all by myself. I hated that the flowers had sat there all day, a source of interest to the entire office. I despised the whole public production of getting a bouquet at work anyway, not to mention lugging it home on the underground, shoving it in a vase, and watching the flowers wither and stink. I saw enough of death not to want it to happen in my home. The one good thing about coming in so late was that most people had already left for the day, and anyone who was left in the office had more sense than to ask me about the flowers. I strode to my desk, glowering, and logged onto my computer to catch up with the day I'd missed. Of course, Derwent would have known it wasn't my birthday, or an anniversary. He would have spotted the flowers for what they were. Is everything okay? That's what I thought. I focused on my inbox, powering through messages with ruthless efficiency. An unexpected name appeared halfway down the page, and I clicked on the message. Hi there. Sorry for emailing, but I thought you'd want to know someone contacted me on Twitter to say she'd been talking to Paige about a story. Can you call me? Bianca Drummond. It was getting late. Worth a try, I thought, and called her. The phone rang again and again, and I was resigning myself to leave a voicemail when she picked up. Bianca, It's Maeve Kerrigan. Thank you for the email. I thought you'd like to know. She sounded sullen, as if she was slightly regretting contacting me. You did ask me to tell you if anything happened. I did, and I'm grateful. Who is this person who contacted you? And what do you know about her? Her name is Antoinette. She read a piece I wrote about Paige in an online magazine, a tribute to her. It did quite well, and I got a big response from readers. One tweet was from this woman asking me to follow her so she could send me a direct message. What did it say? Not much. She'd been helping Paige with the story about something that happened to her at Chiron House, and she wanted to know if anyone was going to write that story now. What did you say? I said I was looking into it. Bianca. Well, I am now. She wants to talk to someone about this story. It might as well be me. I don't think it's safe. We still don't know who killed Paige or why. Would you stop doing your job because it was dangerous? She waited, and I was silent. Didn't think so. It's a bit different for me. Time to take the gloves off. I don't want to end up picking bits of you out of the Thames, Bianca. You won't. With all due respect, you can't know that. Look, you wouldn't even know Antoinette existed if I hadn't told you. True, but I'm going to meet her tomorrow. She hesitated. I was thinking, if she doesn't mind, you could come with me. Not to interview her, but you can sit in on our conversation, if you want. She'd have to know who I was, I said. I don't want her to be misled about anything. She's potentially an important witness. Fine. I'm sure she'll say yes. She just wants to talk. I frowned. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you got in touch. But why do you want me to come along? Bianca hesitated. I want to do my job, but I'm scared, and I don't know much about her. You thought it might be a trap? I don't know. Her frustration and fear came through her voice. I don't know what to think, but I don't want to take any stupid chances. Where are you meeting her? The Barbican. We're meeting in the cafe on the ground floor at 11. It was a good location, I thought. Busy and big and close to public transport. Antoinette could hang back and see if Bianca was alone, or if she'd been followed, and no one could overhear them easily. Can you ask her if she'll let me join you? I'd rather wait until I meet her. I don't want to scare her off. And you look nice, she added rather sweetly. You don't look frightening. I laughed. Appearances are deceiving. If I say a police officer wants to come along, she'll get nervous. If I point you out to her and she sees you, she'll probably be fine with it. I made up my mind. Okay, as long as we're clear with her about what I'm doing there. I'll tell her everything, Bianca promised. Chapter 23. It was a beautiful morning, and the massive pitted concrete fortress of the Barbican was looking as attractive as it ever could as I crossed the courtyard towards the art centre. The terrace outside the cafe was packed with people sitting in the sunshine, but no one I knew. I threaded my way through the crowds into the cool, faintly unsettling foyer with its squat pillars and odd angles, then headed into the half-empty cafe, scanning the tables for Bianca Drummond. She was by the window, looking serious in glasses and a high ponytail as she tapped at her laptop. There was an empty coffee cup in front of her, the inside veiled in dirty brown foam. As she saw me approach, she slammed the laptop shut. You're early. So are you, I pointed out, and you've been here a while. I don't want to miss her. Bianca looked past me and bit her lip. She's not here yet. She sent me a message to say she was running a few minutes late. Could you go away? I don't want her to get scared. How far away would you like me to go? Bianca either didn't hear or chose to ignore the sarcasm. Over there. She pointed to the other side of the cafe. When she comes, I'll explain who you are. I did as she suggested, detouring to get a bottle of water, then sat with my chin propped on my hand. scanning the crowds for anyone who looked burdened with terrible, dangerous secrets. I had more or less given up hope by the time a young woman stalked into the cafe and passed the food without so much as looking at it. She had a haughty expression thanks to high cheekbones, narrow eyes, and a small, discontented mouth. She went straight over to Bianca and said something to her. Very tight jeans and a plain T-shirt and wedge-heeled sandals. Not English, I thought, and prepared to suffer for her looks. She cast a glance over her shoulder, tossing long, straight chestnut brown hair out of the way. Bianca was shaking her head. She touched the woman's arm, but she shook her off. She snapped something and began to stride away. I was out of my seat before I'd thought about it. I reached her side in a few paces as she stepped out onto the terrace and slid on vast designer sunglasses. "Antoinette? Who are you?" Unfeigned terror turned her face into a mask behind the glasses. "I'm a police officer." "A detective," I said, in a conversational tone, and showed her my ID as if I was showing her something on my phone, in case someone was watching. "I'm investigating Paige Hargreaves' murder. I gather you might have some information for us." "I told her to come alone." She scowled at Bianca, who had come to join us. Antoinette's accent was pronounced, an Eastern European inflection that thickened her consonants. I knew she wouldn't. "I thought you were going to tell her who I was," I said to Bianca. "She asked me if I was on my own, and as soon as I said no, she stormed off," Bianca said. "She didn't even give me a chance to explain." "Bianca knew I would need to talk to you," I said. "She was Paige's friend. She's been helping with the investigation." "I was her friend too." The tip of Antoinette's nose reddened, and she darted a manicured finger behind her sunglasses to swipe away tears. "She was kind." "Please come and talk to us." I tried to look as harmless and pleasant as possible. "You contacted Bianca because you want to talk to someone about what happened to you at Chiron House. You talked to Paige already. If you tell me what you told her, maybe I can do something about it." She gave a cracked, bitter laugh. "No one can do anything. It's too late." "What do you mean?" "There's no evidence. It's my word against theirs. And who would listen to me? I am nobody. They are big, important men." "I'll listen, and so will Bianca." Slowly, reluctantly, she turned and stepped through the doors into the cafe. Bianca pulled out a chair for Antoinette. "Can I get you a drink? A coffee?" "No. Nothing." Antoinette collapsed into the chair and winced. They were not designed for slumping. She folded her sunglasses and wrapped them in a cloth before stowing them in their Prada-branded case. "I just wanted to talk and go." Bianca put her phone on the table, close to Antoinette. "I'm recording this interview. Is that okay?" "Why not?" She looked listlessly from Bianca to me. "What do you want to know?" "Why don't you start by telling us the story you told Paige?" I suggested. "Exactly the way you told her about it." She sighed and leaned forward, speaking in a low voice that was directed towards the phone. Aside from her accent, her English was extremely fluent and colloquial. "Okay. So, I moved to London 3 years ago. I worked many jobs: cleaner, barista, clothes shop. I came to learn English so I could work in an office. In my country, I am an accountant, you understand. But here, I have to study to be an accountant, and it costs a lot. Also, I need good English." "Where are you from?" Bianca interjected. "Latvia." "And how old are you now?" 28. She could have been 5 years older or younger, I reflected. "Anyway, I worked hard, I saved. It's difficult because of rent and the cost of living here, so I worked as much as I could. I had a job in a shoe shop, and it was my lunch hour. I was sitting in the break room, registering with temp agencies. You know, office work. I was so tired of that job. People so rude and smelly, and children that didn't listen." She pulled a face. The assistant manager saw what I was doing. I thought I would get in trouble for looking for another job. But she told me if I could waitress, there was an agency that needed girls for evening and weekend work. Weddings, that kind of thing. Of course, I said I was interested. What was the name of the agency? I asked. De La Hace. She spelled it for me. I phoned the number she gave me, and they said, yes, come round, let's talk. The office was in Victoria, near the train station. When I arrived, there were many girls there, 10, 12. They looked at all of us and said to 5 of us, yes, you come through here. The others they told to go. How did they decide who to keep? And the ones who stayed, I prompted. We were all pretty, thin, nice. Some tall, some small, all young. One very young. She said she was 18, but... Antoinette shrugged. Of course, I was not an idiot. I was already thinking it was something for sex, a brothel, a club. I was ready to leave. But the girls who worked there came in and told us it was waitress work, and their clients were very wealthy, so they wanted girls who looked respectable and nice and could behave themselves properly. And then she told us what the pay was. 3 times what I could earn in the shop. And was it waitressing work that they wanted you to do? Bianca asked. Rather to my surprise, Antoinette nodded. Waitressing, yes. They trained us in silver service. I did 2, 3 weddings, and then special corporate events in the city. Lots of very rich people. It was places that didn't have usual staff, special venues. We were brought in for the evening. It was okay, you know. They had rules about your hair, no coloured dye, and your nails. Oh, my God, they would inspect you before you started work every time, and it was like the army. They didn't allow anything. She cackled. We called one manager the General because she was so strict. We had to walk the same, talk the same, wear our hair the same, no jewellery, no perfume, lots of rules. But good money, and it was fun. Her face changed. Until the Chiron Club, almost 2 years ago. The 22nd of July. What happened? I asked, my ears picking up at the date she mentioned. That was the day before Luke's car had been spotted in Standon Fitzallen. It was a special event. Only the best girls picked. She looked away for the first time. I was pleased to be chosen. There was a bonus, too. £200 per girl, plus tips. We weren't supposed to accept tips. It wasn't usual to get anything over what we were paid, but we were paid well. The General told us the club members were generous and liked to reward the girls they liked by giving them cash at the end of the night. We were supposed to remember to smile and be nice and talk if they wanted to talk. Some of us were waitresses. Others were to sit at the tables in case the men wanted to talk. Like escorts? Bianca asked. No, this is another word for prostitute, yes? Not escorts, more like decorations, like the flowers on the table. They were the most beautiful girls who were chosen for this. She shrugged. I was a waitress. I thought that was okay. I didn't want to sit and listen to them talking all night. Men like that are boring, always boasting. No one cares about your money, Gerald. I found myself laughing along with Bianca, and Antoinette's mournful expression lifted for a second, a sparkle appearing in her eyes. We laughed at them, you see. That was why I liked the job. The light went out of her face as she went on. That night they gave us dresses to wear for waitressing. Short, but smart. They told us we had to wear very fine tights or stockings, and 3-inch heels at least. Not fun for waitressing, but okay. I'm used to heels. For me it was no problem. And then we were ready. The evening started at 7 with a champagne reception. How many men were there? What was the occasion? She shook her head. 200? I think it was a special summer party or a celebration. I don't know. There was a big cake, I remember. Huge. Everyone was drinking a lot, shouting, cheering. The men, they started out polite, but they were watching us and talking about us. We could all tell. You always know. I nodded. So you were uneasy? A little. But the big group of men, they talk about sex, always. So... She looked uncomfortable. They were young, some of them. Handsome, very rich. We were flirting, you understand? Playing games with them. It wasn't difficult. We were all thinking of the tips at the end of the night. Some of them pinched bums or groped us because it was crowded where the reception was. We warned each other who to avoid. I was black and blue, but I kept smiling, like I was having fun. Of course, Bianca said warmly. That's what you do. I couldn't lose the job, you see. I wanted to work more. I thought I had to do it. She shivered. One of them said he would give me £100 if I kissed him on the cheek. I wasn't sure, but I said okay. And when I went to kiss him, he grabbed me and put his tongue in my mouth. Did you complain? Bianca asked. She laughed. Who to? The general didn't care. Anyway, I had said yes. He gave me the money afterwards and I felt horrible, like a whore. He tricked you, I said. That wasn't what you agreed to. No, but I was stupid to say yes. Her face crumpled. I behaved like I was okay with it. They thought, well, maybe they didn't care, but I felt it was my fault what happened later. What happened later? I asked gently. It was after the main course. We had served. One of them had put his hand in between my legs and I couldn't stop myself. I spoke to him sharply. He said he was sorry. She shuddered. He looked so angry with me. But one of the other men, an older man, he told me I was right. Some of them were kind. I was so upset I needed a minute to myself. I ran out to find the bathroom. There were 2 young men in the hall, and I asked them if they knew where it was. I was confused. I hadn't been there before, and I didn't know how to get to the staff area. I waited, but Antoinette didn't go on. She was sitting very still, her eyes fixed on the table, and she was trembling. At last she said, I should have asked one of the other waitresses. My fault. I remember one of them laughing. The other said, Yes, I know where it is. Come this way, I'll show you. He brought me to a door and said, Here it is. I said, Are you sure? And he opened the door. The other one was behind me and he shoved me inside. It was full of coats and dark. They put a coat over my head and wrapped it around, tight. Then they pushed me against other coats, and I screamed as loud as I could, but no one heard. They took turns with me. I couldn't fight. They were behind me, and I think one held me down while the other did what he wanted. I was so scared. I thought I would die. There was no air. I went limp, as if I'd fainted. I thought that'd make them stop, even if I couldn't fight. She smiled bitterly. They didn't stop. Not until they were both finished. I'm so sorry, I said, appalled. I'm so sorry. But it wasn't your fault. I should have known. You couldn't have. You were there to work. You should have been safe. I pushed my own anger down because it wasn't helpful. Not then. But I knew it would resurface later. These men and their entitlement. Did they speak to you afterwards? She shook her head. They left me in the room, in the dark. I got dressed again. My tights were ripped, so I took them off. I tried to clean myself up. I came out and found the general, but she wouldn't listen to me. She got one of the men who works at the club, and he called a car for me. He told the driver I was ill and to take me straight home. I was so shocked. I wanted to go to hospital, or the police, but the driver took me to my flat and made me go in. The man at the club said I should forget everything that had happened, that it would be best for me too. I asked what he meant, and he gave me an envelope full of money. Her eyes filled with tears. It was so much money. How much was it exactly? I asked. 4,800. I took it. I'd probably have done the same. A rape trial is a nightmare for the victim, Bianca said, with a wholly unwarranted glower in my direction. I knew they would say I'd agreed if there was a trial. Antoinette took out a tissue and dabbed at her nose. I knew they would say I'd kissed the other man. No one would have seen anything suspicious. They would say I was an immigrant, trying to make money off drunk men by lying about them. And I would lose the money. I would have nothing. It felt like the right thing to do to just... She mimed, wiping the air. It was gone. It never happened. Did you ever make a complaint to the police? I asked. I tried. About 6 months later, I was still thinking about it. I realized it hadn't gone away. I could still see their faces. They had probably forgotten everything, but I remembered. She looked fierce for a moment, then sad. But I had got rid of all the evidence, thrown out the clothes, the envelope, spent the money. I had some messages on my phone from that night, where I said I was raped, to friends. I could describe the men. Not enough. It should have been enough, Bianca said. Your word should be as good as theirs. It's not that we wouldn't have believed the story. The Crown Prosecution Service won't take a rape case forward unless they think there's a good chance of getting a conviction, I said, apologetically. That usually means physical evidence, or witnesses. I asked some of the other girls if they'd seen anything. They said no. Antoinette sighed. There was one girl who was always my friend. I tried calling her, texting her. Nothing. I never heard from her after that night. I don't know if something happened to her, but she was gone from my life. What was her name? Iliana Ivanova. She was Bulgarian, very beautiful. Antoinette welled up again. I went to her house and asked our housemates, but they said they didn't know who I was talking about. She'd disappeared, as if she had never been there.
City lights are blazing neon, underworld whispers in the night. Concrete jungle keeps us moving, chasing dreams that take their flight. We paint the town with stories bold, every step a tale unfold. In the shadows, truth we find. Street poetry blows our mind. Graffiti preachers drop their wisdom, buskers play their unsung hymns. Alleyways are our kingdoms, where the raw and rough begins. We paint the town with stories bold, every step a tale unfold. In the shadows, truth we find. Street poetry blows our mind. Broken glass underfoot we tread, ancient stories in our heads, carving out our destiny through the urban tapestry. Whispers of our past, they linger, voice of future bolder still. In the chaos of the city, we find solace in the thrill.
Chapter 24. The girl behind the reception desk at Delahay's Opportunities gave me a long assessing look when I walked in, her expression neither welcoming nor hostile. She was young, black, and beautifully groomed, from her braids to her manicured fingernails. Somehow, I passed the initial scrutiny because she slid a clipboard and pen across the desk to me and launched into an uninterruptible spiel delivered at high speed. Fill out this form with your name, age, nationality, and legal status, what languages you speak, your current employment, and what hours you'll be able to work. Don't forget to reply to the questions on the other side about hair colour, eye colour, dress size and shoe size, height and weight. Don't lie, because we will be double-checking all the information you provide us with. She turned back to her computer as I took the clipboard and wrote my name and police officer in the space for current occupation, then slid it across to her with my ID. You're finished already? She looked at it. Oh. My God. I'm sorry. I assumed... Don't worry, I said kindly. Is the owner available for a chat? I'll give her a call. She picked up the phone and pressed a couple of buttons, then changed her mind. I'll go through and see her. That phone, it's not working very well for some reason. That's strange. It happens from time to time. She was starting to regain her composure. Take a seat. I watched her sashay through the door behind the desk, tossing her weight of braids nonchalantly as she went. Then the thunder of a pair of feet running upstairs at high speed echoed through the building, and I smiled to myself. Not as calm as she pretended to be, not by half. Delahay's occupied 3 floors of a narrow, dingy office building on the corner of a busy street near Victoria Station. The kind of place you could walk past 100 times without ever noticing it. The communal hallway outside was dirty and bleak, but the reception area had been recently redecorated and was a tasteful symphony of black and grey. The company's name was stuck on the wall in chrome letters, and a big vase full of white flowers looked impressive until you realised they were very good fakes. I thought of the roses Seth had sent me and suppressed a shudder. I had, in the end, sent him a text to say I'd got them, and he had phoned me, and we'd talked for hours. He wasn't happy with how he'd behaved. He'd never meant to lose his temper. It had been the end of a bad day, he explained. But that was no excuse. It had been my fault as much as his, I had insisted. I had been difficult, moody, silent during dinner. High maintenance, he joked, but worth it. And I felt ashamed of myself. If I didn't care so much, Maeve, I wouldn't have lost my temper. It upset me. I wasn't expecting that anger. It's nothing more than another kind of passion. Not the kind I like. So what kind do you like? There'd been a smile in his voice again, and a lazy kind of anticipation that turned my icy reserve to meltwater. And since then, a barrage of messages and jokes, and an email confirming a reservation on the Eurostar, and 2 nights at a hotel in Paris in July. So I could forget all about it, I told myself, even as I caught myself easing my knee where it still ached. Miss Gould will see you now. The receptionist tip-tapped into the room, smiling nervously. You can go straight up. Top of the stairs on your left. I hadn't formed much of an image of Miss Gould in my mind, but she was a surprise all the same. 50-ish, short fair hair, an engaging smile, an armoury of rings across her knuckles, and enough chains slung around her neck to act as a fairly effective breastplate. She stood up as I entered and held out a hand. Edina Gould. Her voice rang with money and good breeding. What can I do for you? Detective Sergeant Maeve Kerrigan. I'm investigating a murder. The smile evaporated. What murder? What do you mean? If it was one of my girls. I don't think she was one of your girls officially. I sat down and took out my notebook, settling in, and after a moment's hesitation, Edina Gould sat too. I'm here because of Paige Hargreaves. Who? Come on, Miss Gould. You can do better than that. Paige Hargreaves. She was a journalist. She came to see you a couple of months ago. She wanted to work for you because she had a story she was investigating, about young women being hurt for fun at the Chiron Club. Her face was mottled under the veneer of expensive foundation. I don't remember. I think you do. I think Paige came and asked if you would take her on, and you turned her down. So she explained who she was. She told you if you cooperated, she wouldn't name this agency in her report. She wouldn't blame you for putting vulnerable young women in harm's way. First of all, they're not vulnerable. That's why we have such a long and careful screening process. I only supply girls who have a reasonable amount of spirit and can keep their head in any circumstances. Secondly, some of the girls they told to go were fat, some were not good-looking or had no style, no grooming. One was too old. One had gum, she mimed, chewing, and bad teeth. A couple of them had tattoos. Put anyone in harm's way. I offer them an opportunity to work in a very high-end environment, among this country's leading business people and most powerful men. It's up to them how they take advantage of that opportunity. What you will find is that many of these girls embark on impressive careers having started out here. They make contacts, they listen, they learn. They're ambitious and they know their worth. No one is being victimized. Nothing illegal is taking place at the Chiron Club. If there was illegal activity, I would know about it. You're supplying young women, knowing that they'll be sexually harassed at best while they try to do their jobs. Not at all. I'm not a madam. This isn't a brothel. I'm a professional recruitment consultant, and I make it very clear to my clients that the girls are not there to be used. What private arrangements they make are up to them, of course, but I have nothing to do with that. It's the same as meeting someone in an office, except that they have very little chance of meeting men like this in any office where they might work. Haven't you ever started a relationship with someone you met through work? Rape isn't a relationship, I said thinly. I thought you were investigating a murder. Now you're talking about rape. She flung herself back in her chair and rearranged the gold chain slung around her neck. Either way, I don't know anything about it. Did Paige tell you the story she'd been told? About a woman supplied by you as a waitress being gang-raped in a cloakroom? Not at all. She told me that one of the girls had been paid off after having sex in a cloakroom with 2 of the club's members. She smiled, not pleasantly. No names, of course. No further details. I had to tell her I have no record of this happening at all. No one complained. Your manager who was there that evening didn't mention it to you? Of course not. And she would have told me immediately if there was anything to concern us. My understanding is that the girl was raped. She gave a tinkly little laugh. I don't think you can call it rape when the girl is very keen to meet handsome, wealthy young men and get to know them. Paige told me this girl approached them. Maybe things went further than she had expected. Maybe she was disappointed that it didn't lead to a closer relationship. Whatever her reason for complaining to Paige, she didn't go to the police. Not immediately. A dent appeared between Edina Gould's immaculate brows. Has she reported it now? Formally? I can't tell you that. Her mouth puckered as if her lips contained a drawstring. She unpursed them to say, she would be very unwise to make this a police matter. It's already a police matter. I leaned forward. Paige Hargreaves died, Miss Gould. Someone killed her and cut her up and dumped her in the Thames. One would think that should be enough to make anyone think twice about causing trouble. Do you know who killed Paige, Miss Gould? Of course not. No one at the Chiron Club would bother with something like that. They'd get any negative stories killed before they were published. These people don't need to worry about bad publicity. Nothing ever makes the papers. What about the internet? Anyone can publish anything these days. She shrugged. All deniable. And all open to litigation if you want to take that route. There aren't many journalists willing to take that kind of risk personally. And there aren't many crusading websites with deep enough pockets to bear a long, expensive legal process. You sound as if you approve of them silencing their critics. It's how the world works. There's no point in trying to change that. Edina sat up straight and rearranged her swag. Everyone backs down in the end. Luckily for me, this is my job, and I'm not backing down, I said quietly. Did you send Paige Hargreaves to the Chiron Club to work? No. She asked me to, but I said no. I told her it would breach my contract with the club, and I wasn't prepared to do it for any reason. Did she find another way in? I haven't the faintest idea. You'll have to ask them. I will. An idea had been percolating ever since the receptionist had mistaken me for a job applicant. Do the Chiron Club have any functions coming up that require extra staff? Yes, there's a dinner next week that I... She stopped, and her eyes went wide. You wouldn't. I most certainly would. I'd like to be sitting at a table with the guests. You don't look right. I scrub up well, I said, and I have a colleague who would make a brilliant waitress. It's impossible. It's really not. I want to get a closer look at how the Chiron Club operates, and I want to do it without them noticing I'm there. You can make that happen. We are very discreet and very good at our jobs, and if it works out as I anticipate, they won't even know we were there. What if you arrest someone? For what? I blinked, bland as milk. You said you were sure there was nothing illegal going on there. How could I arrest anyone if they're not breaking the law? I'm not comfortable with this. These girls, these intelligent, beautiful, ambitious girls you provide, they seem like the kind of girls who might think of suing an employer who knowingly exposed them to a hostile and dangerous working environment. It's only a matter of time before one of them thinks of it. What do you think would happen if a civil court heard that not only did you fail to take steps to protect your staff, but you refused to help with a police investigation aimed at rooting out the people who were causing them to be raped or to disappear? Disappear? Edina Gould's voice was sharp. You mean Paige? I mean Ilyana Ivanova. Remember her? The name unsettled her. That was clear. These girls come and go. They go home. They get other jobs. They may drop out of sight, but that doesn't mean I need to be concerned. She was never seen again after the party on the 22nd of July the year before last. She didn't leave the country by any official routes, as far as we've been able to tell, and no one seems to remember she existed. I leaned forward. But I do. And I'm going to find out where she went. Now. It was done. It was over. He could stop worrying about it. He only wished he could stop thinking about it. He pulled his chin above the bar, the muscles in his arms and shoulders and chest and stomach screaming, then lowered himself down again. They hadn't been pleased. That's what we're here for. You weren't handling it, he'd snapped into the phone, cupping his hand over his mouth so no one in the park could hear what he was saying or read his lips. With respect, you have no idea what we were doing or not doing. You were letting them get too close. We were letting them look. They won't find anything. The same level voice that had spoken to him when he called the number on the back of the photographs 2 years before, his whole body shaking. A woman. He'd never seen her. Voice like velvet, heart like a stone. There's nothing to find. There are pictures. Not where they can find them. You need to destroy them. A note of amusement in her voice. If we destroyed everything every time someone was interested in us, we wouldn't have much left to work with. Maybe that would be a good thing. Really? Am I to understand you don't want our help anymore? He hesitated. How he wanted to say no. He really didn't want them involved in his life. But if he said that, he had an awful feeling they'd hang the whole thing on him. And he wasn't guilty. Or at least not as guilty as some people. anyone who'd got hurt had deserved it. And it had sent a message that anyone who tried to get in his way would get hurt. You had to take control of these situations. You had to make it clear you weren't going to let them take advantage of you. You weren't going to let anyone betray you. "What are you doing?" Roddy's face, white in the moonlight, and the other man holding the bottle, uncertain, staring at him like he was a stranger. "This is what happens to people who talk." "But I didn't say anything," his voice making it a question, shaking with fear. Even then, Roddy hadn't realised it wasn't him he was talking to. It had been a warning for the man with the bottle. And given the way he'd looked afterwards, white knuckles on the steering wheel, shock making fathomless holes of his eyes, it had sunk in. Whatever he'd done, he told himself, levering up again, grimacing with effort, he'd done the best he could in a bad situation. And no one could blame him for that.